a real key moment in this game.
I mean, I don't want to be that guy, but you've killed the guy who's got 2 kills across 15 rounds. It's probably not the biggest impact. Yes, you lose the frags and whatever else might come along with that, but I can't imagine the crying too much over spilt milk in that case. It's about the rest of them. The big gunners on the side like Tex and Lusty that they need to be worrying about and what their impact can be as the round wears on. But in typical Fnatic fashion, they're leaving it until the dying seconds of a round. They're 4 versus 5. There's 30 seconds on the clock. They need to make this work. Out come the smokes. We've seen them do this before, and they got shut down once they came for the push. Mag's inside. There's 2 of them pushing in, but they don't know about the player in Boiler. Down goes 1. Down goes 2. They might have just done it. Fnatic are about to fall to the new team. Down comes Tex, finds 1, makes it 20 kills on the map itself. 4 versus 2, but here we go. It's Woogie stepping up with 2 kills to close it out, and you can see the excitement. They're out of their chair. They know what they've just done. They brought down a team that everyone was excited about this year. DWG have arrived.
Oh, that is a big start for Damwon here in APAC North. No 2 ways about it. Fantastic result for them to close out Fnatic and to take 2 points. They don't get the full 3 because it went to overtime. Fnatic will pick up 1 point as the overtime losers. And honestly, guys, I could not see a fairer reflection on how that game has gone. Both teams have delivered some scintillating siege for us to enjoy today, and really, you can't make an argument that they didn't both deserve something. Glad to see, though, that DWG have really announced their presence here in APAC North.
Yesterday, we kicked off EU for 2021 with Na'Vi versus Train Hard on Chalet, a new map, explosive game. Today, we come into APAC and get a 15-round slobber knocker between these 2 teams. Man, if that's anything about what Siege is going to look like for the rest of this year, I am all for it. I'm loving what we're seeing, and I'm pretty sure our analysts are as well, what we're seeing, and I'm pretty sure thoughts on this matchup.
You know it, Des. We are all over game number 1. We're expecting a slobber knocker, and there it is. Both teams really showing up when it matters. Damwon, though, victorious at the end of their debut game here. Huge day, Fluke.
You know, that forward to the grand final, or is it their opponents here today of Monka S? And well, we'll get to see them on Tame flash out. Is that going to be a 6 pick, or will they stick it? And by the looks of that beautiful tick there and the diffuser in hand, they might stick that one.
Does look like it's going to be a stick with the Blackbeard changed away to an Amaru. Maybe not the most ideal pick going down into Laundry and Supply, but of course on that first round, or the first site, the first pick in the half, you don't really know exactly where teams are going to start out, given all 4 sites are unlocked. So we'll see if maybe it's just more for the gun. We spoke about this a little bit yesterday, the IQ versus the Amaru in some situations. Still got fantastic guns, of course, for the G8 on both. Still looking towards some utility with the flashes. It helps with that sort of thing, but with the my band away, you do have to look at it and go, okay, not the most ideal pick for this site.
Absolutely, but the gun could do a heck of a lot of work. We're speaking about the G8, the angled grip. There's a lot you can do with it, and she still has flash grenades. So I'm looking over there and going, you know what? If they do a blue take, they do an elbow take, they've still got those flashes to work with. I'm looking at a couple of the other operators, and I'm finding it very difficult that they would go for a blue take, considering they are the only projectiles, unless they use smokes to assist Jura on the Zofia, getting rid of some of those shields. And you can see Mercenaries, they're playing up-close Godo shields. They've also said Banshees outside. These guys are crazy. When we're talking about off-meta stuff, I mean, this is what we're going to get.
I mean, we've seen, I can't remember which team did this. It was the team that did this and then stuck a clash just ready to kind of bully people around the Banshee. It was really difficult to play into. Admittedly, a couple of teams in the European Challenger League that I can recall got a little bit over the top in pushing out into bunker. But most have kind of settled for drawing the shield back down into elbow and playing it much further south in a much more conservative position. But I suppose here with the Banshee in place as well, you can look to try and find a thing or two for your side. And I think having the Monty here is going to help so much, because as you saw just then, you can step up towards the shield, get a little bit of cover for the Zofia behind to come in, blow out the Banshee, and then proceed as normal.
Oh, I love how they use the Twitch drone there to get rid of those ADSs. Then they could just get rid of the Goyo shield for free. I said they didn't particularly have enough to use unless they use their smoke grenade, but hey, guess what? Twitch drone, it does it even better than cooking them off, and as a result, well, they'll get a little bit of blue control. They did, however, reinforce it off pretty quickly, so they've only wasted about a minute of the attacker's time, and that's not really enough. That's actually giving Monka S a heck of a lot of time to work with here. And the Jaeger over on Pillar generally has a pretty damn good time, but this time, Maker, he's not going to make it work.
Jura's been the one at the forefront so far, getting rid of the Banshee and moving his way forward to find the opening kill onto Maker, a player that in the last major we saw an awful lot coming out of. Players like Asib and Doctor, two others that really jumped to mind as high impact players. One being shut down, Monka S looking a lot more composed than maybe they have historically. Jura also being traded out about 20 seconds later by Hasib. So things all sit even at a 4 versus 4 with 75 seconds left to play. Still also play 4 here, Jess. I'm very curious to see when this execute comes out of the Monty and whether or not we see a bit of a cheeky play coming in here where arguably if the Monty goes down, you've got that Amaru to go for a plant and then get straight back up the hatch, up into meeting and look to hold from above.
I'm a little worried because you can see Firefly's in. If a C4 comes raining over, he doesn't really have enough HP to be able to tank it. They've got a lot of smokes to play with as well, but I haven't seen Firefly really unshield whatsoever this entire round. My problem is it's one-dimensional. There's electrification still on elbow. They haven't got the hatch open. I don't see anyone at the moment pushing Freezer off on stairs. So this is all on the back of the Monty here. They're in really good shield positions as well. If you're a defender, that shield, that one Goyo shield right there is going to be the picture-perfect linchpin of their defense.
Time starts wearing down. We said good 50 seconds ago now there was 75 remaining. We're down to the final 20 and the movement hasn't really been particularly quick from Monka S. They've still got control of Boiler, which is what they need, but moving forward is the next part of the game, and because there's still a couple of Go shields around, you've got to worry about how much the Monty can push forward. You can pop this shield and step your way back. They're not even going to bother at this point. They're taking the challenge, and MI7 over the top of the shield finds one. As Asim and Fatar elsewhere bring down the members of Monka S. It's all down to the Monty, and they get held up in some fiery pin inside of the corridor here. No angle forward, no way to victory. Mercenaries take round number 1.
So one of those shields was a normal deployable shield because the second Goyo shield was all the way over towards Blue Bunker, and I'm just counting in my head how much of their strategy relied on those shields. I think having that secondary layer of defense really assisted them there because they actually lost a key part of the power position for the defenders when the Jaeger died, about halfway through the round. And I thought to myself, okay, they've got a lot of the map. They've been able to get that side of the map in their one-dimensional push, and they're able to get themselves in a pretty good position to go for a default plant. Monty's still up, 4 smokes still in hand. I thought everything was going Monka S's way. But as Monka S would say, it's not particularly all easier, as easy as it looks. I think they struggled with that late round. And the defenders, that's where they probably reign a bit supreme, is keeping that cool, calm collectedness. And I think that's going to be a little bit of a trouble for Monka S if they can't speed those things up, especially when they had so much time to work with.
Head upstairs onto the second floor. Comp-wise, almost identical for the side of Monka S being brought out here. That Monty and the Amaru still sticking true. Now, I believe it was in APAC North just the other day. I forget the team. I believe it was Cyclops attempted to make a Amaru play happen in the same way that we saw Tempra do against G2 on this map. For those that may have missed it, playing up towards Big Tower, came flying in through the kid's window, got a plant down while G2 were all distracted off towards the east because drones were all committed out towards that direction. So there's an opportunity here for a smart play, but maybe for Monka S it's trying to be more composed given they have the Monty, in which case, again, you ask, why the Amaru in this case? But I guess we'll find out as the round progresses.
I've seen this shield on the bed before. I can't, pick it up in my head exactly where I've seen it, but I've seen a very, very intense and aggressive bedroom hold before.
ไม่รู้จักทีมพวกนี้เลยอะ
Unfortunately, the attacking team didn't really deal with it the way they were meant to.
I remember.
Thank you. Challenge League. There you go. And again, unless the attackers get in there, cook the ADS and deal with that shield, it will persist long into the round. And I would argue, given a look at some of this, I think that Monka S are looking to do a bit of a push from that side of the map.
แต่ว่าเป็นทีมเอเชียแปซิฟิกแข่งกัน
Trophy.
ก็คือโซนบ้านเราอะ
One shield's in bedroom, one's in trophy.
แข่งกันเพื่อไปเจอกับฝรั่ง
Push out these really aggressive positions. I mean, Hasib, he's just going, nah, I'm not moving. I am not moving. You're going to have to destroy this shield in front of my feet if you want to get me out of here.
เอ้ย
They're trying to make sure the Monty's reminded that
เอ้ยโอ้โห
well, you get stung once and lose half your HP and
อุ้ยมันมีช่องว่างนิดนึงอะ เรื่อง
down goes the Monty. That is
ตายฟรีเลย
a crucial loss because you've lost
ประมาทไง
you've lost that free information that he provides to
อุ้ย
you. I love the aggressive shields that we're seeing coming out. Asim does
ห้อย
get
หัว
brought
ยิ
down
ง
the
ตาย
side
เลย
bedroom, so that one's failed. But I feel like you've got such a valuable pick in that Monty being down so early.
I love that because it's the new iteration of shields and how you can deal with them. The update allows them to have a little bit of blowback, just a tiny bit, expose those ankles. And the shotgun pump is all you need to get a DBNO, especially when they're already low HP. And for now, they do have trophy control, and they're actually going to use the shield to their advantage. A player does get lost in the abyss as we're saying this, but it's okay. I mean, the 3v4 still very doable for the defenders. They won last round after losing a lot of a time. And for Monka S now, they could probably take really good advantage of this, but some of their players are taking damage as I speak.
I do like how aggressive we're seeing these teams
เฮ้ย
play
ล้วงเลยเหรอ
defense as well. Not just running around
เชี่
the
ย
map trying to frag out, but actually playing some really
กล้าเล่น
aggressive
ว่ะ
shields, looking to hold rooms that you wouldn't normally see teams do.
โอ้ย
Top tier play,
จะหัวอยู่แล้ว
definitely making it happen in some
โหแล้วเหลือนิดเดียวเอง
areas.
โคตรโชคดี
Not so much as Maker goes for a second kill and gets himself put
ถ้ายิง
into
ตาย
the
เมื่อกี้หล่อ
dirt.
เลย
3 versus 2 for Monka S and 35 seconds to go. MI7,
จัด
the last man left standing, has got it all to do here to save the round for Mercenaries with 30 seconds to go.
โอ้
Nothing really to come at that. Jora swings, gets the headshot, and Monka S take round number 2.
I'm not surprised that they did get round number 2, considering round number 1 did look good for them. Early and mid-round, I was telling you, this was a Monka S round through and through. They got really good opening pick over towards Pillar. And of course, this round, the defenders lost another player, and that's why we're going to head to a bit of a rehost as they reconnect. And that's out of your control, isn't it? I mean, we spoke about before that some of these players are sitting
ช่วงนี้ก็
literally in
โค
the
วิด
middle
นะ
of a storm.
เวลาจะแข่งกันก็แข่งแบบ
Sometimes you're not
นั่ง
gonna
อยู่ที่
have the
บ้าน
best
นะครับ
connection. You're gonna lose connection,
เนี่ย
and
เห็นปะ
an important game. I mean, the weather waits for no
ขนาด
one.
แข่งเกมอีสปอร์ตมันยังหยุดไม่ได้เลย
That's unfortunate.
เขาก็ต้องมีวิธีจัดการ
Cyclone
ของ
was
เขา
due to hit, I believe, last night in India. So
คน
few
ภาคก็ภาค
players
นั่งอยู่
away
ที่
from that.
สตูอะไรเงี้ย
Not really going to be the most,
ห็นไหม
I suppose, positive time for them today. It depends whereabouts you're based. I think it was sitting Chennai, so.
นักแข่งก็เล่นอยู่บ้าน
It happened a couple of times. Last time, I believe, actually, we had a disconnect from
ทั้งที่จ
Mercenaries.
ริงๆต้องมาแบบในงาน
someone
เนี่ย
driving a
แข่ง
truck
ออฟไล
into
น์
an internet phone pole. So that was one to happen. And at the time, Hap was like, "Oh, I think it was because of the weather. I was told it was because of the weather. I was looking at all the weather predictions. Totally wrong, mate. A truck drove into a pole. It's as simple as that.
จบ
Doesn't
แมตช์
need
แรก
to be some Mother Nature thing, but this time, genuinely, with a trophy control. So what
ก่อนเลยไปหน่อยโทษที
the round, but we'll
Faster. How much faster can you?
อันนี้ดูย้อนหลังนะ เราไม่ได้ดูสด
fantastic.
ก็สามารถที่จะแบบว่ากอไปตอนที่มันสู้กันเลย
We'll wait for the ready call.
ตอนที่มันบวกกันเลย ไม่ต้องมาเสียเวลานั่งดูบนภาพ
Or the transitions that they've been able to put. So he's placing another deployable on the bedroom side, directly on top of the bed. He'll have an ADS or 2 accompanying him, and they're placing yet another Goyo shield really deep into trophy.
คือตอนนี้สกอร์เสมอกันอยู่
The
1-1
thing about these shields is that they're
แข่งกัน
committed
กี่
to
เกมวะ
it.
เนี่ย
They may have lost last
3
round when they did this exact setup, but I think they said to each other, "We know what we did wrong. Let's
เป็นรอบ
fix it and
semi-final
not make the same mistakes."
Very reasonable to do. I'm keen to see if the hold that comes out here again is dealt with much better by the Monty this time. Firefly was the one who basically walked up to a shield, got melee twice, and then shotgun in the foot and the feet twice, and that killed him off pretty quickly. They did manage to bring down Hasib in response, and I guess thanks to the disconnect slightly, it also gave Monkarest the momentum to then proceed to win the round. But we'll see equally what Mercenaries change about this round and just how aggressive Hasib really wants to play.
Well, it's looking like Hasib does want to play very aggressive. SMG 11 in hand. No one actually
Low
really
Omega.
spawned that side for him to be able to take advantage of. And yet again, Firefly will
ที่เดิม
make
ตาย
his
ที่เดิม
way
ปะล่ะ
up to trophy. This time there's going to be a lot of
Oh.
cross pressure from MI7. This is probably
รอบ
the
นี้หนัก
biggest
เลยว่ะ
difference
เข้ายาก
here
เลย
is
อะ
that last time Fatah had to do all the work on his own. He had to try and melee it, trying to shoot his shotgun at the same time. And now he'll get MI7's help to do it. They need to keep
Ooh.
Hasib as safe as possible for as
เลือด
long
หายไป
as
ครึ่งนึง
possible. And I think that's the point of
แต
it.
ก
Both C4s will
อุ้
rain
ย
out. Only one will do damage to Firefly, and Maker, rather than dying before, will do a massive jump out. He'll find Noob, and now, well, he's
คนนี้
looking
เล่น
to
ดี
make
ว่ะ
Big Tower his new home.
กล้าเล่นคนนี้
I've had my notes. I'm going down as definitely a noob, just noob, nice and short. But him being dead and out here does mean this becomes a lot
เอา
harder
ละ
to get
เอา
back
ละ
in, especially if there's a mute set down on the other side. We
โอ้
saw that
บน
initial
หนึ่ง
focus
ล่างห
coming
นึ่ง
in over towards trophy, so a little bit of
ผม
scattering
แม่งรู้เลย
coming
ว่า
out
ต้อง
for
ถอย
Simon
อะ
Moncaress, and as
สุดยอด
always, once you have someone dead on the roam, you're forever fearful of, okay, where's the player that just killed him? Let's get back on the drones, get some flank watch on the go. It can waste so much time, and when you're already down to 60 seconds here and haven't broken the trophy hold,
this is going to be really tough because you have no angle to attack. You don't have attic control. You haven't got trophy control. So what do you have? You have a Hail Mary push potentially into
โอ้แม่งช่ำว่ะ
storms if you want to
เฮ้ย
if you really wanted to.
เฮ้ย
Oh no.
I thought
โอ้
that
โห
was someone behind him and I didn't
อยู่ข้างหลังเลยอะ
want to
เล่นกล้องอยู่
watch it, but I knew he was on his drone behind him and I thought to myself, it's unbelievable you didn't turn around that entire
โคตรลาบเลยช็อตเมื่อกี้
Buckinator only realized when he zoomed his drone around and went, uh-oh, I'm in danger. And
ศั
in
ตรูนั่งอยู่
danger
ข้าง
he
หลัง
was
เลย
until
อะ
he
คือแบบ
managed
ไม่
to
รู้
get
เรื่อง
off the drone and slap down an unaware Maker.
The funniest thing is, we were saying literally in one of the charity games the other day that we never see kills come
Ui.
through from inside a garage. There was a double kill spawn peek out of there. This time round,
ช็อตนี้
there's
แม่ง
two
เอาว่ะ
players inside of there, and indeed, someone does die. The kills are raining through for the side of Moncaressa. Have brought it back to a 2 versus 2.
Ui.
Are now down into a 2 versus 1 as Buckinator finds a triple kill in the round. Fatar, the last man left alive, brings one down. A 1 versus 1. There's only 8 seconds on the clock. We've got to see Fatar go aggressive here. He's got to make some, not Fatar, sorry, Buckinator make it work. Mustafa to the side, but Fatar with his shotgun.
เวลาบีบ
Clutches it out and makes up for last round by bringing Mercenaries the win.
นิ่มๆเลยถือลูกซอง
Really well done there by the mute. Both the SMG and the shotgun doing the work. And it's nice to know that players, especially players who play flex support or support roles, understand that when you're in a close range engagement, the shotgun is absolutely the play. When you're in a long range engagement, obviously pull out your SMG, do your best to make that engagement. Whether or not he knew he had the diffuser or not is kind of questionable because he did move up into a very aggressive angle over towards Trophy Door. If he had known, especially with about 12 seconds left on the clock, that he had the diffuser, I argued he should have moved back into bedroom earlier on. But hey, pretty good DBNO down into attic. And then he managed to hold off on his own with the shotgun in bedroom. I think Fatar's maybe one of those dark horses for his team that when you need him, he'll shine. But hopefully, for the most part, he'll let his team do all the shining in the other rounds where he might not possibly be needed. So it's good to see that he'll get to step up and shine when the goings get tough here for Mercenaries.
Now, the one thing I was fearful of in the ban phase, I didn't mention it at the time, was with the Thatcher banned away, very commonly, at least in Europe, you'll see a Kaid follow in the second half, because especially on maps like Clubhouse and somewhat here on Oregon, the fear is, well, we have to bring the Maverick to deal with it. And when you have a bunch of those claws going up and down around the map as and when you need to, especially in Oregon here where you can protect those claws without exposing them to the hatch, you're in a real worrisome spot where they can rotate those around and suddenly walls are staying very close. You're not going to get the things open that you need. And here, given you're relying solely on the Maverick, you have, well, probably 2 walls or hatches you can get open, max. There's not a lot of options here, so they need to make sure, and I guess this is kind of why you bring in the Monty, is to say that even if we don't have any hard breach left, we can still strong arm our way through a doorway with that Monty on side.
ใครฆ่าเยอะสุดวะ
The last time they were able to get blue control very quickly, it came off the back of a Twitch
อ๋อไอคนเมื่อกี้
drone.
นี่
Is
ไอที่ฆ่าเยอะๆ
Buckinator
นี่
this time able to make
ปา
the
ต้า
damage with that Twitch drone? Here it goes, zooming on in, looking for those ADSs. Cannot find any because instead of a deep shield this time, they've done a very shallow one. And as a result, those ADSs are much further back into the corner. The smoke, he can inhale his own smoke, babe. So if he wants, he can try and do it
จะตก
right
จะตก
near his shield. Firefly's in a very precarious situation here. If he backs up, he's into the smoke. If he
ตาย
moves
แน่นอนเลย
forward,
โล่
he's
อะ
into melee
มาเต็มเลย
range.
อะ
There's 3 of the mercenary players that want to have a little bit of a play with him.
ลุมโดนลุม
Absolutely wants him gone, and clearly he's drawing a lot of aggro and attention from him here. And that Twitch drone, I think, just got in to remove the ADS. Yep, it's off the wall. So now if they want to make use of the Zofia with these impacts, they could just pop the head around the corner and go for it. Of course, praying that Fatar doesn't get the spray down at the right time. Firefly now moving up towards Boiler to help feed them
โล่นี่แม่งเอามาทุกตาเลยเนาะ
They feel like they've done the work to the south. They know that it's clear, and here's Jora looking in,
ตัวป่วน
seeing what he can achieve. Of course, got to be so mindful of that longer angle. There's currently Doctor held inside a pillar who might be trying to look through. But as it stands, no one yet going down. Firefly, of course, on half HP.
อุ้ย
Noob finds
นิดเดียว อุ้ยเก็บไป
2.
2 ตัว
Going down here. Steps across down to the left, and that's a huge swing for Moncaress. One comes back from MI7. Firefly goes down. They've neutralized it out. But with him going down, he might get recovered, but the second kill coming through. 2 left alive for Mercenaries, and here comes the rotate. Maker finally making his move, bringing down QB and forcing us into a 3 versus 2.
Firefly is
ตายไปวะนะ
so incredibly lit, and that's
โอ้โหโล่แม่ง
almost
เกือบ
going
ตาย
to take his life there. Buckinator will start the defuse. There's a whole 60 seconds left. And guess what? I don't think MI7 has his
เรียบร้อย
C4
แผ่น
to play with anymore. He tried it on the Monty before. There's 40 seconds left, but technically a phantom 30 seconds, as they'll need that 7 seconds to defuse.
เรียบร้อยยิงฟรี
Oh
ฮะ
no, don't turn your back to
Oh,
elbow because
boys.
it's Jora's playground. And now they're just
ให้
gonna
ยืนบล็อกเลย
block MI7
อุ้ย
off, give it a little bit of an opening, and all of a sudden the Zofia Double kill at the end there, making work happen all the way from elbow, which last time they managed to reinforce up. This time they don't, and well, they pay the price as a result.
God, Elbow was their absolute crutch that round. Noob getting a 2k from there to begin with. Jorah getting an unsuspected kill as a player rotates up through the laundry rotate and then gets another inside of Freezer. That's 4 kills from the
ส
same
องเท่าอ่ะ เดือด
position
ว่ะ
across 2 players. Maybe
ไม่
what
ย
to
อม
be
กัน
more
เลย
aware
วะ
of for next time for Mercenaries, but they're going to steer away from that site, opt not to return there. Meeting and Kitchen going to be the next one that we head to. And you and I have had many conversations around this site, around whether you go to Kitchen and Meeting or go to Kitchen and Dining. There seems to be quite a good balance between the two, where teams are quite actively changing between which ones they play.
น่าจะประมาณ
Teams do tend to take a
5 รอบ
lead,
หรือ
but
6 รอบ
across
ว่า
a
เปลี่ยน
region
ฝั่ง
on
เล
any
ย
given day,
กันไปบุก
chances
ไป
are
กัน
you'll see a good balance of both sides.
ไม่ได้ดูนานแล้ว
Well, considering a lot of their defense rests on shields, for example, Meeting's not a bad kind of site to hold with that particular hold. I'm worried that they put a lot of that towards Meeting because a lot of the teams will push over to Big Tower. They'll open up a line of sight into Attic, and then they'll open stage, look to get plant off somewhere around stage if they can, and that's generally the meta push. But if they go to push Kitchen and a lot of the shields and all the utility is based over towards Meeting, they're going to have a bit of a rough time. So looking at where all the drones
ไม่ชอบเลย
are
ห้อง
split,
เนี้
you
ย
can see on the right-hand side of the screen, all of those red sort of drones zooming around, they are definitely doing a big tower push as is expected
หมาย
with
ถึง
this
เวลา
kind
ผม
of
เล่นนะ
hold. So if they're going to do that,
ไม่ค่อยชอบห้
the
องนี้
shields are going to have to be placed appropriately, and you expect that for a Meeting hold.
Kind of not so much a throwback here, but one thing I always remember when I first got into Siege back in early 2018,
เอ้าตรงห้องนี้ไม่ปิดเหรอ เจาะเลยเหรอ
either running just a Thatcher or bringing an IQ into Twitch in combo. And I think lately we haven't really seen that be a thing. A lot of teams are starting to run the Twitch in isolation, but what do you think of it?
I don't
โห
know
เจาะ
how
ยั
I
บเลย
feel because it is definitely not one of the safest methods of getting rid of things. I mean, for a Kaid Claw, you have to know exactly where it's placed. You've got time. The
อุ้ย
drone is extraordinarily loud.
ไอ้เหี้ยตัวจัด
Well, if you're QB,
หัวแตก
then
เฉ
all
ย
of a sudden you're going to find the
โอ้โห
MI7. I wanted to use an MI7 joke. I'm going to get it in there somehow,
ตัว
somewhere.
จัด
Okay, keep working on it.
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep thinking
One
about
joke
it.
per match seems pretty reasonable as a request from you. I know that's about what you can muster.
Please, look, Twitch drone can be effective, very loud. You've only got 2 of them, and if that's
เอาโล่
your
ไปสเกา
entire
ก่อน
strategy, I don't think it's
ว่ามี
best
ศั
thing
ตรู
to
อยู่ห
do.
รือเปล่า แล้วก็บอกเพื่อนว่าตรงนี้มีศัตรูนะ
So far, we're trying to push their way into elbow, and again, for Buccanator, going to be part of the plan, it seems. You got Firefly bullying his way into Kitchen from small tower side here, mind you.
สอง
Now
ตัว
they will be very aware that he's stood in this doorway. The information being
บอก
fed
เพื่อนแล้ว
back
โล่
and
บอก
forth
เพื่อนแล้ว
across
มี 2
numbers
ตัวเว้ย
two. We can see who's currently holding close. With that Maestro Evil Eye behind him, I imagine he can't go too aggressive inside a Kitchen here, but it's again just standing in the doorway.
อัน
And
นี้กังวล
letting
ข้าง
them
บน
know,
ว่ะ
hey, I am here. I know where you are. I know what's going on. So you best keep at least one gun focused on me. You've got Buccanator behind with the Twitch drone, and Jura playing in. So quite a lot committed towards this side of things here. They've completely ignored Meeting, where most teams will
ตรง
put
นี้
their
ได้บวก
focus.
แน่
Seems to just be a straight up push in for Kitchen.
I did say if they did end up pushing Kitchen and most of the focus is usually to Meeting, that would actually be Mercenaries' demise. 2-2 apiece. I don't think anyone really expected this score when we first started this particular matchup, but
นี่
pleasantly
ไงหัวแตกไปดิ
surprised is the word I would use, and hope they've been able to even the man count. They're already trying for a plant, and yet again there's a
ไอ้เหี้ยจะแอบแพนเรียบร้อย
The support man, that of course
มันแจ้งเพื่อน
Mercenaries love and needs. He's been able to clap down there on that particular defuse, and it leaves the diffuser out in the middle of nowhere.
โอ้มันคอสกันเข้าไปตายแน่นอน
Seems the problem a little bit keen, I think, from Firefly, and a few of these
อุ้ย
rounds
อุ้ย
now,
โด
he
น
has
ตัว
been a
น่ะ
little bit over-aggressive,
โอ้
got
โห
shut down for it, stuck behind smoke grenades, whatever you want to call it. It
จ
hasn't
บ
been
เลย
the
เหี้ย
prettiest for them, but his team have been getting work done. But this
เหลือคน
round,
เดียว
it feels like Mercenaries are back in control. Buccanator, the last one left alive here with 20 seconds, or 30 seconds
ยังไง
for its play. 2 left alive brings down
เดี๋ยวอี
one.
กหนึ่ง
He's gone from a 1v3 to a 1v1.
อุ้ย
Getting
โห
one
สุ
of
ด
the
ยอด
last. He knows where he is.
เอ้า
What are you doing? What
What?
are you doing?
He fat fingered.
โลกอะนักแข่งอย่างโลกอะ
It's a fat finger.
อะไรอะอยู่ๆกด
The scream
Do
you
the-
did. The
He knows.
scream.
โอ้โหอายเลยแม่ง
Oh
เอ้ย
my god, that scream was perfect because I
Because
guarantee
it's like
you.
you see
เฟลเลย
the 1v3 building and you're like, this is it. He
อื
can
ม
do it.
แม่ง
He
จะ
can
รอ
bring
อยู่
it
แล้วอะ
for him and then throws it away.
ผมว่ามันตื่นเต้นเว้ย
Frustrating. Okay.
นักแข่งก็ตื่นเต้นได้โอ้โห
You
เมื่อ
felt
กี้
the pain, yes, I'm sure.
That was the scream that Buccanator
คนพากย์ยัง
did.
ฮา
You can't hear him right now, but I absolutely guarantee the scream you just let out was something that definitely came out of his mouth.
กำลัง
He
บวกๆอยู่
said
เล่นโดน
F
เฉ
in
ย
chat. So can we get an F in chat for Buccanator?
เว้ยว่ะ
Because I tell you what, he was about to win that 1v3 there. Absolutely. If he didn't accidentally fat finger his gadget button, wherever that may be on his keyboard or mouse. And that is a big yikes. I mean, imagine this game goes really close. I'm talking like a 7-5 or whatever this might go, or even into overtime. That's a round that Monka S is going to be looking back on going, damn, that was close.
I'm trying to fathom how he could have even fat fingered that.
I mean, most
Like,
players will
custom
change
key
their
binds?
hotkeys. Yeah, I mean, I have
Yeah.
my gadget on X, for example.
Never ever seen a player do that in such a critical situation. But hey, bit of panic. I understand. A lot's on the line here. So you.
รอบที่
the
รอบ
pressure's
ที่
gonna be
ห
building.
ก
Either way, it does.
อันนี้
give
แข่งกันรอบที่หก
mercenaries that last round in what
น่าจะ
wasn't
เปลี่ยนฝั่งแล้วไปจบ
guaranteed
รอบ
to be
นี้
a kill for Buccinator, but looked like it was going to go that way, given it was the F2 glazing down onto the other side. But 3 and 2 is where we
หรือ
sit.
ไม่เปลี่ยนวะ
This is
ผมไม่รู้
still
กฎ
playing
นะ
a
รอบ
good half
กฎ
from
ซีซั่นนี้
Monk
เป็นไง
Crest. Quite encouraged by what I've seen. Firefly as mentioned, maybe a little bit over keen on
แบบ
the
ว่า
Monk
กันไปเลย
so
7
far.
รอบ
There hasn't been
แล้วก็เปลี่ยนไปบุก 7 รอบเงี้ยเหรอ
getting things done, I'd say, for the most part. Let's see if they can make this a third attacking round as we now go to the other side. So actually, Mercenaries have now played all 4 sites. It's going to be kitchen and dining to close out the half.
Well, for Mercenaries, if they can walk away with a win on this particular side, then they put themselves in a pretty good position. 4-2, only a 2-round lead, and if they give themselves that
คนเดิมไหมน่ะ
on attack, then they might do pretty damn well.
แต่คนที่เลิกลัก
But
เมื่
I'll
อกี้
tell you what, Monka S, they have not looked like the team they did during the playoffs. They
เป็นผมก็
absolutely
อาย
look
ว่ะ
like
แม่ง
a team who deserves to be in the major thus far.
แต่เตือนอาจจะแบบลงสนามจริงอาจจะตื่นไง
Whether or not it's just sort of being warmed up before
เจอแบบช็อต
Mercenaries is, or
ฝั่ง
maybe
ศัตรูมี
Mercenaries
3 คนแล้ว
is
1
up
คนเนี่ย
against a
แบบโดน
formidable
ลุมเนี่ยแล้วมัน
opponent. I'm pretty sure
ตื่น
it's
เต้น
the
ไง
latter. They're going to hope that they have a better chance on this dining, as you said. Shower hold, as would be, pretty well expected for most teams. The Maestro to be able to rock it. And there's players above, but they are dropping like flies. And as Firefly comes zooming on in, he wants to make his presence known every round. And I think you put it best. He just wants
เหลี่ยมยิง
guns to
นี่มันเหลี่ยม
win.
ยิงตีนนี่หว่า
That's him, just to stare really scarily at everyone.
เอ้าแตก
Stare menacingly without actually taking any action. And here, as menacingly as he may have been staring, sadly, QB, who peeks the doorway behind him, gets downed, downed, literally domed by Doctor is probably a better way to put it.
ปาด
He's removed from the field on the
ปาดไปงั้นแหละไม่รู้
5
มีคน
versus
เปล่า
4 for Mercenaries. Then 90 seconds still to play with for the side of Moncaress. And then Monty is alive here, so it's definitely not outside the realms of possibility. But I think he's being impacted
เอาไง
down a
เอาไง
couple of times here, so he's down to about a third HP.
เปิดไหม
So
เปิ
not
ดว่ะ
really in the best shape to be holding these
เอา
angles.
โดนเข้าไปดูก่อน
He's worried for himself if any more do
ต้องโดนเข้าไปดูก่อน
his way. And in fact, there's an evil eye behind him. This is
ตายเรียบร้อย
that's the third or
Oh,
fourth time in
yeah.
this half that he's got a little over aggressive and been burnt in the backside as a result. The Monty almost going
ด่าน
down.
หน้าแต
Still
กแล้วเนี่ย
alive in this case. 4 versus 3 as 2 kills do come fly in the way of Moncaress and the plant
แผ่น
attempt
แผ่นละแผ่นละ
is
แผ่นละ
finally gets downed out by Doctor, who is still looking menacing, holding those longer
คนนี้อ้อมหลัง
arms.
มา
His
แล้ว
second kill in the round, playing quite aggressively. It
แผ่นแล้ว
feels. So now
อัน
that
ยัง
it's
วะ
down the ground, we've got to see a recovery coming in.
โอ้โห
Buccaneers looking towards Doctor. His third
จะ
kill.
แพนได้อยู่แล้วอ่ะ
Same spot in this round. 2
ตึง
versus 2. 35 seconds to play with Noob in a
2 ต่อ
massive
2
position here. If he can get it on Fatar,
2v2 ครับ
unknown, the damage he could do could completely win this round for them. We'll see if he gets away.
โอ้
He comes swinging in, but Fatar wins it out, and Doctor finds a quad. Mercenary is going to end the half at 4 and 2.
ฝั่งการมันเอากว่า
I
ว่ะ
could see the diffuser
โอ้เมื่อกี้
ticking
มาดีนะ
down on the right hand side of the screen. I said,
คือข้างหน้า
"Must
เคลียร์
really
แล้ว
be
อ่ะ
in
แต่
a
แบบ
really
จุด
good
แผนแม่ง
position
ไม่
here
โอ
to
เค
get this plant down behind the bomb chassis." But guess what? You're not holding the correct angle, the aggressive angle you would need to the person over in kitchen, and all they need to do is
รอบ
see
ที่
your
7 ก็
little hands or arms or even the shoulders sticking out behind the bomb chassis, and that's a little bit of a free kill, and that's exactly what they got. Do I think planting
ส
in
ลับฝั่ง
another
นี่ไง
area of
สลับฝั่ง
dining
รอบที่
would
7 จริง
have
ด้วย
been safer? Heck yeah. They knew where the
สลับ
last
ฝั่ง
two
ละ
players were. They weren't, in bathroom. They weren't over in showers
แข่ง
or
กี่
anything
รอบวะ
like
เนี่ย
that. So they knew, rather, they weren't in showers, but they were in bathroom. And so they knew that the angles that could be held on the planter were only the angle to the bomb chassis. Bit of a rough one there. They could have challenged that a little better. But as I said, Mercenaries, if they can get a 4-2 half, this does bode pretty well for them into the second half. You get that 2-round buffer if you do stuff up a couple of your attacking rounds. And for Monka S, well, they're not getting
มีโฆษณา
7-0
ขึ้น
this
มาขายของ
time,
ด้วย
but they might very well be coming back to be a fierce opponent.
ลา
for
เชมโปลี
Mercenaries.
If nothing else, it's exciting to watch because the glaring errors often open up really exciting plays. I mean, the fact that 4 members funneled in 1 by 1 to Doctor there really let him pop and show what he could do.
มันเอาลายพวก
That
ทีม
last
อี
round,
ส
the
ปอร์ตมา
1v3
ขาย
that
ทำขาย
was
มันได้เงิน
always
เปล่าวะ
meant to be
ทีมอีส
before
ปอร์ต
Fatfinger came through. Back in
ต้อง
round
ได้ส่วน
one,
แบ่งนะเว้ย
Monty getting shotgunned out in the feet. There's been very key moments in each
จะเอาลายสัง
round
กัดเขามาใช้
where
อะ
we look at and go, oh, that's a mistake, but it does lead to some really definitive, obvious moments in these rounds.
ส่วนแบ่ง 10% จากรายได้ทั้งหมด
entertaining siege to watch. as you say, Mercenaries at 4 and 2. They go into the attacking half. No Monty on their side. This is looking like a very, dare I say, atypical lineup that we see from a lot of teams in North America and Europe for attacking a map like Oregon.
It's funny you say sort of highlight what some of these players can do, like Doctor, for example. Last time these two went head to head, I mean, Doctor had a 2.39 rating. He absolutely obliterated Monka S. And he was only followed by Hasib on 1.71.
ไอ้มาร์เกอร์
So, not gonna
ก็
lie
จัด
to
ไป
you,
3 คิว
I think most people would know if they've ever watched him
Fata-
before, that he's
Fata จัดไป
probably a
7
pretty
คิวแล้วตอน
damn
นี้
good player, and he might not need the stage as some of the other players like Fatah, for example, who's been able to just absolutely pop off on that support role. I think he's been doing an excellent job. He's also been put on hard breach role here with the diffuser in hand, and he's got a pretty nice KD to boast along with it. So I tell you what, he reminds me of like a South Asian Bride at this point.
เอาละเริ่มเจาะมันเริ่มเจาะแล้ว
One way of putting it, I mean, he's putting the numbers up.
เฮ้ย
And that's what you want to
ต่อ
see.
รูเล็กก่อนนะ
Radio, Attic is underway. There's no Maker to come on their own, given he is, of course, one of the attackers here to come and shut down that
Move
Maverick
come
nice
here.
and early. So this will mean at the very least that Attic has been opened up. There are 2 players holding out here at the moment, so no doubt this is going to be a pretty serious point
Move
of
come on,
contention for them. You've got Banshees to deal with. I believe there's an ADS set up in there as well. You've got a shield to push through. All the things that we know and love and are very, very atypical of trying to get your way down highway here in towards Pick.
That second flash that he threw down actually was
เรียบร้อย
a little too far to the left and too far to the right if you are looking from Noob's perspective, and as a result, they did manage to lose one of those Ash charges to it. The other 2 ADSs are over on Trophy Door, and Doctor will
โหใกล้
work
จั
that
ด
out very damn quickly. He thinks there's only one, but guess what, buddy? That's
โห
with
โคต
the
รใกล้
last
เมื่อ
2
กี้
are remaining, and now you won't get that critical
C4
shield.
แตกหนึ่ง
Zora will get Maker with that C4. Down goes the Ash. Already
ลูกสอง
used
จ่ออยู่
the
เพื่อน
charges and the
โอ้เหือ
punches. But guess what, Doctor? He'll get a bit of a taste of his own medicine there, and
เอ้า
finally
Humming
take him down.
หงุดหงิดเลยเนี่ยกำลังฟันลวดทิ้งอ่ะ
หงุดห
หงุดหงิดหงุดหงิด
At the exact moment someone peeks, those are one of those feels bad man moments. However, 4 versus
2 ต่อ
2
4
for Bunker-S, this feels like a round that should be going their way unless MI7 and Fatah have got some magic they can work. And speaking of
ไอตัวลูก 2 นี่มันยืนพีครออยู่เนี่ย อุ้ยเรียบร้อยลำนี้พลาด
normally go big for them. MI7 steps up and goes big for himself, wants to not be left out of the conversation. 2 versus
สวย
2, make it a 2 versus
2 ต่อ 2 อ่ะ
Fatah, the man of the hour, steps up. Can they make it happen?
แม่งเหลี่ยมโคตรจัด
Can't quite get a bullet through. QB shutting him down, going for a rotate. It's all down to Fatah. Clutch or
เหลี่ยมแม่งนิดเดียวเอง
bust is the
แพ้อยู่ดี
answer.
ว่ะ
QB picking up the kill and Bunker-S picking
หรือว่า
up
แม
round
ปนี้ฝั่งกันมันได้เปรียบกว่ามั้ง
I have no doubt in my mind there are some viewers sitting there going, "Hang on, do they have the name right up the top? Is this Monka S playing here today? Because what they're putting up on the board is damn impressive, and yes, it is." What they were able to do on the attack by utilizing the Monty was pretty
มีทีม
damn
คนไทยแข่ง
impressive.
ป่าวะเนี่ย
We're speaking about their
อยากดู
ability
อยู่
to
เหมือนกัน
use
นะ
Twitch drones to manipulate utility like ADSs, and now that they're on the defense, they kept it pretty cool, calm, collected, even when shields were being destroyed right in damn front of them. I'm talking yo-yo shields here,
มีทีม
explosive
ไทยที่ไปแข่ง
fire
อยู่เหมือนกันนะ
incendiary shields, and they still stood there, kept their ground, and said, "This is my area. You must take it from me forcefully if you want it."
Well, it does make for an interesting semi-final as we are now being displayed before us. Mentioned a couple of times the excitement we're seeing across these rounds. Almost potential clutches in quite a few of them as well. Just not quite going the way of the team that's on the potential delivery
4
end.
3
Head downstairs for our next round. I was just in a different sheet for a second, then I saw round number 11. I was like, we're not in round number 11, we're in round number 8. Makes far more sense. In terms of setup, once
Damn.
again, nothing too surprising worth screaming
อันนี้รอบที่
about. I
8 แล้ว
will
เนี่ย
touch on the Mozzie. We saw this in APAC
ผมว่าแข่ง
over the
14
last
รอบ
couple
แน่
of
เลย
days, being used in this very roam heavy role.
ยาว
Just to go and cause some trouble on the upper floors, make it really hard to drone them out. And I think actually it was Giants who really struggled with it against Xavier yesterday. So maybe QB looking to try and do the same here. You know that Mozzie can play in a
แข่ง
more defensive
14 รอบ
role or this roam
คือแบบ
based role.
รู้ผลเลยในครั้งเดียว
If you want to use him.
Most of the time I see Mozzie use
แต่อย่างนี้มันทำให้นักกีฬามันต้อง
hyper-aggressively. You won't
นั่งอยู่กับที่
ever really
นาน
see
ๆนะ
Mozzie, especially with the
ใช้
speed
พลังงาน
that
เย
you
อะ
get
นะ
from him. The Roni can hit heads, but you
เก
see
ม
a
ยาว
lot of
อ่ะ
players rocking the Commando as well. I'm loving this double entry here. Both the Zofia
เอ
and the
อ
Asher in
เกือบแล้วมึง
close quarters in case one of them does take an engagement. It goes sour, then Maker can come up behind, get that trade, and they will even the number count almost instantly. A good roam clear team will do this. They'll have players in close proximity of each other, and they'll go that way. My Warriors that the drone kind of zoomed up all the way to classroom. They're not there to act on the information now, and what they've been able to do is take pretty quick control of Freezer Hatch, which is seemingly where they want to get it open, but they're going to have to deal with the electric claw on the hatch, which will be Hasib's job, and he's trying to work on the meeting right now, so they're going to have to wait out for it.
Again, to work on the hatch, as you'd come to expect.
เขาจ่อแฮกกันแบบนี้เหรอวะเดี๋ยวนี้
Quickly as well, dare I say. Some teams a little bit slower getting this done because there's always work to do
ปาด
with roamers
มา
or
เรื่อย
potential fear of a freezer flank or a laundry flank or whatever else you want to talk about. But they have the hatches open here that they needed to worry about. Now, given that everyone's engineered down towards freezer right now, I'd expect this to be a laundry and freezer push, but they've got even now even another hatch
เขา
to
จะ
get
ครึ่ง
open.
ก่อน
He's going to get to work on that one.
ครึ่งแผ่นแล้วก็ไล่ออกมาเรื่อย
Open to as it does let you threaten a little bit more into the north side of freezer, where often you'll find players sat in behind shields.
นี่นี่เอง
With the electric core in place, that's going to have to be removed at the same time. Here goes definitely Noob starting to set himself in place here as well.
Right.
2 ADSs at his feet saying, come on then guys, I'm ready for a war.
I've always said that this front/freezer take from teams often doesn't work well unless you have immense pressure, immense grenades to work with to get out this particular power position that definitely a noob is in. He actually rotated several of his ADSs over to this spot so he could hold it for as long as possible. That smoke was a tad shy, so it gave him the opportunity to shoot off the Selmas of the wall. And you can see Fatar right behind that washing machine. He wants to get in and get a plant down. He's going to have to deal with 3 different angles, and they're going to have superior gun skill here to win it on out, but it looks like it's just going to be a flurry of a Hail Mary.
ๆเฮ้ย โอ้วืด
There didn't know that there was one pushing so closely in towards freezer. I think after he down to see, he thought that's it, it's clear, but he was absolutely wrong.
เอาหน่อย30 วิ
as well. A 1 versus 3 for Joran. Something tells me the man shouldn't be able to pull this off by himself. Absolutely shall not. Mercenaries taking round number 8.
That's the trouble with these kind of front/freezer pushes. You're hoping that people are peeking you. You're hoping you're winning your gunfights. And in this particular instance, okay, yes, Mercenaries did win it out. But I mean, Monka S was set up to hold that off for a long, long time. Mercenaries were very lucky they had a whole 60 seconds to play with there, because as the time had dwindled a little bit more, Monka S could have played time on that, forced them to make critical mistakes. It was a little unfortunate the Jaeger of Definitely a Noob stepped out, looked over towards Laundry, and didn't realize someone, aka the Ash player or Maker, was dancing around a freezer with him still. So a little bit of miscommunication as to who was watching what angle,
นี่เล่นแต่โล่นะ
let the Ash kind of slip on
สาย
through.
โล่วะไม่มีคิวเลยเนี่ยเล่นพวกโล่ไม่ได้ฆ่าคนหรอก
Towards that point where match point starts becoming a conversation. If Mercenaries take this round, at the very least 6-3 will be the scoreline. And they could arguably be on the way to a similar scoreline that we saw before. But again,
ไม่ฆ่าไปหนึ่งเว้ย
where Monkeras have been very threatening in a good number of these rounds. It hasn't been the rollover that Mercenaries had last time these two teams played. So improvement is always a wonderful thing to see. Downstairs we go. Change-wise, the clash being brought along by Firefly. Clearly the resident Monty clash main in the region, a bit of a packball player we have in EUL, for example.
ตอนเล่นฝั่งบุกก็เล่นตัวโล่
Because I mentioned a couple of teams that like playing the clash quite aggressively into blue, stepping out of construction or out of
แล้วแค่ปวดนะ มันฆ่าไม่ค่อยได้หรอก
teams to stop them pushing forwards without burning some utility first.
I'm a little worried about Doctor on the Ying here. I'm wondering
โอ้
exactly
ฝั่งบุก
how
มี
they
เล่น
want to
เล่นแฟลต
utilize
ด้วยวะ
him. Is it to just get blue bunker control? Are they
ตัว
doing
นี้ตัวเล่น
yet
เลย
another
ตัว
freezer
โกงอะ
take, and they're hoping that that sort of is something that they can sort of toss their way and make a formality here rather than be predictable as they were, you know, sort of employing their strategies last round. I don't know, considering that they brought that clash, whether or not that's just something for blue bunker specifically, or if they're just going to rotate that as they need. There's a lot of questions that I do have
ตามจริง
here,
มันต้องมี
and
แบบ
particularly
ชื่อย่อของ
for
ทีมนะ
Doctor on the Ying. I
ต้น
wanna
สังกัด
check
เขาไม่ให้
whether
เปลี่ยนหรอ
players
วะ
are
ดูชื่อตัว
pushing
ละครดิแต่ละคน
first,
แบบ
and Maker's making his entry
ไม่รู้เลย
over
มาจาก
towards,
จาก
you
ไอ้
know, the small tower as they did last time.
e-sport
Doctor was with him last time, but this time he's
ทีม
going
ไหน
to be
อะไรอย่างเงี้
training
ย
for him. Hasib goes through
ไอ้
exactly
ทีมซ้ายยัง
the
มี
same
เห็น
way
ปะ
he did last time. He'll open
dot
up that
MRCZ
freezer hatch.
อะ
Everything
แล้วฝั่งขวา
looks the
ไม่มี
same
เลย
except
ไม่รู้เลย
this
มาสังกัดไหน
menacing character
ทีมน่า
of
ทำนะ
Doctor with
คนจะ
all
ได้
of
แบบ
these
รู้จัก
handlers.
We've often spoken around teams that have used
บุกเร็วเลย
the
วะรอบนี้
Elvis map, Secret being the one that jumps to mind again from EU. Really good execute inside of Kid Storms, making use of the Ying to candle everything else, smoke out key angles, so on and so forth. So I'm always a big fan of seeing what teams choose to do with the Ying, but in my mind it has to be very focused around the objective play.
เรียบร้อยไปดิรีบ
Finding out your teammate as you will step in. That's Maker taking a long range engage on
แม่งสวนเข้าหัวเลยไง
it out.
an SMG against an R4C, especially at that range, the R4C should win every
เห็นว่าตัวเอง
single
นำบอก
day
ว่า
of
ไม่เลย
the
รีบ
week. That just goes to show that Jura, who's rocking a 10 and 5 at the moment, damn deserves it. So he's been doing
ไอ้
work.
นี่ก็เจาะเหมือนเดิม
Him and Fatar, right?
ไล่เจาะเหมือนเดิ
I
ม
mean, Fatar's been phenomenal for me. I've loved watching Fatar this particular matchup. But of course, I think Jura's been a little bit of the dark horse for me, and I kind of like that.
เฮ้ยนี่ไงโล่
See how much more he can achieve.
เย็ดแค่
Oh, get wrecked.
สวย
That's the way to describe that. He is not
Get
having a fun
wrecked.
time on shields in this game. That much is for sure.
Oh no! You know what I love about mercenaries is goodbye again for Tar, by the way. Must be one of those
ตายฟรีบ่อยกว่าคนเล่นโล่อะ
one of those members who's
Ding.
possibly inside that cyclone at the moment, and if he is, I hope he is safe. But the big
คาด
thing
ไม่ถึง
I'm
มั้งว่าไอ้กำระเบิด
noticing
รอ
about
อยู่
mercenaries here is that when they deal with the shield, they love
มาแล้วครับ
trapping.
มาแล้วครับผม
They
มา
love
ครับ
this whole trap method that they've got going about going, okay, we want to trap you in an area if you're a shield, and then we'll
โอ้โหเหี้ยปา 3 ลูกเลยเหรอวะ
however we can. Doctor says this is how
ยิ
we'll
ง
get Freezer control. Little does he know the Banshee will give away his position,
โอ้
and by using
จะได้
the
แฟด
smoke
ว่ะ
earlier on, he's even blocked his own line of sight. This is bad.
เข้าไปไม่หัวไง
Brings down Noob on the other side. 3 versus 3 with only 20 seconds to play, mind you. Got to pick up the pace. This fight a little bit messy.
ยิงไม่คม
But
ว่ะ
it's QB who comes out on top. MI7 elsewhere brings down Buckinator, so we still stay square. 2 versus 2. 10 seconds remaining. QB finds 1 kill. It's into a 1 versus 1.
อุ้ย
Last, but QB
ถ้าไปที่
wins it.
หัวแล้ว
He
แม่งไม่ได้
kills it around, brings Monkeres over the finish line. And that
ของเอ
brings
เชีย
us
เรา
a little bit closer to being
ไม่ค่อยคม
square.
ว่ะ
5 and 4 now to
แต่คนคม
Mercenaries.
อ่ะโดนทีมฝรั่งซื้อตัวไปหมดละของแบบ
It's always
โซนเอเชียเราอ่ะ
heart-shattering when you're watching a 1v1 in the dying seconds and someone does a nasty flick, but they do it 1 millimeter to the left of a head. And you're like, oh, that was almost perfect. That was almost a perfect shot. And Siege is a game of milliseconds, of millimeters, and that's just what happens. Speaking of, as a result
ช็อ
of
ตแฟดแม่งไม่สวย
Mercenaries
ว่ะ
already taking
เมื่อ
one
กี้ที่
of
มันปา
their
แฟดอะ
rehosts from one of the crashes before, I don't believe they will call for another because I actually don't believe they get another. Every admin has their own rules, of course, and every region promotes their own rules. But the global understanding of it is that you'll only have 1 or 2 per particular matchup, and once you've used it, that's it. It's all out.
It is unfortunate, but sadly due to schedules, obviously we can't sit here and have 4 or 5 10-minute rehosts per game.
Game
Else we'd
ที่
never actually get anything done, unfortunately. So
เฮ้ยหรือ
we'll
แข่งกัน
see
12
how
เกม
Mercenaries proceed without the
เอ
player
อ
that's been their star fragger so
เล่น
far.
6 รอบปุ๊บรอบที่ 7
They'll
เปลี่ยน
call
เปลี่ยน
for
ฝั่ง
the
ใช่ป่ะ
rehosts. I'm not
น่า
sure
จะ
if
แค่
they'll do that. We'll find out soon. But
12 รอบ
until we know if that's confirmed
ไม่ใช่
or not by
14
admins, we still continue to play
12
on.
ครับ
There we go. It is okay. So we will come back to a rehost. I hope you are ready to talk a bunch of rubbish with us.
จะขึ้นแมตช์พอยต์ตอนที่ เอาหลุดมีคนหลุ
I
ด
believe it is about 2, but if it's something well
Yeah.
out of your control, I think, and I'm
เล่นที่บ้านก็เน็ต
and at
เน็ต
what
หลุด
range, so I think
แข่งๆอยู่เน็ตหลุดทำไงวะไอ้เหี้ย
Sure.
เฟลเลยเนาะ
There were
แต่ดีเกมมันเข้าใจไงมันให้โอกาสเว้ย
now because it turns
มันยัง
into
เพิ่
a
งเริ่มด้วย
10-minute
เมื่อกี้
rehost, and we've got a
แบบถ้ามันบวกๆกันอยู่นี่ยุ่งเลยนะ
from guys like Noob,
Okay.
etc., a couple of C4s
ไอ้คนเน็ตหลุด
men,
น่าจะกลับมาแล้ว
in fact, more than a couple of C4s, they've got 4 to play with.
way to start looking to take some
Ooh.
inspiration from Union Gaming, who,
ยิ
as
ง
we
แม่น
mentioned
ว่ะ
earlier on
โดน
in the
ระเบิดพอดี
prior, tournament, the last major that we played, there were a good number of C4s coming through, and EX7 especially was very, very familiar with the pools. Got very, very friendly, a lot of C4 kills. Very much a frustrating experience for the opposition. So in this round, I imagine
หน้า
you're
แบน
seeing,
อีกตัวนี้
although it's not, of course, the same player. Monkeres looking to play that more disruptive style
ไปแบน
against
แล้
the
ว
members
ว่า
of
ไม่
Mercenaries as they try and take control of the site. And I guess the real hope is that you're looking to waste a bit of time there. If those are on the roam downstairs, you need to deal with them. Or if those that are playing upstairs, well, they're not even working on a gunfight. You're just going to walk straight into a C4. Already, Hasib striking big onto Giora, bringing one of those C4s out before it can even get used. 3 remaining.
Oh, we're barely at the halfway mark. In fact, we've got a whole minute and 40 seconds to play with here. Jura's gone down. He actually had a really
มันบอกเพื่อนแล้วมี
big
ตรงนั้นคนหนึ่ง
impact
อะ
on the Zofia. When I think back
อุ้ย
to him, and this time it's going to be Doctor on the Zofia to tell him what's what. And all of a sudden, this round looks
แต
like
ก
it's
หมด
going
น่ะ
to be a flawless
ตัว
round
สุ
of
ดท้าย
Mercenaries unless Noob and Buckinator can kick back.
เหลย2ตัว
Wonderful stuff. It just completely crushed the round here for Monkeres. It feels
Hui,
like
hui,
Mercenaries
hui.
not being shook,
อะไรเกิดขึ้นได้อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้
Not being shaken by the small
เรียบร้อยเหลือคนสุดท้ายครับ
is the best way to go, and Doctor is
หัวเข้ามาเข้าเป้าเอง
on his mouse right now, all over the enemy team. 3 kills for him. Diffuser is down. This looks like absolute domination for Mercenaries with 1 left standing. MI7 to close it out. Mercenaries to move up to match point 6 and 4.
แมตช์พอยต์แล้วจริงด้วย
They sit here on Oregon.
12 รอบเว้ย
Well, I theorize that maybe some of that, that break for the technical break there for getting that rehost might stint a little bit of that momentum that Mercenaries did have in their hands. Monka S did win the previous round, but it didn't mean that they didn't know they weren't within an arm's reach of match point. And that round shows me that, nah, a little bit of a break to, stretch your legs, grab a cup of water,
ถ้ารอบนี้แมตช์พอยต์
and
คือ
work
ใคร
out
ช
the
นะ
plan for the next round.
คือชนะเลยไอ้นั่นน่ะ
Well in favor of
MRC แซ่บ
Mercenaries. Match point here. I wouldn't be surprised considering how dominant that attacking round was to see them end this match on 7-4, or rather end this map. But we're also looking towards, Monka S, who were able to kick off in absolute style in the first half. So I don't want to really throw all of my eggs in one basket yet, because when I did that at the start of the matchup and said, yeah, this is a Mercenaries map through and through, I was definitely, put on the spot there.
Just to let you guys know, I have got now about 30 questions written down, so don't worry.
My God.
We are going to try and answer as many as we can when it comes around to the next break at some point. We'll see if time allows, and of course if we have a rehost, but there is of course a game for us to talk about for now. We're not ignoring you, I promise. Let's see though if this does turn out to be the end of the map. It's been a bit of a long one. Been here for over an hour now or so, I think, actually covering out this map with the rehost coming through at the same time. So for Mercenaries and probably Monka S, both are thinking, man, a short break here would probably be welcome to get our heads back together and turn some focus towards Cafe, which will be the next map, assuming, of course, things end here and now. We can still proceed all the way through to max overtime if it really boils down to it. But there's a bit of a journey for Monka S to go on for first. Got to win 2 rounds back to back. A feat that they have not yet achieved on this map. They won rounds 2, 4, 7, and 9. So they've now got to do something they haven't yet done and win 2 rounds back to back against Mercenaries.
I think the best opportunity to see how a team fares is when their back is right up against the wall. How much can they deal under pressure? And that pressure is definitely on the side of Monka S right now. As you said, 2 rounds in a row needed. I, again, am enjoying how we're seeing both of these teams manipulate the go-go. They clearly love shields in every single iteration that you could bring a shield. Is it a Monty? Is it a go-go? Is it a clash? I mean, they just love it. And I love that they love it, but I'm hoping on Cafe that someone gets rid of the shields, or are they all just so reliant on these shields that no one could let them go?
Oh, possibly. I mean, Shields has been a big part of the game overall on both sides. More so for Firefly, I'd argue, than anyone else.
โอ้โห อันนี้เอาไปแดกแล้ว
Absolutely been a big part of it.
ยิงแหลกเลยว่ะ
Starting out this round the same way as he ended the last one. It was a 3K for him in round number 10. He got a 4K back in round 6. The man has definitely been warming into this fixture so far. And bringing now Noob, the Jaeger, is going to be a great start. They've got the trophy control they need inside 60 seconds here, and looking to burn through these ADSs, staring their way down.
เอาเรื่องชิบหาย
Almost getting burnt out by that impact, but not enough to finish him off, mind you. They still stay with 4 left alive, but the time really favorable for Mercenaries here, given the damage they've already dealt to the side of Monka S.
I actually thought Firefly would toss over a C4, so did Doctor as well, so that was a good read in the situation, but he repockets it and is not able to use it. Now as he's getting lit up, now's the time to use it. But in the background, Buccinator will go down, and it puts an extra bit of pressure here onto the defenders as a 3v5 is not optimal. This is map point here for Mercenaries, and you're going to need all of these players playing at 110% now to bring this one back.
110% and then some. 60 seconds of Fatal was going for a plant, but gets down at the last second. Clearly, hadn't covered off every single angle, but not that it matters. He's
เรียบร้อย
down,
รู้แล้ว
not out, but
เฮ้ย
Firefly is out.
โอ้โห จังหวะปาระเบิดพอดี
Two injured actually on the side of Mercenaries. Doctor
จังหวะแบบ
should be able to get
ถ้าถือปืนอยู่มัน
himself
ตาย
back up. With that withstand on the Zofia, return to action. He will, in fact, he even got res as he's on 20 HP and not 5. This is far from over.
เรียบร้อย
But a sieve swings round, finishes him off, and the aggression of Mercenaries a little too much to be
11 รอบ
contained. They take map number 1, 7 and 4.
It looked like a bit of a shaky one for Mercenaries when we got into the first half and Monka S was showing them what's what, but they managed to keep a cool, calm
อาจจะมีคู่คนไทยก็ได้
into
นะ
the second half, and as a result, they will walk away with map 1.
ถัดไปที่ทีมถัดไปเลย
The aim of wasting time, and it was quite
อ๋อมันแข่งแมปอื่นต่อ ทีมเดิมคู่เดิมแหละ
when he looked to play around drones. So I think for both of these teams, when you're on the defense on this map, some drone play might
อย่างว่านี่มันรอบเซมิไฟแนลอะ
look to burn some time.
รอบรอง
Later on in the round. And QB's definitely buying into that strategy
ถ้า
right
Grand
now.
Final
Maybe
คือ
a little bit late for a
รอบ
spawn
สุด
peek
ท้าย
here, buddy, or the hope of catching someone off on the rotate.
เซมิ
But either way, surely they get the
น่าจะแข่ง
sense from
3
the
แมป
little
แล้วเมื่อ
marks
กี้
you
ที
get
ม
around your screen that hey, there's a guy in the top
MRC
four.
แซด
It's
ชนะไปแล้ว
Mitchell. We
หนึ่ง
need
แม
to
ป
be isolating him here, and with a couple looking to play and repel and up on the roof. Wouldn't surprise me at all if they're trying to make sure as a team-wide effort that they can collapse onto him and shut him down. Has already dropped, mind you, and 60 seconds in, he's still holding the second floor.
He's aware from some yellow pings as to where
Ooh,
some of these
what?
attackers are, and he knows exactly where the head of Hasib is, and he'll take that swiftly off with the K1A. Great shot onto the Nomad. That's actually a big pick because I think Hasib actually had some breaching charges as well as the air jabs. None were deployed thus far that I had heard so far, and even so, that's one gun down as well. So you're also worrying about the drones that he could have had, the possibility, and now he's going to be on a bit of a flank watch. But flank watch only counts if you get rid of the player that they have, and you can see Maker now holding on to it. If they throw a drone to their dead player, it'll be
วิธี
his
เจาะ
job
คืออ
to
ย่างนี้เหร
watch
อ
it. And they now have top floor control, or rather
สอง
second
อัน
floor
เหรอ
control in pretty good time.
โอ้โอ
What
เคโอเค
happened to their
อันนี้ผม
other...
ไม่รู้ผมถือว่าได้ดู
I'm
ทิ
not
ก
sure
นะ
where the third Samuel went. I think he might have thrown it a bit short. And then
missed
didn't
that
pick it
one.
back up. He's gone through all three anyway, so they don't have one available now for any walls that they might want to look at as alternative angles down white stairs. So they've got to make do with what they've got here. A fireplace hatch as always is going to be the expected drop. There's no VIP hole. There's no smoke playing in there to look to cause some trouble as they haven't even brought a smoke along. And they've been a little bit late in getting these vertical angles opened up, admittedly, too. Not too many holes opened, as you can see, for the buck. We are down to 40 seconds remaining, and my little benchmark is always at that 1 minute 30 mark. Are you starting to get holes in the floor opened up? And look at that beautiful trade play coming out with the Iana decoy there to bait out Firefly. He gets drawn in, and Fatar closes him out. 4 versus 3 for Mercenaries, 25 seconds to go, and they're looking for one of these default plant spots, either behind the bomb chassis itself or in the back corner by Coffee. But Fatar is down, Diffuser's on the ground, and now it's going to be a recovery mission for the side of Mercenaries. 1 kill coming out for Doctor, 4 versus 2, arguably a glorified 3 versus 2 here. The longer angles they lose out, and Doctor's doing it all over again. 3 kills for himself, and MI7 steps in for the last. Mercenaries taking round number 1 in pretty convincing fashion.
I was ever so interested into why MI7 was opening vertical holes and using the cameras for it. It's not a very common combination of a player who will open vertical holes and then actively challenge it with such a very, very deep scope and a DMR. You would generally leave it to a player that has an automatic or something, a short-range weapon. Even the sledge sometimes brings out the SMG-11 to be able to deal with those close-range vertical engagements. So I wasn't surprised to see that he wasn't very successful. But in those long-range engagements, as we saw over towards pillars, damn straight the cameras can pop off. So it's nice to see that. We've been seeing a lot of Twitch DMR lately, which I'm kind of getting into. It does a heck of a lot of damage, 43, 47, something around that range, which is a lot of damage for, 1 hit onto the body. So I think there's a place for DMRs. How effective they are is sort of yet to be seen. And these other regions are highlighting for us that you don't always just have to take the C8. There are other options.
That's kind of the nice part is we are starting to see more and more variants as well in terms of setup. I mean, admittedly, maybe now less so than prior. TCSG, as we all know, was quite a thing, and now I think everyone's slowly started to steer away from that after the nerf that it received, as admittedly, it was pretty busted before. Let's not lie.
Oh no, don't remind me, jeez Louise. I'd actually forgotten.
I did actually look up the damage for the 417, by the way, because I was curious to know. It's 69 damage. Nice.
What
At
did
0
I
to
say?
25 meters. 40 to 47, I think. It does do 45. No, not take this away from you. 40 meters plus, it is 45 damage, so you are in the right range. But a closer range, 69 damage is
อะไร
shown.
วะ
Jeez. Oh my goodness.
That's
okay.
a chunky gun.
Oh, you got that one. Nice little toss. This is what a lot of those KE players will do. Is they'll toss
จะ
one
ทำทิก
between
เหรอ
right-hand wall, hatch, and sometimes they won't get the left-hand wall, so
เอา
they
เรื่อง
use their other electric law to sort of slap it on the left-hand side of the wall. You can see he's looking to do that. He'll probably KE trick it, but at least then you're absolutely certain that if they want to open the hash, they're going to have to force that electric claw off. And with a little bit of vertical shots from the buck, for example, the skeleton key or maybe an ash charge, they'll get that off pretty easy. But it takes time, it takes utility, etc.
For the curious, by the way, Buck's DMR also does 69 damage 0 to 25 meters and 38 over 40 plus. So still significant damage. Is why probably you saw it getting brought along. Either way, let's talk a bit more around this round as you've been doing so far for the last minute, whilst I've been happily googling up gun stats.
เย็ดเค
Definitely a noob. Definitely not a noob when it comes to the jump outs. Fair to say, Maker first one being shut down, the Ash taken off the board, and we spoke around the limited amount of explosives being brought by teams here. Yes, there is no Goyo to deal with, but you still got to deal with things like the Banshees, of course, not bulletproof, but you don't really want to walk up to them and melee them, and you've also got the Evil Eyes to go through at the same time. Options are now very limited, as grenades are probably going to get burned to try and deal with the Electro Claw, as you can now see. Then another one comes out off the back of that.
They should be able
Yes.
to shoot that one. I
Pick-
actually
pick
thought he put
one.
it a little shallow against the wall, or at least in the
ไอ้
verticality.
เหี้ยแม่งเล่น
Surely
พิก
they
ไอ้
can
สัตว์
get,
ขออีกลูกหนึ่งเพื่อน
player to come over and deal
เมื่อกี้
with
แม่ง
it.
พลิ
They're
กว่ะ
actually gonna commit both of their grenades to it. That Selma will come
เรียบร้อย
raining
รอบนี้
out and
กันไม่ได้
surely
แล้ว
open up that hatch. Yes, it does. There we go. Committing a
พังแล้ว
lot of utility to getting that hatch open. But I tell you what, over my time in watching Siege and analyzing and commentating it, I think that I've enjoyed the teams who have accepted that they're going to lose a lot of utility and get something open rather than find out later in the round
เหี้ย
they
นี่เอา
don't
DMR
have
มา
what
เล่นว่ะ
they need to be able to get open and lose out as a result.
They've got the vertical angles they require, at least in some areas of this. MI7 clearly a bit more sparing. We make it
โอ้โห
straight in front of them as well, and head
กำลังเล็งยิงอะไรบางอย่าง
into
เดินมาตัดหน้า
MI7. Down goes Buckinator.
หายไปเลยตอนนี้
Three, not respecting those vertical
เฮ้ย
angles, and might even find a second here.
โอ้โห
Firefly. That's two members that have walked head first. Maybe not quite for
ปืนมัน
Firefly,
แรงไง
but walked almost head first into these longer angles. New picks up
เชี่
the
ย
target. He did pick up one a few seconds back in Firefly. Two more kills for Mercenaries.
คือส่องไปทางไหนก็มีแต่คนเดินผ่านกล้องอะคิดว่าไม่โดนอะวะ
Jura's got it all to do, and
นะ
there's two of them holding inside a site. He is going to go for the impact denial. I don't think it'll be enough to down Doctor. No,
เรี
it
ยบร้อย
will not. Takes a little bit of chip damage, swings
นี่
on
ไง
the
ล่ะ
angle, and Doctor wins those out. Mercenaries 2-0 up on the attack. I think it's time we step away from the kitchen, Jess.
Yeah, I don't think third
อุ้ย
time's
โกง
gonna
นี่
be the
ปืนเนี่ย
charm there.
อ๋อ
I mean, you hate to be the bearer of bad news, of course. They
เพิ่งรู้เว้ยตัวนี้มี
started
กล้อง
on
นี้
that
ด้วย
site, so it makes me think
ตาย
that
ดิ
that is the site that they are most confident on, or at least in their own heads, that's the site that they're most confident on. And now they're going to go
2-0 แล้ว
all
ดู
the
ก็
way
รู้แล้วว่าใคร
upstairs to bar and cocktail instead. And I said if you left the mirror in, it would give them
ใคร
an
จะชนะดูก็รู้แล้ว
opportunity
เนี่ย
to use it. I think a six pick will come out as they just last second picked off of it so that they can flash it and pretend like they don't have one. I'm not sure, maybe the discussion's coming in. Yes, okay, Firefly will be the one to subject themselves to having to put those mirrors somewhere. And I can tell you for an absolute fact, considering Mercenaries almost bans this almost 100% of the time, I can tell that they will not be prepared to deal with it. Only sort of way that I can think they'll go about is maybe put MI7 below, maybe try and get some of the wall denial off, and they don't have any wall denial, so they're actually going to be lucky. Maybe they'll keep some Selmas for it. And please, for the love of God, don't put a mirror window on that wall. Just be the one who reinforces it, run away, and then deal with your mirrors elsewhere. Please, please, please.
You know, otherwise, you're relying pretty much solely on Fatara on the ace here to deal with that rather than playing from below, so it's not going to be the prettiest situation. I think with the lineup that we saw getting brought along, maybe Monkrest were trying to bait Mercenaries into thinking there was going to be a cigar hold. Often what we see with that castle is you reinforce a double
ต้อ
door
งจำวิธีหน่อย
out,
นะ
the windows inside
ชั้นบนเขาเล่นกัน
PMO2.
อย่างนี้
They look to have a bit of a hold inside there, so
Boop,
cigar
boop.
is very, very difficult to push inside of, whereas a mirror tends to be much more sunken back in towards the sites themselves. So where
ติดตรง
Firefly is
นั้น
now,
นะ
you'll see one mirror window. The second one that we saw yesterday actually went inside a bathroom on the wall that leads north into
เฮ้ยเข้า
storage.
ท่า
So
ว่ะ
highlighting that one easy.
เจาะรูตรงนี้ติดกระจกตรงนี้ เฮ้ยแต่ตรงนี้บานนี้ไม่ค่อยโอเคปะวะมันเคาะหน้าต่างยิงได้นะ
defensive setup rather than going for this more extended hold into cigar that a lot of teams have started popularizing.
This was actually really heavily played by Penta during EUCL, where unfortunately they couldn't zoom themselves back up
จำวิธี
into
เซตห้องไปเล่น
T1.
นะ
And Ravan, for example,
นี่
and
ไอ้ตัวนี้เลย
Cactus
ปืน
were
แรง
two
ไอ้ปืนแรง
players that really wanted mirrors in bathroom.
ติดใจเลยว่ะมัน
absolutely made
เอา
it
มา
his
ตัวเดียวเลยนะ
castle, his kingdom, and no one seemed to be able to ever get past him. And ever since I sort of saw it, you know, transfer from there to other regions to beyond the EUL, I've sort of thought to myself, okay, that mirror is probably a pretty damn strong mirror. It's very hard to displace, and it's an easy place to sort of control over multiple lines of sight.
ไม่มีคน
Initially on, nothing too explosive going on. A couple of members on the side of Monkrest looking to be slightly more aggressive, but still knowing exactly where they want to be once the execute starts coming
เฮ้
through.
ย
Cheeky
แตก
grenade
เอ้ย
down low, but I was going to say there was
ไม่มี
more
เยเกอร์มึงตาย
not
โห
being an
แม่ง
ADS
อ๋อ
sitting
เหลี่ยม
close
ปา
by
ระเบิด
or
คือตรงนี้
absolutely
เหรอ
behind the sofa. That's a bit of a different location to what we normally see. Often you'll see them placed on the wall, but I think I quite like this location because here it has a bit wider coverage. It's not going to fall short because some teams have started popularizing also dropping an
ดูแข่งรู้จุดเยอะเลย
half
เนี่ย
a meter in front of a shield to blow it up.
ไม่ต้องเสียเวลาไปเล่นหาเองเลย
It doesn't get caught out by the
ปาดหัวป่ะ
ADSs, destroys the shield for free, and those ADSs are then worth
โอ้
nothing.
เฮ้ย
But
โอ้โห
wonderful angle once again. This is going to be a second round in a row where members of Mercenaries have got themselves into really strong vertical positions and done some damage that Monkrest just aren't ready for.
I tell you what, that pixel angle that he had onto the mirror window that we just praised inside a bathroom was beautiful. Unfortunately, it looked like Firefly gave his life up. And speaking of giving your life
เฮ้ยเอาแล้วว่ะ
up, Doctor's
หมิ่น
gonna
ไม่
do
ได้
that
นะ
to
ฝั่ง
Noob
กันเขาเอาแล้วว่ะ
downstairs in reading. And for the most part, you're looking at the number count and you're thinking, actually, this bodes pretty damn well for Monka S. They might get their first round in their pocket. Well, that will all come down to this time and being able to make sure that Fatah cannot have any more damage because he's been very destructive so far.
Here he goes in for the repel. I imagine they must know about this coming through. Noobs.
เอ้ย
Buckinator's going to finish it off, but it's still
มาแล้วครับฝั่งกัน
coming out, but
คะแนนแรก
Noob by himself. Monkrest will get the first round on the board and in quite decisive fashion thanks to that one.
อ๋อแบบนี้ฝั่งกันเป็นทีมที่เลือกด้วยนะแบบนี้
Well, this is what I expected. I didn't expect
อ๋อไม่ใช่ไม่ใช่
a run over from Mercenaries in
ทีมนี้
any
เลือก
way,
มา
shape, or form.
MRCZ
Even though this is their map pick, because what Monka S showed us on Oregon, even though that was their map pick, was a lot of
จริงๆคนเลือกแบบมาคือแบบมั่นใจไงว่าแบบนี้เราเล่นได้ดี
adaptability. I want to say that they were able to adapt to what
แสดงว่าทีม
Mercenaries were
MRCZ
throwing at
เนี่ย
them,
มั่นใจ
whether it was
แบบนี้มาก
shields,
เลย
whether it was
คา
quite
เฟ่
aggressive plays or quite passive aggressive plays.
มั่น
And
ใจ
they,
ว่าแม
I
ป
think
คาเฟ่
they
เนี่ยจะช
traversed
นะ
that quite well. I think when you're defending on a map like Cafe, you would expect more rounds. And by trying downstairs 2 rounds in a row, they kind of gave the buffer to the side of Mercenaries that they probably should.
ทำไมไม่แบนเมลูซี่ไปเลยวะแม่งน่ารำคาญนะเว้ย
Okay, round number 4. Yeah, chase that now we go towards reading. So we've seen those two sides so far. Kitchen
นี่มันห้อง
twice.
โบ๊ะบ้านี่หวะ
Now we stepped up to the top floor, saw that being the first point of victory for Monkrest. One clearly that they can't repeat now that they've won out. So the problem with this side
เมื่อวานอ่านเนื้อเรื่องเยอะไปหน่อย
very, very similarly to how the top floor does. But last round wasn't a normal round of bar cocktail assault in my mind, where it was very much roam based. It was onto Noob picking up kills downstairs, where Mercenaries either were out of drones or simply felt they didn't have the time to drone him out anymore. So I don't think we'll see a repeat of that. I imagine it will be a bit more well controlled by the side of Mercenaries. You can see the drones actually being scattered up towards the north side for now. So I imagine a lot of it's going to be focused on getting in on the bottom floor, trying to clear out any of the roamers that might be downstairs and working their way up from there.
I'm glad that they decided this time, don't try bottom floor again. Let's just try reading room. The late setup begs a question that they are not prepared for what they've obviously spoken about in comms. And that's why it's taken them so long to set up. Fair enough. I mean, if you're speaking through what you could possibly do and it takes a little bit of a time, yeah, no problems. I'll give you that. They need to be careful because this is what's going to happen.
ปืนเดิม
MI7
ตัวเดิม
propelling up to the fireplace window. He'll pop a
ติด
couple
ใจ
of
อะไร
shots
วะ
in, but the
อ้าว
more
แตก
important
หนึ่งครับ
battle
ฝั่งกัน
is happening over towards Buckinator's head. That's going to be the Malusi going down. And you think about Buckinator and the impact he had in map 1, and you look over to the impact he's having now, he's not quite warmed into this map yet.
One thing I do want to touch on real quickly, though, is the Jackal being brought along here. Let's not forget it was banned on the last map, but with it being available, Doctor is going to jump straight over and get using that. So, not with the smokes, so you won't have the 4
ดูดิ
smokes
ยัง
on
เซตไม่
side
เสร็จเลย
here,
อะ
along with the aces we'd sometimes see.
จนเขาเริ่มยิงกันแล้วอะ
Towards that
คือแม่ง
claim or
ไม่พอเวลา
maybe relying on something like the Nomad. But I
ฟรี
imagine this is to
ยิง
deal
ฟรี
with
เพื่อน
members like Noob who are off on their own and giving them a bit of a headache.
พลิก
Surely gonna just play on
ใจเย็น
Pixel
ว่ะ
here,
ตัว
and
นี้
he knows he keeps seeing the gun stepping forward, goes to the
โอ้โห
spray, doesn't
เปิด
win the
ก่อน
gun,
ด้วย
MI7 wins it out with a
ประเด็นน่ะคือไปเปิดเขาก่อนด้วยไง
solid
อะ
the buck. But a kill is a kill nonetheless, and that should be Pixel cleared out quite comfortably. 3 versus 3 for the side of Mercenaries.
แตก
You saw the mirror of Firefly desperately trying to open up lines of sight above
อุ้ยล่างปลอม
for the mirror player, and of course he couldn't, and he actually couldn't rotate over with enough time to be able to do it due to the late setup. You see Zora, he's being aggressive
โอ้ยนี่
from
เกือบตายเหมื
above,
อนกัน
and
เนี่ย
he tosses up a wild random C4, and he
โดน
doesn't
C4
flip anything with it. So if you're looking over to the defenders now, how much utility do they have to deal with these attackers? I'd argue maybe 1 C4 and that's it. And exactly there we go. They're going to have to use their guns, their wit, their time, and that one singular C4, or Mercenaries might be walking away with another round in their pocket.
Ooh. They get cheeky to pushing towards Fireplace here.
จะ
Not
แพ
too
น
many
แล้วมั้ง
teams
เนี่ย
look to do this push. Normally it would be a pushing from the north side of Reading rather
จะ
than
มันจะแพนแล้วมันจะแพนแล้ว
train and then
เหลือ
proceeding
1 นาที
into fireplace. But that seems to be the name of the game. They have got the north side of the
มาบ
fireplace
เข้าไป 1
opened up, but
ยิง
there's
ฟรี
move again on the flank a little bit later into the round. Brings down MI7 for free, who was holding that longer angle
แพ้
on
ละ
the buck. Plantis going in inside of
เรียบ
fireplace.
ร้อย
I'm not too sure if they know here, but mercenaries are getting away with murder quite literally. All they've got to do is provide some covering fire. They do
เอ้า
just-
ล่อกันเอง
comes through though. Hasid as Patar stands
เชี่ย
up,
ยิงกันเองอีก
kill from Firefly. He's in a 1 versus 3 and has got to worry so much now.
1 ต่อ
around what's
3
going on behind him.
โอ้โห
As Patar outside, but a flip back in from the one player leads to a trade
ร้อนกันแล้ว
coming
เนี่ย
out.
ยิงกันเอง
Sadly, with
หาย
2 more left alive, this is going to be a round going the way of Moncaress, and we tie things up at 2 apiece.
What a shame that that team kill came through. I could see exactly
Team
what he was
kill.
trying to do there. There was a lot of pressure being applied. He had to stand right behind the planter because how else are you going to get those angles over to white? It's not a possibility in any other spot. The moment that the planter sort of stopped hunching over with the diffuser, things got very dangerous, and that wasn't particularly his fault there. But had he have stayed alive, that round may have looked a bit different, and all of a sudden things are evened up 2 apiece. And this is a bit reminiscent of what happened on Oregon, not gonna lie.
It's again a better contest than what we saw last time, which is a big step in the right direction. And to be fair, even if today doesn't turn out to be the day for Moncaress, it's more what it could turn out to be at the next major, the development of this region. This is what the whole global ecosystem is all about. And if you're one of them people who sit there and go, oh, well, a South Asian team's going to get there ahead of this team in Europe, I'm like, so what? Like, the amount of development that gives this region, how good these players could become. We're even seeing APAC North. Look how much that region itself has improved this year so far by having all these teams together with big opportunities. What it does in terms of development is amazing. And I'm really keen to see again that even if this isn't the time for Moncaress, what they can achieve coming into the next major, because the region is taking big strides forward, and that's a win no matter which way you look at it.
Well, they get to try bottom floor yet again. The formidable bottom floor site that they have not been able to win, and they lost 2 rounds in a row. Round 1 and round 2. Watch out, there's a little bit of a trip hazard here from
ไอทีมนี้ไม่ทิกเว้ยแต่เจาะรูไว้เลยว่ะ
as he's desperately trying to make the rotate. They didn't have this rotate here last
ดูดิ
time.
ทีมก่อนมัน
Unless I'm wrong and I'm just missing out on things, but I believe
มันไม่
they
เล่นอย่างนี้
actually closed it all up. They used the Kaid on the wall and they tried to
เปลี่ยน
make
เปลี่ย
sure
นกล
that
ยุ
no
ทธ์
one
ไง
could even come in that way. This time they're aware that because Mercenaries loves to do one of those sort of freezer drops and pushes, they want to give them an opportunity to either hold the line of sight onto the drop or to give them a late access flank.
Interesting how we've had the really aggressive holds back on Oregon be a big piece of it playing behind those shields, and with the Goyo taken away, the kind of setup has changed almost entirely. Whereas now it's more about this roam play, it's around the vigil, it's around getting out on the map with the Jaeger at the same time, and then looking to make plays happen off the back of that. We'll see how this plays out. As you said, this is the site that they've now lost twice, haven't yet really had any meaningful progress on it. Looking to contest onto this top floor drop if it were to come through.
ยิงตายเหรอวะถ้ามีคนโรยตัวลงมาจริง
choose that path forward is a different story.
ยิงไม่ทันหรอก
Of
วะ
course, I'm not really expecting them to right now, given many of them are gathering down towards the south side. Now that Maker's inside the building, it's a case of just clearing floor by floor and looking then to go for your execute later on.
I love how they use hot drones or you know, depending on your terminology for it, I call it a hot drone, some people call it a live drone, and it's a drone that will follow in front of an entry player. And the support player or the flex player will generally be the one driving it around, zooming it around, and your entry fragger or your second fragger will come in behind it and hope that they can act on any information as it comes across, you know, as a drone is zooming around the map. This time they find out pretty damn quickly, within half the round, that there is no roam presence, even though Jora is on the vigil again. So I think what they're looking to do is possibly just be a bit more disruptive from below, and then maybe outside in pressure, VIP, brown stairs, maybe a little flank, yet to be seen though.
A rush, I guess, for now.
พยายามจะหาตัวยิงอยู่
I always talk about again that Fable 130 point where really the floor should be open.
เอ้ยตีนเรียบร้อยมึง
lurking once again.
Ui,
We've already seen what he
ui,
can do
ui.
on this book from above previously. He's looking again, just daring this.
เรียบร้อย
Two shots is all you really need, man. Down he goes. He's not out, but he's definitely injured. Just see the foot. Shoot the foot. There we go. All too easy. Man
นอนเหรอ
being shot in the toe.
อันตรายชิบหายเวลามันโดนเจาะบน ปกติเวลาเขาไอ้นี่กันเขาต้องมาเฝ้าบนนะเว้ยทีมกันไม่เฝ้าบนเลยอะโดนเจาะฟรีเลยดูดิ
What's also underrated is the gridlock. Haseeb has absolutely heard this. That's what's
โอ้โห
really good about those
เล็งรออยู่นานแล้ว
is not only will they hurt you,
เอาไปดู
not
ทีม
only
โปร
will
เขา
you
เล่นกันอ่ะ
scream as you try and run through them,
คือเขาเล่นจากชั้น 3 เลย ห้องอยู่ชั้น 1
You're also going to give away your position. Plan is going down, and all of a sudden, this
มันยิงเยอะจริงว่ะ
might be another mercenaries round.
โอ้ย
Ooh, shot from long range again. Doctor's been hitting those all day. It's nasty, man. 1 versus 4 for
เรียบ
QB,
ร้อย
and something tells me absolutely not going to be able to pull that one back. This appears to be the site that we're never going to see used by Monk S in future because mercenaries, they look pretty slick when it comes to
คนละชั้นเลยนะ
attacking
ฝีมือ 2 ทีมนี้
And not too shabby at all. Imagine having 100% win rate on a particular side, at least against this opponent here. That's pretty damn good. Now,
in convincing fashion too, right? Not even like it was close.
I feel like there's 2 ways to look at it because you can be a team that's quite confident on pushing this side. You're used to pushing on it. I think yesterday, did you tell me that this had the highest attacking ratio anyway in North APAC? I think you did. I think in APAC North, it had the highest attacking win rate of all the sites here on Cafe. So I'm not really going to put a lot of stock into it and say that, oh man, like, you know, mercenaries are so much better just because, I mean, at least in their neighboring sort of part of the world, APAC North has found it to also be a heavily attacking favored site. And as a result, well, mercenaries gets the nice end of the stick there.
Yeah, 55% attacking win rate on that downstairs site, so you are correct.
เหมือนเดิมเลยว่ะ
It looks like it's going to be
เจาะรูตรงนี้
identical setup coming out of Monkeres. So once again with 2 setups for the mirrors being in the same spot as previous. Do you think this partly comes down to why we see mercenaries ban it away so much? Is that they just don't know how to deal with mirror setups, or maybe they don't run things like the Habana to help deal with it quite easily?
Yeah. My thought process is that if you are consistently only going to bring 1 hard breacher, you're expecting that hard breacher should be doing a lot. And you don't also want to throw a mirror into the mix because it'd be quite difficult to deal with. You're not always going to be able to get that Selma that long range in that area. If you do, okay, it might be easily shot from multiple angles. A lot of teams will use smokes, but I mean, I can only gather that Mercenaries wants to use smokes for other purposes other than, you know, blocking the line of sight of a Selma. And as a result, things look a little bit shaky as to how they want to deal with these mirrors. I think that's why you saw, especially in Europe for a very, very long time throughout all of 2019, a mirror banned more than any other operator.
อุ้ย โดนระเบิดแตก
Imagine Jaeger dying to a grenade. Sucks for you.
Certain irony behind that one for sure. And this is often where we say it's kind of the whole set and forget, drop down those ADSs, go running off around the map. Sadly, you can't take them with you if you're putting them on site around the dotted areas. And there's a couple behind that couch once again to try and keep the smoke safe on Pixel. Dude, they do really like this setup. I'm curious to know maybe why it's so popularized here.
โอ้มันใช้ระเบิดปาเช็คเลยเว้ยว่ามีคนดักบันไดเปล่า มันยอมเสียระเบิดเลย
Yes.
Maybe that's why. And they're relying on them just not knowing or finding out.
Yeah.
God
หัว
knows.
แตกไป
By
1
the way, Doctor with 2 kills now in this round. QB going down, and these are the kind of advantage that a team can need. You can walk into a round with the best intentions, the best laid plans. If you lose 2
โอ้โห
members
เหี้ย
this early, everything
เยอะจัด
can be absolutely shot very, very quickly. They've still got the Banshees here on the doorway leading into Piano itself, so there's going to be a lot of work, I think, for the side of Mercenaries to do if they want to, or not to do, sorry, but at least to clear this out and get control of Piano quickly to make sure we aren't running down into those last 30 seconds or so after all the work they've done early on.
How nice is it for Jora that he gets to get off the pixel shield and then get behind another mirror?
And if
He
he
went
loses
from
this one, there's another one waiting to the east of storage.
he went from mini
มาละพวกเล็ง
mirrors
รอ
all
ละ
the way over to an actual mirror. And do they know that Doctor's on white stairs? That Banshee ticked him for a second and it will tick him again. So all of a
เดี๋ยว
sudden,
2 ตัว
there's no sure
โอ้โห
lane. Oh, good night.
Yeah.
Sweet tide. It's all up to 1. But Buckinator, when you're all alone and you're
เหมื
up
อนรู้ว่า
against the
ยืนอยู่ตร
world,
งนั้นน่ะ
I don't think
โผล่
there's
ไปปุ๊บ
much
หัว
you
แต
can
กเลย
do. And yikes. That was a good pre-fire there. And speaking about the F90, Hasib actually looked away halfway through that shot and went, yeah, he's already dead. Oh, hey, hang on. Not dead. All right, I'll finish him off. Whew.
สลับฟัง
Painting a very pretty picture around his outline, just not of the actual player himself, unfortunately. But did return to complete the art piece and complete the half. 4 and 2 on the attacking half of Cafe for Mercenaries. Absolutely not a bad position to be in. Backs against the wall now for the other side. Monkeres got a lot of work to do here. They've got an Amaru coming on side. The Iana being brought along as well. I think with that Zofia being taken away for both teams, she's kind of been the step-in gadget destructor in case they need her. Maker also switching over to the Pulse here as well. Something again that we've seen a lot from EX7. Changed at the last second to a Mozzie, fair enough. And the Amaru being dropped, I think, is the right play. You're probably not going to find too many instances in which she'll be useful here, I think, coming up against the Mercenaries defense.
Oh, now I'm racking my brain as to the team that managed to add it as an addition to their attack on top floor and cafe yesterday. Which team was that?
เฮ้ยมันเล่นไม่เหมือนกันนี่หว่ามันเซตห้องคนละแบบเลยเนี่ย2ทีมนี้
Oh, it's just going to absolutely mind boggle me for a while. There was a team either yesterday or in the previous days that I've been casting. I don't know. I've been casting many days of all different Asia Pacific
regions. You stepped in with Hap. I imagine.
Yeah.
So if I can't remember it, but you can because you cast it, then it wouldn't have been with me.
Okay, cool. It would have been the first matchup then of yesterday with Hap where I jumped in and it made me sort of think, okay, they're not making the Amaru push in through heaven the primary objective and the linchpin of their attack. They're getting everyone's attention over towards Piano. Even the Amaru rotated over, used her flashes and whatnot in that fashion. I'm going to talk about this mirror in a single second. I'm going to finish my point about the Amaru here and talk about what on earth I'm seeing here. Yeah, we'll get to it. We can analyze it. But the Amaru was more a part of the late plan of zooming in through heaven once everyone's attention to be diverted elsewhere and plant was already going down, rather than being a really hyper-aggressive start to the round. So maybe that's a possibility for these teams here. Talk about this mirror to me, Des. What do you think? Because I'm not thinking good things.
I mean, they're building a bit of a maze here, right? Okay, now they have now reinforced that second wall inside a bathroom that had me very confused. And I think because they're not putting a mirror inside a bathroom, you don't want the second one to then look into Cigar from that, or not into Cigar, sorry, into Piano from that spot, so it makes some sense. This one, some teams have ran quite a lot. Because if you do get some kind of crazy push coming through, well, you've got immediate visibility. That's a interesting vertical kill to then get traded out on the same level pretty much 2 seconds later. This happens. By mirror window, I assume you're resuming to the one that's on the left in White Corridor, right?
The one that's inside of storage.
เหลี่ยมแม่งจัดจริงๆว่ะ
It's not looking towards Cocktail.
โอ้เชียร์ล่างปลอม
Can I have a beautiful observer? Please go back upstairs. Thank you very much.
It's on the left wall, which I don't like.
No.
It looks through storage into Piano.
Nope, it's the other way around.
Oh, God,
hello?
yeah.
Des? Hello? Look at this. It's back to front. Did someone mix up their sides here? Because I'm telling you.
Are they really afraid of someone coming in through the window? I mean, we did see some upside down repels in the first half, but that wasn't against you. This is the first defensive half for Mercenaries. I have questions, and if we get to interview them, if there's a possibility, I want that answered, please. Now, what I will say, and I always love jumping to the defense of this, just because we don't see it normally doesn't mean it's bad, just means it's very unknown. Because it makes sense if you're worried about, again, what we saw Mercenaries doing on their attack, of smoking this out, repelling in and coming through. For a mirror to play there, you can just step out very easily and snap your way around the corner if you wanted to try and bring people down. It makes some sense.
เอาเลยเพื่อนผมว่ามันได้โหไม่ล้วงว่ะเมื่อกี้น่าจะออกประตูไปเลยล้วง
Either way, Maker definitely knew dancing around here. MI7's gonna
โอ้โหรีโหลด
Firefly. Not quite one of the initial aggressors, and then Buccaneers there. Honestly, the trades back and forth between these teams. It's one thing I do want to.
แต่ระยะนี้สู้ปืน
Every time someone nets a kill, there is always someone in the area to trade things back, and that is a skill that you don't normally see executed well until you get to the upper echelons of tier 1 play. So the fact we're seeing it down here, even though there are mistakes in some rounds, setups like these, we are still seeing the core communication and team play that we need to see from a number of teams. And Doctor does what Doctor does best: 2 clean-up kills. He makes it look easy.
ปึ๊บหนึ่ง
I'm trying to think of the saying, and again, if you're wondering why I always keep saying I'm trying to think of the saying, I'm trying to learn sayings as part of like my vocabulary enhancement as becoming a commentator. I've been an analyst pretty much well up into the point of tossing myself into the deep end of being, a caster, and now I'm trying to learn sayings I never really got to learn growing up because I was like heavy bookworm, and sayings aren't really, bookworm kind of stuff. Child. I mean, yeah, I had to learn a lot of stuff myself, so, sayings wasn't one of them. And I think it's something like that's what the doctor ordered, or that's what what's this?
Yes, that's what the doctor ordered is a saying.
Yes, there we go. I can.
Albeit a little bit cheesy and boomery and dad joke.
Oh,
it's
really?
The kind of thing I'd say rather than you.
Oh, well, I will happily hand it over to you. Take it away because I love it.
I mean, if Doctor turns around and gets 2 or 3 kills and I go, that's what the Doctor ordered, everyone's like, ha, dad joke, nice. Know what I mean?
I do know what you mean. I'm becoming a boomer myself.
On the nose.
So I don't mind it. I'm going to enjoy dad jokes.
You are now closer to 30 than you are 20.
I know, it's a sad
Welcome.
reality. Also, shout out to Easy, who went back in his brain and said, okay, which one was it where we saw the Amaru? It was the Giants versus Xavier game for the APAC North matchup between those two teams during the semi-final.
Yeah, no, we were casting that. I remember the player that came in late, yes, and because we touched on it and said, okay, is he going to go through heaven? Then he went down towards white window, and we're like, okay, maybe not. And then as the execute came through, we switched over to his view later
เฮ้ย
on.
ช่ำโอ้โห
What is this aggression? Holy hell.
Oh.
Seem a little bit too keen on the
กล้า
carry
เกิน
to make something happen. A bit risky with the C4 in pocket, but doesn't get picked off as no one was spawning there.
เนี่ย
He is
นี่
very
แข่งนะเว้ย มันชิลขนาด
very,
นั้นเลยเหรอวะ
very cautious about it.
มันอาจจะอ่านคู่ต่อสู้ออกก็ได้มั้ง แต่ไม่น่าประมาทนะพูดถึงอะ
Time for this super late setup here. Both teams have been caught late
ตายฟรี
setup.
ได้เลยเมื่อกี้
Multiple rounds in a row here on Cafe, and I don't want to say that forebodes them not being prepared on this map. I just think that
นี่ตัวนี้
there's
ต้อง
so much setup
เอาหน่อยแล้ว
and
ว่ะ
they haven't
มีเป้านี้
fairly
โกงเลยเนี่ย
given it across multiple operators. You know, we're talking about shotgun operators who have to make feet holes, rotates, reinforce this, mute jammer here. There's so much to do, and they've just given it all to poor Fatah.
Pain.
Sport player pain.
อุ้ย
Oh.
เชี่ย
A
หัว
little
แต
bit of
ก
help maybe coming out of the alibi, but in this case, when they're dead, well, there's no more help to be given.
อุ้ยหัวแตกหนึ่งเฮ้ยมันเอายังวะ
Again, dude, double kill. I can't believe we are 7 rounds in. He's got 14 kills.
He's got a 7 KD, mind you.
เปิดสวย
I just wanted to say
Disgusting.
that.
Like, actually
Disgusting.
disgusting. Disgusting.
Yes, thank you. You've got the accent for it. It's always better.
Yeah, well, I'll teach you about it in Paris. We'll try and get some accents down.
โอ้ยเห็น
Because
เห็น
our
เห็น
accents
เห็น
are
ว่า
terrible,
เห็นว่า
so
เห็น
I
ว่า
found out the other day.
Yeah,
In
you
a
guys
charity
never
stream,
want
we
to
had
hear
to
it.
switch. We had to switch accents for a round. It was the worst thing in the world.
เรียบ
Maker
ร้อย
not having the worst game of his life either, mind you, brings down Noob. Been a quiet game for Maker, given how well he played back on map number 1.
Bomb
But
drop นะ
crucial kills like these when the diffuser is
มาแล้ว
cold dead on the ground, and there are only 2 players left for the side of Moncaress. That's the dream.
Well, this probably is
ตึงละ
telling
ผม
of
ว่า
a possible
เฮ้ยเฮ้ย
match
โอ้โห
point
มือ
here
โผล่
for Mercenaries, and I tell you what, Zora, he
เสียเลยว่ะ
definitely wants it to go to a match
มือ
point.
โผล่
It is all. Oh no. Yes, no, he doesn't want to go to match point. I am confused. My screen went
You okay,
pixelated
Jess?
for a full second there, and the only
รู้
name
ละ
I
รู้
could
ละ
see
รู้
was
ตำแหน่งละ
Zora. So
He knows. Just spray. Kill him.
he knows.
Do it. He knows.
C4s? Any
There's
C4s
a little
left?
saying actually. He knows Pepe laugh. He knows is what it goes by. So you can spam
Oh,
that
really?
through chat. People would like. Yeah, he's in a spot where like they don't even have to panic here on the side of Mercenaries. They
Yeah,
know
well.
that he's stuck. He might smoke things out. They know where he has to go to because of where the diffuser is. All they've got to do is sit and wait. And be
ลงมาเลย
patient
แล้วกัน
here. Patient might be the way to go. Out goes Fatah for now, but they're going up to match point. It feels like
เก็บหมดไปดิ
because he's DC'd as one of the 3 who are left, and he kills 1. That's a 1 versus 1. He's got 25 seconds to go. Where is the last player? Nasib hanging at the back of Cocktail by the looks of it is just waiting for that line to open up. The default
Where are you
camera's
going?
still alive as well.
เฮ้ย
What's he done? He's coming up white.
Oh no, he's gonna go to
Buddy?
fireplace.
เฮ้ย
Okay,
จะแพนเลยเหรอวะ
I mean, you don't have time left. Maybe you can bait out the plant. This is what you're after. But I tell you what, don't go to the one place where a player is likely to see you. No,
กล้า
he's
เกิน
not doing this. There's a C4. He could even wallbang. He's decided to bait it. That was not the play. And Hasib, he is out.
โอ้ เวลา
Here, he will not be baited by Zora.
เยี่ยมนกด
And
กล้า
that is match point.
วิ่งพลาดเลย
I'm going to Fatah
กองกึ่งไม่ดูแม่งละ
possibly at rehost. I mean, I hope the admins are nice enough to be able to do it because this is another
Different
map.
maps, so they are allowed. I'm pretty sure.
Exactly. And unfortunately, it does take quite
Bad
a
point แล้ว
while for him to load up into the game.
MRC
I think he
แซ่บ
was
ชนะอีกแล้ว
tagged
เนี่ย
on Twitter earlier saying, unfortunately,
เอ้า
in
คนหลุ
our
ด
country, our internet and everything is not very good. So that's just how the cookie crumbles for us.
Pain. It is
Internet
unfortunate.
load.
But Jess, guess what? We've got those 30 questions that I took down earlier. If it
no.
does come to a rehost, it is confirmed. So we will cut back to us and let him get himself sorted out. Don't apologise, production. It's totally fine. We've got loads of stuff we can talk about in this segment. So in those in, we've had 3 very different segments, but obviously we're now into what could be the
เอ้า
last
ล่อหัวกัน
round.
เองด้วย โอ้โห
Noob, after all the work he's
นิ่ง
done
เลย
today, may have just gone a very long way to making sure this is the last round with a team kill.
ช็อต
on
เด็ด
Gridlock to start things off.
โอ้
Oh, an
ทีมตอนแรกก็
important
เสียเปรียบอยู่แล้ว แม่ง
operator
ยิงกันเองอีก
in
โอ้
one.
ย
Jura
ร้อง
always has an impact on every single map so far, has been able to have some kind of impact in some way. This time is meant to be putting those tracks down in multiple areas and wasn't able to even put down one. And if they did, it was only over in small bakery, but he redeems himself. Here he
Ma,
goes,
three-
gonna
three
kick
how?
things off. He'll even the playing field here, and all of a sudden mercenaries are going to be on the back foot because technically when you take out one of your roamers, you are going to be pushed back further to site, and as the time dwindles, it will bode a little bit better for the attackers as they make their way in, and there's some walls already opened up for them, so they won't particularly have to worry about too much.
Although thinking about it, can we do a quick expanded overlay check, please? Easy to see how many C4s they've got. They've got 3. Yes, they do. No, 2 are left, but they did bring 3 with them. Fair enough. So they've still got quite a bit to play behind here when it comes to denial. Kind of curious as to
เจาะ
why
แล้ว
playing on the
มัน
lateral
เจาะ
angle,
แล้ว
looking to play upstairs, but hey, it's working just fine. He has made up for himself ever so slightly.
3
Not
ต่อ
only is he
4
killed, he's also found 2 kills on the other side. So consider him in a slight state of retribution here.
เอาว่ะ
3 versus 3, 2
3
versus 3. Firefly striking onto
3
Doctor,
2
who has been one hell of a player so far today. 3 versus 2 for the side of Moncarest. No drones left alive, mind you. So inside these last 60 seconds, it comes down to everything in the
เหลี่ยมมันนี่ดีอยู่นะ
raw skill and communication between the remaining players.
I love that even though they know they have the man advantage, they're
เก่งเว้ย
not just
ไม่กล้าเข้าไปแพน
marrying into sight. They're checking the situation out. They're making sure they're not getting flanked. They're still getting some of that vertical holes, and QB is desperately trying to use the GA to have some kind of impact. If you're the last 2 remaining mercenary players, however, you're a little bit too far apart from each other, and I'm pretty sure they damn know it. So if they want to deny this, they're going to have to
ฝั่งกันต้อง
regroup
ตายอีก
and
หนึ่งอะ
recuperate.
โอ้โหคมเฉย โอ้โหโอ้โหเฮ้ยไอ้นี่แพนเสร็จ เอาอยู่หรือเปล่า2 ต่อ 1 เฮ้ย 1-1 โอ้โหมีแอบบึ้ดหน่อยๆว่ะโหยแม่งเอาอยู่ยื้อไปอีก1 เกมครับผม
Now I don't want to be like
นึกว่าจะแพ้เลยนะเกมเนี่ยแม่งโดนปาดคมๆเลยอะ
too far away from your hype.
So boring. Go on.
ยื้อไป
Hey, there's a good reason for it. Look over the mercenaries lineup now and tell me what's missing.
Oh, let me look. Where is he? He's gone.
Yeah, exactly. Where is he? Now, maybe
question.
his internet crashed, which makes sense because he's dropped out, 3 times now? So they've had to get a sub in.
These guys are just plagued by having to sub members in.
I mean, I'm not surprised. The internet in their region, as someone who has actually used it, is not great. It does die a lot of the time, and if you're in the middle of a match, what can you do?
เน็ตเมืองนอกก็กามกันนะเนี่ย
Yeah. I mean, I'm almost like, well, there was
มันบ่นประมาณว่าเน็ต
one more round to go. One
แม่ง
more
หลุด
good round
3 ครั้ง
at a
เลยนะ
time.
เนี่ย
I mean,
แข่งเนี่ย
Patal's at a point where the
ไอ้คน
disconnects
เดิม
are
เนี่ย
becoming so frequent that they simply said, look, we have to make a change now. We can't keep on like
Yeah.
this, even if there is potentially only one more round to go, because there might be 2 or 3 more rounds and then another disconnect. We just don't know. So it's the safe play to get the round, to get the game over the finish line potentially. Imagine now if Moncarest come back with a massive
เหนื่อย
reverse
ว่ะ
sweep.
ต้องชนะอีก
pull
3
this
เกม
to a map 3.
ถึงจะเสมอสำหรับฝั่งบุกนะ
Well, they've got 3 more
ตอนนี้
rounds
ฝั่ง
to
การ
push
เล่นแบบ
into
ไม่ตึง
overtime, and then they would have
ชิ
to
ว
win overtime as well to even get a smell and a whiff of that.
ๆน่าจะจบเกมนี้แหละมั้งห้องชั้นบนแม่งห้องหนึบอะ
Mirror looking towards cocktail.
ห้องดีที่สุด
Last
แล้ว
time the player behind the shield, and I actually really want to bring this up, I believe they shot the mirror, opened it up so that the attackers couldn't use it, and that it could be used for them themselves. I'm not sure, again, the mentality and the thought process behind it, but it's not that detrimental if you pop it and make sure that the defenders, or rather the attackers, don't get access to it later in the round.
I'm just looking and saying, Sophia ban. Blackbeard change in. Where have we seen that before and what happened? Oh, yeah, it was Shile literally on this map, completely destroying the opposition once he got his hands on this operator. So I'm keen to see if QB can channel his inner Cloud9 and do some damage. It's definitely not been one of the noisiest players so far today, I think it's fair to say. You look towards the likes of Noob for that. What was that?
A drone?
It looked like something came flying up out. I don't know if I just only caught it out.
ยังมีคนเล่นอยู่วะเฮ้ย
Something
You
came
did.
flying up.
It was thrown
I was like, what
and
was
it
that?
bounced off. It bounced off the edge of the skylight.
I was
and
so
then, yeah.
confused. I was just like, what did I just see? And there's no C4 sound. I am so confused. Consider me
you know.
tilted. Thanks, guys.
Oh no, it was just a drone to check out exactly what's going on inside. I like that Maker's taking the Malusi with the C4. You're seeing a lot of Malusi impacts recently, and I don't know if that's been, I mean, forget maps like Clubhouse where it's for impact tricking, etc. But I don't know if that's just being for comfort or they just don't really particularly want to be underneath with a C4. They'd rather roam around elsewhere. But for the most part, it could have a huge amount of damage, especially if he positions themselves underneath New
เอาละ
Hash. And when someone takes
มัน
that
ลงมาแล้ว
aggressive angle, well, boom. And all of a sudden, he gets himself a free kill. That's where he is now. And I think he might even
ห้องนี้ไม่มีคน
place
ดั
it
ก
if
เลย
he's
เว้ย
lucky.
I will give a nod towards Taha, by the way, as he stepped in, has got 2 kills in the last round. Definitely, I mean, it feels almost disingenuous to say, oh, he's stepping in place of Fatan doing a great job. Yeah, 2 kills is a good job, of course.
ไม่มีใครตายเลยแม่ง1 นาทีแล้ว
You've got to think about the change to just the communication
เหลือ1 นา
across
ที
the team as well and what that might lead to. It might take a round or 2 to warm in.
Oh,
They
man.
are still at match point, so it's still looking like a good outcome. Diffuser's on the roof right now. We're still 5 versus 5, so surely you start thinking, well, Pixel needs to be clear. You need to be starting to threaten Cigar and pushing into Bar at this point with these last 40 seconds to go.
เรียบร้อย
Let's see
ผม
if
ว่า
Sean's first onto
ตามที่บอกอะแหละ
definitely a noob. Of
จบ
course,
เกมนี้แหละ
with that TK at the start of the
เดี๋ยว
last
เวลาแม่ง
round,
บีบเนี่ยเหลือ
then turn round
38 วิเอง
resulting in 2 further kills.
โอ้โห
2 will flow through. MI7 and Hasib
ยิง
going
แต่
big.
หัว
This looks like a final on the way for Mercenaries here. It's down to
นี่
Shore,
ไง
it's down to
นี่ไง
QB.
เอา
They
คืน
do find 1, but they've got to still go on to find 4 more here if they want to hope at continuing Cafe in potentially looking in towards getting a 3rd map. Diffuser should be
20
back
วิ
in hand in just a second, guys. There's 15 seconds to go.
เก็บบอมมาเฮ้ย
Diffuser, pick it up, make something happen.
ถ้าโดดลงไปนี่จบเลยนะ
Before your very eyes. Stepping in,
ไม่เก็บบอม
what do you think comes next?
Oh
Good
my
luck.
goodness, I think it's just a mercenary map through and through. Jora can't
Okay.
hit his shots, but guess who can? It's Taha. The last round sub or the last 2 round sub makes it work. And whilst we saw Fatah have an excellent series, well, his sub also shows that he has the capability to sub in when
น่าจะ
necessary.
เท่าไหร่อะโบ
And
3
that
อะ2 ใน
is
3 อะ
going to be it, ladies and gentlemen. 2 maps to Mercenaries, not a single map into the hands of Monka S, but a much
นี่ไง
better showing from them compared to
สรุปเลย
their
ละกัน
previous matches against the likes of
FRCZ ช
Mercenaries.
นะนะ
And well, they're going to safely position themselves in the grand finals,
นี่ไง
and we'll find out their opponents.
เข้า
in
ไป
the
สู่
next
แกรนด์
match.
ไฟนอลนะฮะอุ้ยมันทำเท่ดีว่ะภาพอะโอ้โหทีมมันอยู่ในเทกระจก
Signs being showed by Monka S. The Shield playing the first map. Questioned it at times, but definitely saw an improvement to what we've seen come out of them previously. And as I
เอา
said
เรื่องที่
already,
หาย
I'm really hopeful to see what comes.
I think against the right sort of
แล้วต่อไปทีมอะไรสู้กันวะจะเป็น
With that Hibana, that is the opening kill here for Lift to kill.
UG กับ
Picking them up 1
L2K
Small Union Gaming, but it's X7 that managed to respond. He is that beast with the UMP. Plays it ever since that August major.
คู่นี้ใครชนะก็ไปเจอกันรอบชิง
This time
เอาง่าย
still, of course, due to the fact that the 1.5 is
ๆเมื่อกี้
available.
MRCZ นี่เข้าไปแล้วเข้าไปรอแล้วรอบชิงไอ้คู่นี้ใครชนะเข้าไปเจอแต่ชื่อทีมแม่งไม่คุ้นเลยว่ะแสดงว่าทีมไทยไม่ได้อันนี้มันเป็นของเอเชียนะไม่มีชื่อทีมไทยเลยไอ้พวกนี้มาจากไหนกันเนี่ย
that was frequently decorating our scoreboard. A minute 10 on the board as they're looking towards this freezer hatch and the take. As we said before, still the holding windows and a bit of concern as they pop over the shoulders and make sure nobody's on the close corners. Sink is one of the covers, but it's actually the drop from above that gets it before the trade comes out from Nos. Pushes in through the smoke, gets caught by the end of it as Sparko lies and waits and enjoys himself inside Coffee. Now then, 50 seconds and you've lost 4 bodies over the course of 20 of those, and you're looking at how you can take a 2 versus 3. They're trying to reevaluate the push and the pressure, looking towards the possibility of Bakery, but it's still Skipper with the windows above, and Sandy has taken up the mantle of the hatch.
ฟรีๆเลยค่ะ
Will be able to pick up yet another kill. Sandy will go down. That is the top floor control that UG had now gone. No longer can they cover the diffuser from 2 different angles, and that means there's an opportunity here for Skipper to try and recover it. And as he does so, Sparko doesn't seem to have a clue. And right now, Blank and Skipper are trying to get together, but Sparko pops up, gets 1 kill, instantly gets down, however, and it's only up to Pete right now up against Blank. As a diffuser will be recovered in these last 5 seconds, a smoke canister will be there to reply and deal some damage, meaning he needs to go aggressive, but the shotgun pops up.
วิ่งไปบวกเลยเหรอวะ
Shield picks up the kill. Blank will go down, and that is the first round for UG. However, it was quite a close one in the end.
It's one of those things nowadays that when a round comes down to a smoke player and a smoke main, it's way less common than it used to be. You think of the days back when it was old Oregon and you could dig in onto the laundry stairs and all of these positions, and nowadays seeing the smoke be the lockout at the end of the round, that was a great example of it. Beat had 2 canisters that in a way completely swung how the push and how the plant on utility came. It was both towards a default plant, as it would in my aforementioned example, but at the same time, look at how it played out. The first one, as the drop came through, as they tried to force and funnel their way in towards that default site, it didn't just stop the diffuser going in, it also caught the Zephyr. That time as well there. They wanted to pick it up and dig it in behind the chassis, but holding onto your utility and using it at the right time, a book of things you love to see as a defender.
All right, that is indeed often the danger of a smoke. Sometimes they hold on too long to their canisters. Sometimes they use them too early. It is, you know, a fine balance between the two. Like, when is it justified to use one of them? Because sometimes you have people popping off a smoke canister in literally the first 30 seconds of a round just to try and, well, deny 20 seconds of a Heartbreacher's time. And you're like, well, that wall's going to open up anyway. I'm not really sure if that was the right choice. For example, you can see that sometimes on Clubhouse when a Maverick starts to, well, draw its lines. But this was indeed perfectly played. You force him into the other direction because, well, default plan is no longer an option. And basically, you shepherd him into your gunfire. That way, you don't have to worry about multiple angles as you know where he will be coming from.
Yeah, putting them in an awkward position and then being able to pull them apart from that situation. Popping up with a shotgun at the right time. Perfect. But here is par for the course. Going in with the top heavy clear as they go towards the library site this time round. Catching a lot of loose and wild players and bits of movement here from Union Gaming. They seem quite happy to play themselves in not just roam situations, but almost held roam situations. We saw 2 boys over the hatch before, and the second was caught in a situation where he almost didn't expect or try to counter the play being pushed upstairs. Sure, they dropped the diffuser inside, but they still had 50 seconds, which is a lot of time in this game of Siege. And, well, I guess it's one of those things where is that something, that lapseness on the defense, that something that might cost them if Live to Kill start to step up on those pinches and pincers better?
Of course, we have to remember the nature of this map is defense-sided, and with 90 seconds left onto the clock,
เป้ามันโดนตัว เล็งไม่ถูกตัวด้วย
pressure on the actual site, start opening up onto those verticals. There's still quite a bit of drones available for them to use as the grenade is being cooked in, but it bounces back. Will be dealing a little bit of damage, possibly. No, actually, no damage done to Live to Kill members themselves, but could have ended quite badly.
I think it was saved by Wamai. They actually pulled it down the corridor away from him. But yeah, now Fatals is found his way in. Iana is going to send themselves in through and get the drone. He has the diffuser, but he doesn't really have true cover yet. Blanca is pushing aggressively, but it's Fatals against the man through the floor. EX7 is gone. There's a quick rotation and a quick possibility here as they finally do have somebody back. So the worry of him being dropped without the diffuser there is kind of played through. There was the concern that if the man underneath had got the diffuser above and had his sights on it, with obviously the utility like that Maestro cam still up, well, it could have made the game, the dangerous dance of explosives, much easier for those underneath. But so far, so good. Live to Kill find their second. Beat goes down. Both English operators off the board, and I talk about how well the utility was played previously. This time we'll see none of it as the smoke canisters are taken off early. Jittery inside the site, one gets traded from above. The verticality still not being paid enough attention. As another Union player falls to it, but with only 15 seconds, it's still a 3 versus 2. And they're going to dig down. The 2S players are going to try and hold on. The diffuser goes down too. The Claymore catches Sandy, and now it is only Sparko. He's waiting and holding on. A bit too late as the diffuser gets planted, get played post-plant for the first time today, but not for very long. Live to Kill.
เอาเรื่องว่ะ
Find their first
L2K
Wanted to use the Maestro as you would use an Echo offsite, and that moment in time when you're in a 1-on-4 situation, hoping to siphon out those last few seconds by denying that plant. However, it was not the default plant. That was where the Evil Eye was placed for. It was right behind the actual Evil Eye in his field of view, so there was no way that he could have tried to go for the cancel there. And that is where Echo would have been the better operator. Of course, still banned, so no opportunity of picking him up. But it does show that they are trying to work around it, as otherwise, surely that operator would have been there.
Gonna study some more books and go back to the reading room. Not taking the top floor, which is obviously in other regions the standard first site. It's often seen as being a very solid hold, and even if it's expected, it's still a very good site. You can dig yourself in with utility and kind of lock yourself down, but Union Gaming aren't playing that. They're not going to try and play themselves there yet. They're instead going to double down onto reading and see if they can get this one cracked. And then after that, if they do get it, they still have the option to then go back down to the kitchen, which was the first one. Came down to a 1 versus 1, but still something that they won, which they didn't quite manage to do last time here. I'm curious to see what positional changes happen from the hands of Union Gaming, if any, because there doesn't really seem to be any structural changes.
Just continuing what they are doing, hoping to take out the gunfights this time around. It can often be something like that, right? Just a small little detail that basically elevates the opposing team into the situation they got in, which is winning that round. And I would say that if the top players play a little bit more passive, or, you know, try and refrag one another, there might be an opportunity here for Union Gaming to make sure that this time around they are actually going to be able to pick up the round against Live to Kill. Because, well, as you saw, the verticality came in quite clutch for them.
Well, Skipper on the top floor sends some wood to space and starts to set themselves up. The pre-plant at C4 almost drops him. No kill confirmation there, so EX7 drifts away, and Skipper lucky to escape with his life. That was played so pitch perfectly by EX7, and it's just one of those coin flips that today goes into the favor of Live to Kill.
Indeed, will survive. Skipper able to still use that sledgehammer. He's a very important operator for this site right here as Blank moves in with the, well, Gemini is going to be able to spot out the player as Sparko. Oh, finding out that Chidori is actually quite close and having the opportunity to try and back him up. And as they're falling back towards the actual hatch now, they're trying to play the long game. They're trying to just waste as much time as they possibly can before they fall back to the bottom floor where the actual site will be. The floor below, I have to say, considering we are in reading and not on the ground floor. And as the X7 is walking around here, just lurking, the MP5. He's hoping to find an angle on one of these members of UG that could be a little bit too far off of the actual plan that they would like to execute on.
Well, they've been able to get into the same positions this time, and this was the thing I wanted to talk about from Union, was the positional differences. At this point previously, that had already had 2 players caught by the same approach. Now, they have Sparko offering some resistance and resilience on the top floor. Hits one, hits Iana, and that's going to give the game away to a couple of others, but he's behind a shield. He's behind fortifications. There's still Wamai there too, so this first frag grenade is going to get caught as it goes through. The second one is going to try and catch him instead and doesn't quite make the mark. It's Fatals that finds Beat, and there's the pickup on EX7, and there's the accidental frag grenade. Too much too soon, and it costs them dearly. 30 seconds left as they now look in the 3 versus 3, but they're still on the second story. They need to find a way down to actually get the diffuser down. Now, as he's drifting around the pillar side to look for the drop, making sure nobody's playing on the pillar stairs, he finds a little bit of an entrance, pops the camera and pops the wall in unison as he's caught dropping into the laundry. There's one more for Jittery, and now it's only the Habana left. Swings round onto the back of Mozzie, gives the game away on where he is, locks the kill, but you assume it's this momentary pickup does find them. There was one more player though.
โหดเกิน
There's
ไอ้นี่แม่ง
always
ผิว
one
จัด
more
อะ
folk. There is always that one
ดู
extra
มันเล่น
person
เนี่ย
you would need to find in that case, and they had it. The Maestro still alive this time, and this time it managed to win him the round, considering that the previous 2 players dropped. We are going to kitchen again, still avoiding the top floor as a whole. However, if Union manages to win this one, they will be forced to go to a tertiary bomb site, considering, well, they haven't been forced so far with the current rotation parameter.
JV อ่ะ
Objective rotation parameter
JV.
is the full word, actually. Full sentence. I
Thank
guess. Full naming?
I mean,
I don't know.
technically, you can say
It's
that
not a
about a lot.
sentence because it doesn't have a verb in it.
Is that what legally makes a sentence?
Yeah, a sentence needs to have a verb and
Listen, if you're trying to teach English, you wouldn't be the English teacher of what Siege talent would teach what subject. We already discussed this the other day. Your maths
I'll
100%.
step back into maths and statistics.
Yeah, your maths and statistics. Jess's business studies. Jess's PE, physical education, sports. Milosh has to be languages.
Milosh, tell us what a verb is.
No,
Thank you.
not
Sentence.
like
I mean, not a verb.
international languages. I guess I'm
okay.
biased because I'm doing this from from an English school's perspective. Talking of perspectives, one of the ones that I would like to cast everybody's eye to is the late push aggression that's coming out from Live to Kill. All of these executes so far kind of have happened in these final 20 seconds, at least those two on the reading room site. This time, they're obviously back down to the kitchen, and that time it was a little bit earlier. They pushed around the 50-second marks, around the minute mark, and it obviously didn't go well, so then had to realign themselves for a secondary push, which happened in the dying throws. That one is less incidental and coincidental. I'm curious to see if they try and play a little bit slower. The answer is no, as they instantly enter and push their way straight through into VIP and decide to take Sparko for the trouble.
I got that profit. Quick and effective. 1 minute, you're already managing to take down Sparko, who was a big player the last time that Union Gaming was around here. Now with 2 minutes left, it is Union Gaming under pressure. Suddenly, they don't have any control of the garage. You see Sandy being afraid of someone potentially peeking the area. And as Blank moves through from Kojak, he has the opportunity to just sneak into the site as well. Unless EX7 is going to be able to change that up. He is, of course, playing right above those red stairs, has the opportunity to rotate down and do some huge damage to both Nos and to Blank, who are playing around that area.
Quick sprays happening over this battle on the window across the dining room table, but currently seems that nobody is hungrier than the other as of yet. JV
ต้องมีคนหัวแตกอะช็อตเนี้ย
onto Jittery, and Jittery is just going to play the Wamai on the window, try and catch whatever gets thrown through next. Concerned about
เรียบร้อย
no longer concerned about the
เฮ้ย
Habana
เข้าตอนนี้โดนเลยนะเนี่ย
table and decides
อุ้ย
to
ไม่เล็
try
ง
and
ไม่เล็ง
stay for seconds now. As Skip is the one with the frag grenades over the top, catches into the sink, but it's actually Fatals that finds Sandy. Beat has pulled it back right to the far side, and the little walk-in section on prep, and there's the swing round onto the red stairs though.
อ๋อ
Another one.
L2K นี่ย่อมาจาก
Gaming's
Light to
Rock
Kill
game
อ๋อ
is really starting to struggle as one more goes down.
ฟรีๆเลย
Only Beat, the man who was able to pull the round last time with
1 ต่อ 4 อ่ะ
defining smoke canisters, only has one left in 50 seconds. The plant's
เกมหมดก็ไปโม้กับเพื่อนได้เลยอ่ะ
hear it.
ปั๊บ
He does look for the firefight
โอ้โห
over
เรี
the
ยบร้อย
bakery. Doesn't quite catch it though, and now
จ
in
บ
a
แล้วเพื่อน
post-plant situation,
เฮ้ย
he's
เฮ้ย
able to drop one before we
มาว่ะ
can get there. 3 more left to go through, but
เรียบร้
no
อย
time to do it. Live to kill. Take their second after shutting down what
ยิง
was
ดุ
a
ปะเนี่ย
very loose roam.
Light to Live
It's
to
a
kill
very loose roam indeed, and I was just looking at EX7, what he was doing right there in the freeze. I was standing. I was confused when I saw that. It's opened up. I mean, you might be able to catch one off guard, but looking at the way that they are able to just swing on these members that are going for roams and flanks every single time and likes to live to kill, it shows me that their information game is on point. They know exactly where they are coming from. They know exactly when these flanks are coming in. So potentially pre-placed drones are a huge deal. And EX7 trying to go for a very weird position right there. I mean, it could have paid out, but it definitely costed them that round in the end, because there would have still been an opportunity to come back with a 2v4. And a 1v4, that's suddenly a lot different.
Cafe is very often cited as being a defender-sided map. It's one which offers defenders quite a lot of room to build themselves and structure the lockdown that they need to do, and often seen as a 4-2 split. Live to Kill have already done enough to ascertain the average and get themselves locked in towards the possibility of having a good stead as they go to their defense. But to be honest, with how aggressive they've been, and as I've said before, in a way how loose the defense of Union Gaming has looked at times, I wouldn't be surprised if they're able to pull a little bit more. They seem to be leaning in to this aggressive firefight game against Live to Kill Union. They're playing a couple of players in these, as you said, hyper-aggressive positions, which can work. We've seen EU teams, and I believe it was the recent CL Showdown, where in a 5 versus 2 situation, the 2 remaining UK players opted to head up the stairs and pull away from the site and try and double down. They go aggro. and it can work, but it's not working, and that's the lesson that needs to be learned here. And it's down to Union how quick they can kind of piece it together. That where they're succeeding is having these rounds come very late. Live to kill, they're quick when they sense opportunity, but have seemingly been a little bit slow and stuttered.
Union Gaming
The opportunities a bit locked
UG
down.
Right, slowing down just a little bit on the likes of Live to Kill. They know they have to attack this side, but they also know it's bottom floor. And they potentially are aware of the amount of roamers that should be around.
ไม่รู้ว่าทีมคนไทยวะ
At least three on
L2K
the
เนี่ย
side. Don't see anybody quickly
มีแต่คนไทยมั้งครับใช้
on the side.
ตัวเลข
Don't
แทน
see a
ภาษาอังกฤษ
quick
เนี่ย
one anywhere on the roam. But there you have it. One of those drones in a position to show that they are
แต่ไม่
indeed
คุ้นไง
having these flank watches up, as all 5 are near or around the
รู้จักไม่
side.
กี่ทีมอะในไทย
That allows them to just slowly take control. You don't need to move any faster in that case. Just drone everything out, make up your plan, and try to engage from there. Skipper, again, most likely will be tossing in a grenade as the pings are coming through, asking for a flush of the potential of my discs that could be
คนภาค
around.
บางภาคจนรู้แล้วอะ
There's a second
แค่ติ๊ก
grenade.
ก็รู้แล้วว่าจะปาระเบิด
Basically, his first grenade will be used to deal with the my disc, and hopefully the electroclaw as it does not do it. All right, just had to quickly double check that.
เอา
They
ละ
still managed to open up the wall though, so they still have a breach. They still have something they could go for in these last 70 seconds, and this is when the pressure starts coming down. When Nos also from Kojak will be opening up extra angles.
And this is what I'm talking about. The defense here from Union, it was solid lockdown. They weren't playing themselves on these loose aggressive positions and roams. They said, okay, this is our hold and try and take it. And this is where L2K seemed to struggle. Sure, they've been able to get the freezer open, but without the bodies done from coffee and sink, they don't have the clean entrance that they used last time to get themselves in. They're being
47 วิ
hesitant about their use of their utility, and when presented with the problem, they can't quite find the solution quick enough, and that's going to lead to a very stressful 20-second push.
เออหัวแตก
A body a piece as they fall inside the red corridor. A
เอ
grenade
อหัวแตกโอ้โหมันยิงแต่หัวดูดิ
find the lock two. A 2 versus 2. As we find ourselves dug in by the
แผ่นเลยแล้วกันไอ้นี่บอก
not too far away. Is he aware? And he is there as he pops up, gets the planter, and now it's only the Maverick hops in but gets
โอ้
caught
ทามมิ่ง
out as Union Gaming find their third.
ดูสีนะคู่นี้ ไม่เหมือนคู่ก่อนนะ
just
คู่ก่อนนี่มัน
he was just hiding.
ต่างกันค่อนข้างพอสมควร
Staying patient, waiting for the call to come through that the plant was going down. At that moment, just hopped up, get that kill, and basically forced the last attacker to become a bit reckless. Needs to make a play in that moment in time. Can no longer just rely on holding angles to try and go for the cover. That's a bit of misdroning coming out. Misinformation, lack of information, whichever of the three it will be. But it did result into a win for UG. And that means that they at least managed to get 3 rounds this half. Of course, you still want to have 4 at the minimum for your defensive side.
Well, 3-2. Can you push it to 4 reading is where we're going to head to again. You learnt your lesson on this before, but as we saw, confidence seemed to strike the second time. You headed to kitchen. So, which Union Gaming are we going to see? The questions are pitched and pondered as we stroke chins and stare towards slight adaptations on the setup. The main one is that mirror. That is going to be a curious play and placement here. They've dropped Maestro for the first time and instead opted for something that can be a little bit quicker, a little bit more threatening, and as something that I cited that I really enjoyed before, it's so hefty to approach. It takes a lot of coordination and a little bit of chutzpah to get against the mirror because not just the question of is
นี่มันต้องเล่นแบบนี้
behind there and the utility to
รอบ
cast
ก่อน
the
ไอ้ทีมนั้นมันไม่ขึ้นมาดัก
if
บน
they
เลย
are, how do you approach
เนี่ย
without just
ห้องอยู่ชั้น
getting
ละ
swung
ชั้น
onto?
ชั้น2มันต้องขึ้นมาดักชั้นบน
Big
นิ่มๆเลย
questions.
รอบก่อนนี่
Let's see
ถึ
if
ง
we
บอก
get
ไงว่ามัน
the
ต่างกัน
answers.
ทีมก่อนอะอัน
And
นี้สูสีอะ
again, live to kill. Approaching the building, just as usual. Considering they have to get inside at some point. And the question now is, how will they
ทำไม
approach
ตัวนี้
this
ฮิตจัง
side?
วะ
Like, are they going
อาจจะ
for
เพราะมันเป็น
top-down
ปืน
clear,
นี้กับกล้อง
something
นี้แหละมั้ง
that is, what they have been doing the last times around? Did get punished a bit by a pre-play C4. This time that will not be the case.
ดูเหมือนตัวไม่ค่อยมีประโยชน์อะ
Playing up there. It's a bit of a different hold, I believe. We do not see the same shields being set up around the cocktail bar. We do see a mirror. Where are those windows being deployed? Or where have they been deployed as both already been put down?
Now, as they try and push themselves onto Pixel, they were quite quick in their approach before. The grenade is going to be popped over the shoulder, caught by Wamai. They aren't really burning those charges. For the team that wanted to limit the amount of things that could be burnt, they're not really playing against it too much. They're kind of saying, well, now we can throw frag grenades and at least, you know, two of the four might make it through. EX7 takes a lot to try and thread that C4 into Cigar, but doesn't quite get it. It's actually the pickup from JV who is able to catch them on the big old train window.
C4 costed him his life right there. I was going to say at least he managed to get away alive even though he picked nothing up, but that is not even going to be the case either. Because right now you see the rest of Live to Kill, they're trying to take that control of that top floor. They see that mirror window, they realize this is an issue that we need to deal with. As no one more gets spotted out on the white stairs. A grenade gets tossed out.
อุ้ยไม่ตาย
Sandy actually walking right back into
บ้า
it, but
บ้าไป
managing
แล้
to
ว
survive and not take too much damage will keep the dreams of UG alive. There's still this mirror window around here. Grenade gets tossed out,
โอ้โห
doing a lot of damage down to Jittery, and the window will open up as well.
อู้จะตายนะมึง
To put up even more pressure there. Picked up eventually.
Well, Jittery did well to dig themselves in, and it's such a haphazard way of using frag grenades, I think. They've obviously, as I said, limited with the Jaeger ban and
กว่า
said,
จะ
well,
เคลีย
we're
ร์
not
บน
gonna
เสร็จ
have too
แม่
much to
เหลือ
burn
30
through,
วิ
and then we're just gonna throw frag grenades and
ตึง
look
เลย
for
อย่างงี้
success. They know where people are, and they know where to hit them, but they're not really
20
doing it
วิ
with precision.
โอ้
They're more doing it as big threats, and
เฮ้ยไอ
the
JV
threats
มึง
are working
ของ
because
จริง
it's
นะเนี่ย
pushing Union Gaming into uncomfortable
ยิง
situations,
เล่นดี
leading to moments like this. A 5 versus 1, all down for beat to try and
เทร
clutch
ดกัน
out
ไป
in only 13 seconds. A smoke is more than capable
โอ้
unless
โห
that happens. The cover was there. Nos is able to end the round, and Live to Kill are able to get 3 on their attack.
Very good half right here from Live to Kill to start off this first half of their semi-final on that first map. There is still a lot of rounds to be played here today for them, but at least they managed to get these 3 attacking rounds in, and they will be very valuable. Now they just got to make sure that they manage to lock out these series or this map on this defensive half. They only need 4. It is what we normally would require from a team on a map like Cafe. 4 defensive rounds would be the minimum. So it should be doable. It should be possible. And especially with the way that they're currently shutting down UG time and time again.
Well, the site that I cited as being pretty good for a lot of teams is going to be the first on the board for Live to Kill. Heading to the top floor, and the 6th pick to the Blackbeard is very worrying.
สกอร์เสมอกันด้วย
When you look at all the
สูสี
places
จริง
a Blackbeard can
ๆผัดกัน
sit.
แพ้ผัดกันชนะ
Blackberry also works because Jittery is playing the role too. I'm just trying to make excuses for why my brain decided to meld those 2 words together.
It happens to me all the time. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, but you're
I am
speaking in a
the
second
master of-
language. I'm not. I don't
I
have.
cannot really use that as an excuse, can I?
Yeah, I
Considering, you
mean-
know, I'm still casting here. You know, I
No,
need to
no,
speak
it's-
English properly.
But at the same time, it's more understandable.
Yeah.
that
Okay.
You, someone who is speaking in not your native tongue, sometimes combines phrases, whereas me, who
สปอนคิวด้วย
yeah, that
Ui.
zeeping, baby, that zeeping that almost cost the life
โชคดีจัด
of the man on the close window. Went for something bold, beautiful, brilliant, but came up blank, unfortunately.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Very nice. All right, but yeah, no, I don't know if you remember the match that we've had yesterday where a Zofia got banned and we saw the Blackbeard coming out to play.
Yeah, but that was like a
yesterday?
target
Was
ban
yesterday?
situation, yeah. That was, they banned
Yeah, I know.
off Shial's main, so Shial went, well, screw you guys, I'm playing Blackbeard.
But what if it's Jittery's main, the Blackbeard? That could be proving very troublesome here for Live to Kill. Because we all know he has that face shield, which is going to be giving him basically 60 extra HP, which is 2 to 3 shots of a gun. That could be just enough to just flick onto someone or make that micro adjustment and make sure that you win that gunfight. You have 2 of them as well, so there should be 2 gunfights that you win by default.
Well, that's the setup, and the question is where he's going to be played. EX7 struggles as he's caught almost entirely by the man looking through the vertical. Nos is playing towards the main white stairs that become a big sense of terror for anyone that gets a little bit too close. More bullets peppered through the vertical, but they can't quite seem to find any of the live to kill players. They're shepherding space and trying to get control. But if you're going for what seems like an easterly take with these windows in this situation, well, it's got to start somewhere, and there's a place. The bottom of the staircase starts to fall into their favor as they eye up the diffuser on the opposite side. Still cold, and you've got to have someone go and fetch and collect before you swing in. But otherwise, the X7 playing underneath hasn't really been able to find anything as of yet.
Oh, well, he found a bit of damage on himself, which is not really the thing you would like to have right here, as he's deciding to go and hold off that hatch, make sure no rotations will be coming through, as Blank will be taking quite a bit of damage from Jitteray, who only just lost his first shield. It's basically reverse roles right here. Blank is playing around cigars, playing around piano, and from New Heaven, Jittery is trying to put some pressure down on him. Normally, it's the defenders that put pressure from Heaven up to the new drop. This time, the other way around. But still, 30 seconds left. It's a 5v4 situation. However, Yuji doesn't have much pressure inside the building. Look at it. Everybody's repelled up. Everybody.
That's it, and it's one of the things I was citing and saying is when you do an Eastern take, whenever you see it go well, usually it's very quick. So far, however, even though it's coming down to the wire, they've been able to find 2 more kills. Smoke is still burning inside, and they're going to try and push in. With Doc having the watch on the
8 วิเท่านั้น8 วิน็อกแตก
quick and an important take as they try and stick the
ตื่นเต้น
diffuser
ตื่นเต้น
in
แล้ว
where the plant is going
เรียบ
down.
ร้อย
Gatels pops his head up and pops
โอ้
the
โห
man
คนเหลือน้อยกว่า
down
แต่ชนะ
to kill. Take the round.
Really big mistake here from
บีบ
Union
จัด
Gaming. They should have been aware that that player
เกือบ
was
แล้วเมื่อกี้อะ
hiding inside a cocktail. There's a smoke canister being deployed in that room. You know that he will be in that room. And if there's no one that can try and cover him,
เมื่อกี้ได้แพน
this
เสร็จ
is
แต่
the
ยุ่งเลย
result. You lose out on that round. You lose out on the potential lead. That was your first attacking round that you're supposed to win, and you end up losing it. And that means that Live to Kill, this is that map pick, keep that in mind, is starting off
ไอ้
very
สคิปเปอร์มันลืม
strongly
เปลี่ยน
on this
ชื่อ
second
ไง
half. Able to turn it around in the last
.L2K
very seconds, making sure that they stay in charge for this map for now. And that could mean, in the end, of course, that they would win it. Just a single round, just a single fact that no one was covering off the planter could mean a loss in the long run.
And that's one of the cited problems that happens when you try and go for that style of push, but haven't fully done the groundwork that otherwise builds to success. All it took was one person still dug in on the site, holding a position that otherwise, if you'd been able to swing in onto New Balcony or swing into a situation where you had some of the support and some of the cover from the
นี่
opposite
มี
side,
สโล
as
รีเพ
is
ย์ดูด้วย
the traditional way with those easterly takes, well, it would have been a very different story. However, this is the one that's been written, and now I guess we'll get to see eyes on
อุ้ย สปอนคิวเหรอ
whatever this is about to be.
Did we just see 2 of my discs being tossed outside?
I think
There's 1 at least. I think
it was
there's 2.
definitely 1. See, I saw what you thought was the second, but I don't know if that was just... I don't know what that was, but either way, I mean, let's see if this heralds success, because it would be a surprise.
Look, I know what they're trying to do with it, but there's a sledge, and there's also a Maverick. You know, it's so easy to just open it up nonetheless. Also, it's so easy to spot out those bright blue lighting discs. I mean, you might be able to catch some utility with it, but I doubt they will be using a impact or a grenade for it, actually. Talking about grenades, there's 4 on the board right now.
This is one of the things that I wanted to point eyes towards before things kicked off. They've gone with a very big hold here towards, obviously, all the way across red and bakery. These are straight sightlines, and this is the result. Sure, the man was behind a shield, but you're against big scope guns. You're against all the utility that they can fire and offer over the support, and you've just handed them a very, very big bit of utility, but you've done it when Thatcher's off the board. You've done it when those walls are set the hardest that they are to take down. They are so solid. when Thatcher is gone, and it takes real time and coordination to really get the presence and pressure with just a little bit of a response from the defenders here, and this is the result, is they've been able to swan in, get that opening frag, and now you're in a very uncomfortable position because they're above you as well.
Very questionable hold right here coming down from Live to Kill, as the opening will be there. They also know where some of these players are, and that means that they have the opportunity of just, well, pushing through the actual side and getting that plan down. At least Skipper will be there trying to hold off with a few bullet holes. However, look at that EX7 on his drone. Is going to be very well aware of that, and surely soon the kill or pre-fire will be coming down on the actual player as Beat continues to open up vertically.
The entire hold kind of hinged on a Kaid that was very easy to get out of Ko, and with the castle that was on the prep room door as well, they knew that they weren't going to get swung on from the prep sides. They could really focus themselves forward and focus into the Live to Kill defense. 25 seconds as we find ourselves as a dying throws for another plant, but this time there's cover, and this time there's no JV who's on the floor and just waiting. Skipper creeps his way towards the potential of the cover on the window, but nobody's there. Pops round and does a 360, but it leads to a flawless round from Union Gaming, and to be honest, the problem started with that defense setup.
I need to think of the Gamma hold that we saw in Cafe bottom floor, where they just open up all the single walls and it's got taken apart very quickly. And then we saw Super tweet about it.
I was about to say, you know, a hold is bad if Super tweets about it, and it's especially if it's not like an NA team that he's, you know, bravadoing and beefing at the time and roasting. If it's another region team and he goes, guys, that wasn't a great hold. What are you doing? Yeah, and that's why.
Exactly as you say.
Yeah. You break it down. You break it down.
Thatcher's banned. Thatcher is banned. You can so easily keep all these walls closed. You just play with a Kaid, you put up the Electroclive, they bring a Kali to try and take those out, then you just juggle it every now and then. You can easily pick it up before the explosive lands detonates. If they bring the Twitch, you just hunt the Twitch. Like, it's not that deep. You just make sure that you take care of those drone holes and shoot the shock drones as they keep rolling in. But you don't open up the walls for them, especially not when you're playing there. Yeah, okay, you have a 1.5 scope. You're facing 2 times scopes, at least. Maybe 2.5 scopes as well. Like, they're going to be easily able to get a shot out on you.
I think that was it as well. As I said, it was... If Kaid was the hold on that strategy, of him behind a shield on Coat was the idea of this'll stop them just running in, because this means that they can't just focus one way. He was so easy to remove. He was so easy to take care of. Back to the...
It's like putting a single lock on your door.
Not even back to the drawing board on that one, lads. Back to the...
Just delete.
Just delete. Get that out of the drive. Not even... No, I'm not going to make that joke. Poor James. He's taken enough. But what hasn't taken enough yet is Union Gaming. They've been able to pull themselves back to level pegging. You've got to realize, guys, 2 things. 1, this is Live to Kill's map. This is where they expected to play well. But 2, Union Gaming are the tournament favorites. They are the team where if they take everything, oh, they're going to the big stage at SI with all the glittering lights and their names there in that EU COVID bubble. So they've got a lot to prove. And currently, they don't seem to be that dominating giant force against Live to Kill, who are the structural and strategic underdogs of this whole thing. Live to Kill are putting in a good fight. And it's taken, I'm going to say, a little bit more from Union Gaming to try and do better here.
Definitely putting up a good fight here, and indeed Union Gaming, they need to step up if they want to be fighting in those grand finals where they have the opportunity to make it to the 6th Invitational. If they don't make it, if they get knocked out here today, Live to Kill basically secures a spot for MIBR. They will be very happy with that, but it's definitely not something UG wants to let happen. And the Skipper puts up a new disc. I actually like this because, like, right now they're going to be thinking it's potentially safe. Also like that, what we see right there. Just quickly disable the Banshee, which allows you to move through, quickly take it out, and they've never heard that you were actually there. You still have your Twitch drone to continue for, well, other ventures to, for example, ADSs. or
เอาละ
Mirando's.
Now, as Jittery plays around 90
กระจกแตกละ
on the floor to see if he can catch anybody by surprise. A minute on, and still everybody standing. Seems to be a bit of a story for this showdown so far. Very late pushes and collapses almost pretty continually here, and I guess they're concerned about Washroom, but Jittery swings in onto the man inside, and now he waits for a rotation. Look at all the red bodies that are trying to funnel their way back. They know somebody's on the 90 side now, and they can hear the drones popping, and Skip is able to pop one. The swing and the pre-fire and the pre-aim catches my man through the window and finds
โอ้
one
โห
more. Jittery steps up and gets the triple with Sandy
Jet
locking it
K.
up on the opposite side.
เจตเตอรี่ว่ะ
A play and a take of a staircase.
เก็บ
that was
รัวๆฮะ
always
He had it all that round. He had the passiveness to
Shot
start
sวย
it off with, able to take down the Banshee, just waiting prone on the ground, hoping to pick someone up on the actual site. And as soon as he did
Timing
that,
แม่ง
flip,
ดี
he realized, okay, I am in a key position right now. I can stop them from rotating back because I can see them if they come from white. I can see them if they drop the hatch into the laundry room. And then at that moment, when the actual execute started happening, he just sped it up. He just kicked it into the next gear, moved through the
ดู
actual
สีจ
site,
ริง
shot
สอง
out
ที
the
มนี้
player that was tossing in a C4 to his direction, and then got the second kill in as well. If he wasn't able to pick up that second kill onto the one that tossed out the C4, that surely could have been his demise right there if that detonation actually came through. And thus he manages to basically single-handedly get that round into their way as he opened up onto the site and made sure that the backup and the reinforcements were not coming through.
Union Gaming. They've been able to find themselves one step ahead, which they'd lost about 4 or 5 rounds prior. And now they're also going to find themselves hitting against the same site. Not opting to head up to the successful bar. Live to Kill have decided instead that they're going to redefine their reading and see if they can catch them off beat and off piece. Jittery 11-6 has picked up the buck for the first time round, and that's going to offer a lot of structural damage to them if they want to go for a slightly different take. We've got to take into consideration that was built from Jittery getting into 90 pretty uncontested. Obviously, they've been able to put the pressure and get the man out of the laundry room behind the mirror and force them into a more uncomfortable situation, which allowed Jittery to lie there with the confidence of a man who, well, knew he was safe. But can they go with a different approach? Because Buck on the board, well, that's a different approach.
เอ้ยได้ว่ะได้ว่ะได้ว่ะ
Definitely a different approach. Just blank.
เรียบร้อย
Down Jittery is done for. The buck will not see the daylight for the rest of this round. Got put down onto that balcony. Not able to enter the building. Not able to use that skeleton key to open up any vertical or horizontal angles. And this blank seems to be not done yet. It's going to be onto the next window right now, hoping to find another player. However, no one there anymore. No one will be caught off by him, as he is basically just wasting his time looking outside that window.
Well, it's a very worrying loss when it's your man at the moment of the previous round and the top killer in the game that's gone this early. And I guess it was a bit of a simple mistake, which seems to be an unfortunate par for some of Union Games' plays so far. They have these great moments. They have these great rounds where things start to trigger at the right times, and then slip-ups like that. They know that Blank's been playing aggressive onto windows throughout this game, and well, they just kind of let that happen and let it fall in to a dangerous situation.
ไหลไปเลยพวก
EX7 hoping to return the favor, hoping to bring it back into equal numbers. You'd still be losing out on your buck. You don't have it anymore, but you still have those 3 breaching charges onto that Sophia. So the Sophia just got a lot more important than they might realize. As EX7 hoping to go for the gunfight there, but will not be able to get the kill in. Scars will be blowing up, will be given an opportunity to create a line of sight. Actually, no impact tricks are coming down twice right now, as a little bit more damage is going to be done onto Skipper. Is there a third set of Scars left they could use? Well, not for now, as Sparkle gets taken down in the DBNO state. Drops are coming in left, right, and center. The kill eventually will come through. EX7 and Beat able to pick up these kills, and the pickup onto Sparkle is there as well. However, Nos is still upstairs, will be rotating down as we speak. As Beats with that sledgehammer and EX7 with the breaching rounds will shortly begin to open up all these vertical angles.
Well, Blank was the man who was able to open this round in pretty good succession, is using that as a rotation. Huge eyes and angles towards pillars, sure, and we saw some hot drop aggression from the hands of Union that led to 2 very injured players, but otherwise a success story, able to take care of 2 of the guns of Live to Kill and put the body balance back into their favor. Now, though, as they go for an approach with 10 seconds left, they've really got to try and find their way into
8 วิ8 วิ
Beat is trying to stick the diffuser down on the close corners and plays against the smoke.
โอ้ไม่ทันแล้วนะ
Gets it down just as the man comes around the back. There's a pistol,
Ui.
there's 1, there's not 2, there's a trade, and there's a very messy confrontation
ลูกหมด
that falls into the
ยิง
way
วื
of
ดด้วย
Nos somehow. Live to kill in
โอ้
what
โห
was a
ยิงอย่างวื
very
ด
hurried read and fashion. Turned the pages quickly, threw the book away, and just tried everything to secure
เฉียดฉิว
this.
2 รอบแล้วไอ้รอบตอนแพนเนี่ย
That was a don't watch moment. Like, close your eyes. You don't need to see that.
ถ้าดู
Oh,
ตาม
that was, like,
ที่
just
ผ่านๆมานี่
the pistol, first
Union
of all, missing the shots, then 2
Union
of them
น่าจะ
walking next to each other without actually
ได้เปรียบ
realizing
กว่าหน่อย
where either of them are, and okay, pure chaos in the end there. Fact being, as we come back to, you know, I'm still confused. 5-5 is the scoreline. LTK, they managed to bring it back again up to equal numbers. And that means they still have the opportunity of winning this in the, well, regular 12 rounds. Question is, however, are they able to, or will UG actually step it up from here?
Bar, back to the top floor, back to a situation where this came down to a mistake. Union Gaming went for a very late push and late take, and they weren't successful because of it. Now, I'm assuming with the Blackbeard off the board, they're going to go for a slightly different flavor, get themselves in and try and get some control. But yet again, the sordid story of late round pushes seems to be the sacrifice that these teams are making. They know that they have to put the diffuser down, and the kind of loose roam, the ability for both Live to Kill players and in the Union's case on their defensive rounds as well, to have that control and have the breath and the final word, that's dictated this game more than anything.
All right. We have 2 more rounds, and anything can still happen. We could have a winner in 2 rounds. We could have overtime in 2 rounds. We could have an upset with Live to Kill winning and taking down 1 map already of Union. Yes, it is their own map pick. They are supposed to do better on this map than, well, probably the next. But still, we often do see that goes the other way as well. And the question is, which of these 3 outcomes will it be? Will the Union Gaming to set themselves 1 leg into the grand final and thus, you know, get closer to the 6th Invitational? Will it be Live to Kill that is halfway through a potential upset?
Blank yet again looks for a window and tries to throw himself out of it. The drone's dropped immediately. And EX7's a bit concerned that he might suffer the same fate too. Blank with a quick rotate gets himself into a new position. They're hitting windows and trying to bait some plays, but well, as long as the bandit's doing bandity things inside the piano in the Christmas corner, he's probably going to be a bit of a thorn in the side. Sparko is looking to apply some pressure from the white windows and make sure the corridor is potentially a little bit pressured too, so they can catch Blank. They want to make sure he doesn't have a way out before they try and find their way in, and that's going to start with the presser and the presence from red.
Blank just holding in piano, falling back just a little bit. Up into Cigar, has the opportunity to drop through this hatch if it gets a little bit too heated by the pressure that UG might be putting down. Has to be careful, however, as the EX7 still on that balcony, has the opportunity to, well, basically catch up that hatch if he would like to. It doesn't seem like they are aware of the fact that player is up
อัน
there.
นี้รอหลอย
Ooh, Blank actually having the opportunity
เนี่ย
to
ตุยหลัง
see
สบายเลย
both
เนี่ย
kills
ตัวเนี้ย
here into piano. A skipper will be starting
เนี่ย
to
นิ่ง
start
เลย
off,
เนี่ย
will be putting up some huge
ได้
pressure,
แน่
huge
ๆคนเนี้ย
damage
บอกเลยดูจากทรงแล้วนะ
into the players of UG. Not a single bullet hit, but the
ไม่มีใคร
presence
ส
is
นใจ
now.
มันเลยอ่ะ
Blank still hiding, has an opportunity to go for
ไป
an
ดู
angle
ครับ
soon.
Well, Sandy is going to try and steadily increase. Blank has a hatch drop
รอล้วง
potential
รอล้วง
as well. What they want to do is strike here and pull themselves round, double up with Nos, and cause more problems underneath. But
เพื่อนต้องแจ้ง
now it's actually the
อุ้ย
swing
หัว
of Skipper that gets the opener. Jittery caught out as they just
มา
had
ละ
a battle. Sparko finds 1 back. There is the
เป็น
swing.
ไง
There's
บอก
the
แล้วว่าได้
diffuser down. There's an attempt to pick up on a second, but nobody is currently home.
ฟรีเลย
Sandy's moved in and moved into the territory that's right in the core of this entire floor. Takes a legion into the leg, but waits and hesitates to see if he can catch anyone by surprise. With the diffuser and cigar, though, that is a big blow as the approach comes round. They go for a swing, but the bandit's still there and still swings onto one, then two, blank! Has the round that really starts to thrive and live to kill. Have the round that puts them
ดูไม่ผิดจริง
on the map point.
There it is, the map point. Now
ๆเหมือนมันไม่ได้เอาโดรนมาเช็คอะไม่รู้ไงว่ามีคนอยู่อะ
and instantly set themselves up for an upset as Sparko
ตายฟรีเลยอะ
and unfortunately will drop.
แมตช์พอยต์แล้วครับ
That means on the match point, if to kill will have to hold on to the momentum that they are creating, to the pressure that is being put down onto the members of UG, as they themselves manage to find themselves on a map point right here. It is only map 1. There's still potentially 2 more to go after this one.
ภาคชิว
But it is definitely
ๆอย่าง
good
เซอ
to
ร์เลย
start
คนขวา
themselves off, especially as the underdog, the dark horse, the ones that people said they got here with the easiest bracket. They might not even flow in that case. So you got to make sure that you take the flow you just had from your previous half into account. And you're going to be able to make the best out of it.
เอามาโอเวอร์ไทม์
Wow. Blank and Jittery. Both
แต่ว่า
putting
ก่อน
up
เลยเว้ย
big stellar performances so far, but everybody is putting bodies down. And I think that's one of the things about how these two teams are clashing. As I said before, it's often cited that this region, this area, is one of confrontation. It's one of aggression and one of gun skill. One where they throw themselves into the firefights, which we're seeing in this game. Very obviously, we're seeing all of this boil down and break towards the final 20-30 seconds pretty consistently and continually. And that means that everybody on the team has to have gun skill.
สวัสดีครับ
Because you never really know
ในไทยจะมีในไทยมันมีแข่งอยู่เรื่อยๆนะจัดเป็นโปรลีกของไทยครับ สวัสดีคุณคุโร่สวัสดีต้าสวัสดีท่านตายครับแข่งทั้งหมดเมื่อกี้ดูรอบเซมิไฟนอลไปแล้วมีได้ทีมชนะแล้วอันนี้ก็ทีมเซมิไฟนอลเหมือนกัน2ทีมนี้ถ้าใครชนะไปเจอกับอีกทีมก่อนหน้านี้ที่ชนะเป็นรอบชิงเลยของเอเชียแปซิฟิก
It's never really clear who's going to be the first to get into a confrontation. Credit to medics for being able to find as many as he can.
อันนี้มันแข่งเป็นทวีปเป็นโซนไปอ่ะมีโซนยุโรปอะไรเงี้ยแต่อันนี้เป็นโซนเอเชียแปซิฟิกไงก็เลยมาดูแบบคนเอเชียเล่นนะเทียบแบบไอ้พวกฝรั่งแล้วยิงไม่คมไม่เท่าอ่ะคือเทคนิคยังแพรวๆสู้ไม่สู้เท่าไหร่ อันนี้พิมพ์กันไว้นานยังนี่เหมือนแชทมันเพิ่งเด้งแบบรวดเดียวเลย
From the roof he just got up to quickly make work of that, open it up with the big giant hammer, just to allow Sophia and Sandy to not Sophia, Nomad. I don't know how I get those mixed up. To make
เฮ้ยอันนี้มีแผนแล้วเนี่ยอันนี้กะทุบแล้วยิงเลยทุกอย่างเนี่ยผมว่านะ
one misses a finger, I believe, the other one doesn't. You know.
นี่ดูช็อตนี้ดูช็อตนี้ปึ๊บนั่นไงว่าแล้วไม่มีคน
Is it a daughter that Zafir has, or is it a son? I don't remember. I don't remember the law. I'm sorry.
ตอนนี้คือสกอร์มันเสมอกัน6เห็นไหมโอเวอร์ไทม์อยู่แปลว่าต้องเล่นอีก2เกมอ่ะใครถึงเลข8ก่อนชนะ
Well, doesn't save EX7. In fact, does the opposite. Gets rid of him, gets him off the board. Zafir is gone.
ตึงไอ้คู่นี้ตึงมันสูสี
On the sidelines and wait and watch and try and find themselves back in on the next round. For now, the frag grenades are what's going to hit the ground as they find
ฟรีไปก่อนเลย1
is able to get one more with the pressure that he's offering from that top.
น่าจะนานแล้วแชทมันบั๊กกันดิผมไม่เห็นใครพิมพ์เลยไง
site was unfortunately slow. They weren't able to really do anything inside the site itself, and that meant
YouTube
when push came to shove, there was still a smoke in a very tricky situation that had a very easy job of making sure
นอนบันไดตัวนึง
into their favor. This time they're not making the same
เอา
mistake.
ละ
They are the quickest they have been on any of their attacks on any of
ฟรี
the
ฟรี
sites so far, and Jittery is looking for the double.
อยู่เนียนปะ
Keeping the Legion mine in his leg, he knows that there's still people close.
เฮ้ยได้โอ้โหมันนัวชิบหาย
Round and finds himself back into the freezer to take control of the center of this site finally. A little bit of a breath of fresh air as twin bits of pressure are pushed against the twin defenders remaining. Fatal
ไม่แน่ไอ้ฝั่ง
one impact will give Nos
L2K นี่มันชนะตอนแพนบอมหลายรอบแล้วตอนฝั่งตรงข้ามแพนบอมอ่ะก็ไม่แน่
and a potential problem for the attackers.
รับขึ้นมารีกรุ๊ปกันบนดาดฟ้า
Had to recover that defuser. A bit of time was lost there, but they start moving themselves up now. Goo mines and benchies will be taken out.
เอาละระเบิดมีไหม
There is an issue.
ไอ้นี่เห็นแล้วว่ายึกยือ
On the other
ยึก
side
ยือ
now,
ยึกยือ
kill to come through.
เฮ้ย
Not
โอ้โห
able to pick up one, not the second one.
หัวนะเมื่อกี้
However, Sparko manages to reply.
นิดเดียวเอาละ
And
1 ต่อ
so
2
Fatals now. The last
ตึง
man
ๆไป
standing, the
เหลือ
smoke
15 วิ
still has 2 canisters left in hand.
15 วิเท่านั้น
Figure out where they will be coming from if he wants to use these.
เฮ้ยเหลือโอ้โหสโมกซะด้วย
Tosses out two. The next one
เฮ้ย
comes
พลาด
in
โอ้โห
He
โอ้
survived
โห
behind the shield
เรี
for
ย
a
บร้อย
little bit, but not long enough. It's Sparko to coming from the side, and Union Gaming to win round
จังห
number
วะ
13 and put themselves up onto a map point right
จัง
now,
หวะว่ะ
unlike well one that we had seen from L2K before.
ยูเนียนได้ไปก่อนหนึ่งเลย
That is maybe the first time since the very first round that we've seen it in this
ถ้าไอ้นั่นไม่โดน
life or death
ถ้าไอ้นั่น
final
ปาด
throw
เข้าหัวนะ
situation
เรียบร้อยเลย
where instead
เสมอก็ได้ยิงแบบ
for
ตาย
the
คู่อะ
objective, they've gone for the
แต่
kill.
ได้
They've gone for the read, gone for the beat, and gone for we know where he is. Let's 2 versus 1 and set up the trade. Now the last time I saw that happen was a 1 versus 1. Sure, I do not think that
เล่น
either
คุ้ม
team
ชิบ
has
หาย
made that decision actively
เล่นยัน
before this
overtime อะครับ
point, and it has been a lot more successful this time round of them instead of looking at getting the diffuser down and playing that objective. Sometimes you just have to push the man and look at the result that you can get. You can put yourself on map point. You can put yourself 1 defensive round away on Cafe, and they've put themselves on Kitchen to try and make it happen.
Still, UG not opting to go for that top floor.
เดี๋ยวนี้เขาไม่ยืนกันหน้าไอ้หลังบาร์แล้ววะนะ
Not the basement.
ปกติดูไอ้พวกนั้น G2 มันชอบเล่นกัน
Netherlands and in the
อ๋อ
UK.
ตั้งแต่มันเนิร์ฟเยเกอร์ไม่มีคนเล่นแล้วมั้ง
So,
ปกติเย
with
เกอ
the
ร์มันดูดได้
reinforcements
3 ไง
coming
อั
out,
นห
we
นึ่ง
also see rotation,
นี่
I believe,
เนิร์ฟมาไม่มีคนเล่นเลย
inside of Bakery, which means that
ตรงเนี้ยเนี่ยหลัง
actively play.
เคาน์เตอร์
Maybe
เนี่ย
they keep a reinforcement in back, in pocket, just to make sure that they can close off later. Or maybe if there is no push going down from that side, they'll
สวัสดี
just
ครับห
be
มู
using that angle that just got created to look into the actual side. Because just look at all the openings that have been created, left, right, and center. Every single wall has like a hole inside of it. Nothing is safe.
อุ้ยสปอนคิว
Jittery
ไอ้นี่หัวแตก
is
แน่นอน
trying to
อื
put bullets
ม
down towards the approach from the spawn, and Fatals isn't
ถอยก่อน
falling for it. They seem a bit aware of that game, and they were. I guess you'd hope they were with how quick they were to strike on their own windows. Jittery has pulled himself down 2 pillar stairs, making sure that all of this lockdown and the approach is getting shut down. Another drone falls and gets taken out of the pockets of Live to Kill. The aggressive roam game that we've talked about from them before is one
ยังไง
here it's still being played.
จะทิก
My
จะยังไง
question is, you've put your pulse in this situation. Your pulse is the man that's roaming. Your pulse is the man that's caught off. You've also got 3 C4s. So why is he not the one that's inside the site getting the read for those 2 C4s to be used? Because if he's the first off the board, that is the best bit of synergy utility you could possibly ask for with a C4 in pocket. And you're potentially throwing it away as your entry confrontation.
ยังไม่มีใครเสียเลือดเลยตอนนี้
You could indeed, right, but really, I have to say, I really like the fact that they reinforced it from outside to quickly change that subject, which makes it a little bit harder to get a grenade in sight. That was often the choice why teams started
แล้วแมปนี้
to
ไอ้
reinforce
L2K
from
เป็น
our side
ทีม
instead
ที่
of
เลือก
from
มา
the
ด้วย
other
ไง
side.
จะมาแพ้
As
ไม่ได้
Utilities, well, finds its way in. Less
โอ้โห
That's a beautiful kill. That's the kill onto
ชิบ
Skipper.
หาย
That might be the first actual 100% accurate
เฮ้ย
grenade
เอา
we've
ว่ะ
seen being tossed in, but Jittery, unfortunate
4 เท่าครับ
upstairs,
4 เท่า
will be able to find the kill. And it was a drone in him. They knew exactly where he was, and Yeti was allowed to live. Yeti was allowed
ตัวโห
to
ดเลยนะตัวเนี้ย
kill and put them back onto 4-4. LTK, the pressure is on them right now. They are setting up for a take from the freezer side of things.
ระเบิดไหม
But they're not
ต้อง
able
ระเบิด
to open it up yet. The grenade needs to come through. They need to take care of the electro claw. And then Skipper comes in. We'll be picking up yet another kill. That's Jittery now gone as well. That is your
เอา
post
ว่ะ
gone. That is
ทาง
his
L2K
full
ไม่
gone.
ยอมว่ะ
And that's exactly what LTK
เอา
needs to
ว่ะ
potentially
เฮ้ยเทรดกันเรื่อยเลยว่ะ
survive
คนหนึง
Sparko.
ตายคนหนึงตาย
Well, they have the rotation back onto site if they need
สาม
to
เท่า
use
ครับ
it.
ตอนนี้
They've got to use something fast. The 3 versus 3, but with the X7 on only a little bit of health, and Sparko taking some damage of his own, it's all going to fall down to
30
who
วิ
can get the eyes and the angles onto their opponents. first. No more throwables apart from 2 smokes. It's going to make things very dicey for the single
มั่วๆไม่ได้เลยอะ
Sparko
จังหวะนี้
as they look towards still setting themselves up. Finally they enter onto the freezer.
ทางฝั่งห้อง
yet again.
อันนี้เข้ามาละนั่นแหละ
Push beat throws out a canister and that
ยื้อเวลา
the Fatals who pops around the Banshee screams. They know exactly where they are. They know
มัน
exactly
นอนอยู่
what game they're trying to play and
ส
they
วย
know exactly how to catch them EX7.
ไอ้นี่รู้แล้วแหละว่านอนอยู่อะ
JV doesn't
โอ้ย
get the
เอา
free
ดิ
burn, and he gets the free double EX7. Finds
อุ้ย
one
หู
more
หัว
skipper on a triple. Has to get the
โอ้
ace
โห
to pull
แม่ง
them
เก็บ
out,
หมดเลยว่ะ
but not Union. They take the first map by the skin of their teeth.
ยูเนียนครับผมกะแล้วเชียว
It wasn't theirs, but at the same time, it almost very wasn't theirs.
It wasn't theirs to start off with, but they almost didn't have it at all. Indeed, LTK they put up a heck of a fight on.
ยูเนียนชนะในแมปแรกไปแมป2
Trying to control how they're
เฮ้ยแมปนี้สนุก
themselves
ผม
in,
ชอบ
as
เล่น
you
เหมือนกัน
said, with the other
คู่เดิมนะ
utility there.
รอบนี้ถ้าเกิดยูเนียนชนะก็เข้าไปเจอกับไอ้นี่เลย ทีมก่อนหน้านี้
I mean, I
ชื่อ
get
ที
it,
ม
yeah,
ย่ออะไร
there's
วะ
a
ลืม
Valkyrie on the board. It might prove to be troublesome if you're not going to be able to get these black eyes
แต่โหดอยู่อะ
away.
ทีมที่เข้ารอบไปรอบ
There's
ชิง
a
อะ
lot of ways to deal with it. I mean, you have 4 grenades. It's okay to use one to get
น่าจะ
rid
ฟัด
of a
กันมันอยู่
knee-jammer. It's not the end of the world. Oh wait, you have a Maverick as well. I totally missed that one somehow. Like I saw the grenades that he brought, but I didn't realize the gadget doesn't really care about any electricity or any signal disruptors. So no worries. There was no need for a Twitch. I take it back, Jittery. You made the right choice. I was wrong. Please forgive me.
He doesn't. I asked him and he doesn't. Instead, Jittery's just going to hold the angle and watch over construction and say, shut up, Hap, I'm busy watching this angle and watching over construction. Sparko is trying to apply some pressure on the opposite side as Nos waits for the drop onto logistics. It's again another game of watching windows. A bit of a slower pace and approach here, but well, it sounds like it might start sooner rather than
บัว
later.
เรียบร้อย
Fatals catches Sparko out, tried to drop the shield, but
เอ้าแมปนี้ก็แมปของ L2K เลือก
that Live to Kill have shown onto Windows seemingly continually. They want to have these fights wherever they can, and often successfully too.
Very sticky situation they're in.
ลูกซองอะเนี่ย
It's a Union Gaming. They don't really have any control. They still need to make themselves inside.
ไม่ใช่
Yes,
ไม่ใช่
okay, the jacuzzi wall is
แล้วก็
open
บอก
up,
มัน
but
ใหญ่
it's
ยัง
not
วะ
enough. You need to be dropping through this hatch potentially to cover off Jittery if he wants to take some control. That's quite dangerous if you do so
อุ๊ย
as
โด
well.
น
The
โดน
flashbangs, however, are going to be coming in, trying to take out the
ตรงนี้เข้าไปเหมือนตายฟรีว่ะเล่นยาก
But as Skipper moves into construction right now, Jittery, his position is not as
เนี่ย
safe
พวก
as
มัน
it would
เล็งรอแล้วเนี่ย
normally be. And as the drop
โอ้โห ฟรีเลย
is the teammate that will be taken down. Sandy will go down. Jittery has no clue on how to respond to this, considering that while jumping in now would just be suicide. And as Knox gets another kill as well, it is a 1v5 right now for just Jittery, who only now makes his way inside
เรียบ
the
ร้อย
actual building and instantly gets punished for it. A flawless round from Lift to Kill to start it off, and that is going to be, well, very good for them, going to put some confidence in their boots as they need to take this win home.
The thing about being a flank watch in a situation like that is, okay, your team has worked out that you've cut them in half in a way. A very important rotation that once upon a time didn't even exist is under your lock and key and your watchful eyes. All it takes for it to become successful is the pressure to be applied from the opposite side, because as we saw, they also had EX7, who is watching the top of the red stairs, or the main stairs even had the rotation covered there in case they went down red, and in case they pulled themselves back underneath instead. Both of those were covered. All it took from that point onwards was to apply the correct pressure to site, but unfortunately, Union couldn't quite get that final piece of the tactical puzzle. So if you're wondering why Jittery and EX7 were holding those positions for too long, all that round would have taken to become more successful was 2 kills onto the site itself, and then their positions would have been absolute bloodshed. Lockdown, unfortunately for them, those 2 kills, they just never came.
All right. The 2 kills never came, and Lift to Kill now in the lead. That first round in. It is Clubhouse, of course. You are supposed to get 4 rounds in, and that first round was a beautiful one. Just picking it up flawless right there as last pieces of the wall will be punched out, most likely, just to not waste much more shotgun utility, because you always have that little as a smoke if you open up all those rotations alone.
ไอเหลี่ยมเมื่อกี้ก็ดีนะ แต่ถ้าโล่แตกก็
Just the only 13
เฉยๆว่ะ
shells left, so
ถ้าโล่พังอะ
But as I was saying, it's a very good first round here for Live to Kill. A flawless round to back it off from. That is going to be giving you probably a confidence boost. As only now they start.
เชี่ยฟอสสด
Black. I'm really confused.
It was a
That wall
late.
was open.
Yeah, they had the wall open. I think they were trying to do a bit of a run out and some aggression because it was open obviously very late, so it wasn't just
แม
Valkyrie.
ปฮิบานะแบบเนี้ย
Run out timing. They expected and hoped that Union might read it and go, hang on, let's go quick and aggressive, but they didn't. They're not falling for the same problems that they often suffered on Cafe, where they believed that they were safe on an approach. They saw and sniffed the bait and decided not to take it. And well, Valkyrie's just going to make sure she has the pocket reinforcement, get that redone and pull themselves back. No point leaving an open wound. You can otherwise get it sealed off and focus on the more important pressures and dangers coming up.
Thank you. Working the magic right here, splitting out the utility. Trying to find out where the black eyes are located. They get pinged out, finding out where potential, well, not ADS because there's no Jaeger, but potential discs would be located, which is also not the case considering there's no Omai. And then you're thinking, yeah, 4 frag grenades, make them work, make them start working because they are going to be the key to this round here for you. If you are UG, you
Blue
have to
โคตรเละ
make sure that these frag grenades will find
จ่อ
their
ยังไงของนาย
target.
อะนะ
As you only need to pick up 1 or 2 really with these 4 frag grenades and you're ready. Did he just make a smiley?
Maybe not intentionally.
อ๋อ
No, what?
No, he didn't,
That looks
okay.
nothing like a smiley hat. What's wrong with your phone emojis?
I'm starting to see something here, alright?
เอาละแม่งล้วงละ
Gonna be moving in. I'm just quickly going to distract and we'll be trying to be the spearhead in dirt as they start entering.
เอาละได้เสียช็อตเนี้ย โอ้ ตายฟรี
So far up into dirt and finally meets a maker
โอ้
and
โห
Blake gets a double. At the very
รู้เลยอะ
end of it, they set themselves
เป้า
up
แม่ง
for
ไม่
a
เล็งเลยอะ
trade and
ไม่ได้ระวัง
revenge,
เลย
but
อะ
couldn't catch it. The
ผมคิด
Valkyrie
ว่ากลับเข้าไปแล้วไง
finally has the success she sought so early before, and now it's a big blow and bit of concern because she has a rotation out of dirt if she wants to apply the pressure onto the backside.
แม่งอยู่ด้วยกัน
They've gotta
3
be
คนเลย
aware of that now. With only 20 seconds, EX7 goes for it.
เรียบร้อย
and loses
กู
as
นอนรอ
well.
อยู่แล้ว
Triple is fed to a Valkyrie that's played maybe 60 feet of ground.
เฮ้ยออกมาช่ำเลยว่ะ
She's thirsty for more. The detection comes out, just gonna
อุ้ย
fire. Sandy drops in the meantime and gets
อ๋อ
one. They're heading and careening down the stairs. Wants to try and shut down the
โอ้ย
Valkyrie.
เกือบตาย
There's nothing else left to do. Sandy had a single kill and a smoke canister to try and cover the tears. At least got one.
หมดเวลา
Unfortunately, didn't get anything further.
The fact that you're losing out 3 people to the single Valkyrie that was hiding in a corner in dirt
แบบนี้มันรีเวิร์กไปยังวะ
is worrying. It's
จำไม่
very
ได้วะ
worrying for UG.
เอ้ยรีแล้วดิ
Simple drone.
แบบนี้รีไป
That's
แล้ว
all
นี่
you have to do.
เมื่อก่อน
Just
เมื่อก่อน
toss
ไม่ใช่
one
แบบ
of
นี้หรอก
those little rolly things, you know, that you
ใช่ปะ
Oh,
you
that's
guide
what those
through.
are.
Yeah, they roll about.
จำไม่ได้แล้ว
They
วะ
have a camera in front. You can see where the enemy is if you use them properly.
I always
That,
wondered.
รี
that
ได้
would
รีแล้ว
save them.
จำได้ไอ้ตรงห้องบาร์ตอนแรกไอ้ห้องน้ำไม่มีเลย
Just a single drone.
But it didn't.
They didn't because they didn't use it.
I was taking a drink and it added a very punctual silence. Just to let everybody realize that you should bring your drones, bring your intel. And intel, as pointed out on the desk and by us in the cast, has been the big cost for Union. Across their attacks before on Cafe, it just seems like it's never truly in their control. They don't have the lockdown. They don't have that weaved web of we know where everybody is and we're gonna strike, and it keeps being the bane of all of their pushes and plays. They trust something that isn't quite fully structured, and it's leading to moments like that. It's leading to chaos. It's leading to a single character getting a triple kill in an off-site-ish position. It's a very big flat site. Is anything really off-site for that? Well, either way, Dirt is. And Dirt rewarded a triple
เฮ้ยแต่บอล
for
คิว
a Valkyrie that was just undroned, unchecked, uncontested. Even if, at the very beginning, because it's a very narrow situation, they just had a drone 3 paces ahead of, I believe it was Jittery, was the one that was going for the entry. A drone 3 paces ahead. That would have been a kill.
That's why you drone ahead of your entry. That's why you you play together like that as a team. That's often why you see these drones
โอ้จะออกมาช่
in front of like the entry fraggers during, for example, well, basically other matches, EU, NA, LATAM, also in APAC. Because it just saves.
ำไม่มีใครให้มันยิงหรอกเนี่ยโอ้
information, and your entry fragger is going to be able to respond to it quickly enough, especially if you say 3 bases ahead. You're going to be saying hard left, and it's, you know, he's just going to look left.
ใครไม่เก็บชุดเกราะวะผมว่าไอ้วอลคิลี่แหละ
On the back of it, maybe potentially, because now 3 kills came through from Bank, who's now moving across freely outside again. He's just harassing the likes of UG. He's just active. He's just running out, being spotted, saying like, "Hey, I'm here. Come and get me, if you dare." This is the last time that costed him 3 lives.
อุ้ย
Terrifying voice. And the entrance presence has come. The entrance presence is here inside stock. They're beneath with a buck, which can work very well with cooked grenades, patience, and angles. We haven't seen fantastic grenade play in terms of that specification as of yet. We've obviously seen grenade kills, but more of it has been rough pulls, rough plays, and rough pushes. This takes precision because you need it to explode underneath the floor. It's timing, it's practice and prep, which you assume that all these players can do and are good at, but it's also making it hit the mark. And now I guess Blank is looking for
ยังไม่มีใครโดนยิงเลยสักนิด
It's free to do it.
เหลือ1 นาที
The concern here is we're 2 minutes gone right now, and you look at what they have control of, and currently it's not really anything consequential. We can hear walls being cracked open. They might not know that Blank's underneath. Jittery wants to make the approach here, and EX7 is the one
ไอ้ตัวใต้ดินน่าจะได้ตัวหนึ่งนะ
onto the man onto the right.
เฮ้ยช็อตนี้
Ping a second, and Fatal
โอ้โห
gets caught.
หัว
Finally,
แต
they're
ก
able to find a kill.
ได้แน่นอนไอ้เนี่ย1 ตัว
Here beneath could find something.
เฮ้ยมันระวังโอ้โห
Pre-fire, they knew the game.
สวย
Blank got by beat, held the position too long,
โปรถือ
and
ว่า
got
โปร
caught. Now the drones are heading and moving in ahead of the players.
โอ้
What
โห
you wanted to see for a while, but not
ช็อตนี้คมจริง
saw a little sparko and decided to snuff it out. Habana pellets start to pop towards the default plant as they look for the rotation and swing
แพ
themselves
นละ
in all
เพื่อน
the
กู
way.
แพน
They
ละ
have the cover and the concern from underneath. They know roughly where the 3 bodies are, and the hatch isn't open, so they can't rotate on construction. There's a C4.
อุ้ย
there's
C4
the miss.
ว่ะ
There's Beat taking a load of damage.
แพนไม่ได้ ยื้อไว้ก่อนเพื่อน
There's a swing and aggression as Jittery and Beat find one
ไม่ได้ละ
all down to Skipper, but
เรียบ
nobody
ร้อย
left. As Union Gaming lock themselves in and find their first round.
ไอ้นี่อ้อมหลังมาพอดีโอ้โห
Kept tossing bodies at the one planter, LTK bodies, C4s, smoke innesses, everything you could imagine was being tossed at it there, and in the end, nothing was left, and UG was able to pick up their first attacking round, and it was instantly on CCTV cache. Normally a site that we see to be the primary for many teams, now chosen to, well, basically be the forced third jury site, because otherwise you'll be ending up in bar. And I don't know about you, Fluke, but I've never seen a bar at a major or anything like this ever since the rework.
I would love to see a bar. I recently heard the story of Flynn, the casting legend, the player legend, the man who proves casters can play, doing bits in Canada town. And he devised a bar hold, and he was discussing it with Sewer when Sewer was with GT once upon a time, and
I heard that one.
and then they tried it. G2 tried it the next day in a final, and I couldn't tell you what tournament it was. I'm sure people in chat can point it out. G2 went and tried it. It failed badly, and then I believe it was the G2 account itself that tweeted, "Not a good strat, Flynn." And
Thank you for letting us lose that round.
Thank you for letting us lose that round. So there's a story of a bar hold.
So, these bar holds that have been used weren't that successful. And we're probably not going to be seeing one either here today, as there's just too much on the line for both these teams. One that wants to prove itself in its region, live to kill that is, and one that wants to make it to the grand final where they can fight for a 6th invitational spot, which is not a small deal, not a smaller deal. It's literally the biggest stage you could be at in the terms of Siege Esport. and they have the opportunity. The first year that they're up in the big open APAC North, not North, just the APAC divisions included in the global circuit, they have the opportunity to make it to the Sixth Invitational, and surely they want to be the first of their region to do so.
That's it. That's the possibility that they're playing for here. And look at this, a
People
very different approach onto the site itself, onto the control that they want to make sure they have locked down. They're popping the hatches and hopefully trying to pop the bodies a little bit later. Yeah, it's a bit of a curious decision to not roll with the hammer.
รอบนี้ทำไวว่ะเนี่ยจอยับเลยเห็นไหม
There's reasons for it, most likely.
Probably the 3C4s is probably a reason.
Yeah, probably. You know, you don't want to get blown up from underneath as soon as you're starting to hammer it open. Are they going to be trying? Okay, I was going to say maybe B is going to be trying to use some of that fuel to just quickly cut out the rest of it, but no, it's going to be a grenade that will be tossed in the bathroom. They have it lands right under his feet, but not cooked well enough.
รอดได้ไง
And he barely
โอ้
escaped.
ถ้ามันนับวีทั้งหน่อยนะแม่งตายแน่นอนอะ
Side of things, at least the bathroom will be
Yeah.
opened up, and that means that there's no more opportunity to
JV.
play there. And JV will be from below. It's going to be putting pressure down onto the main stage.
เดินมาทันพอดีเลยอะ
That should have been a kill. That should
คือระเบิด
have
แม่ง
been
แม่งอยู่ที่พื้นอยู่
a kill
แป๊บหนึ่ง
for
อะ
one of the
2
LCK
วิได้อะ
members, and it
แม่ง
should
ถึง
have
วิ่ง
been the
อะ
entry for UG.
That's it. That's the definition of how grenades have generally gone between these two teams so far. Right direction, wrong amount of time in the oven. Haven't quite been able to do the
Check
damage. Whether
เลย
they've been able to scrape or not isn't the matter.
มาแล้วครับ
That is a kill utility. That is a very
เฮ้ย
costly
ไอ้นี่ล้วงเข้ามาใน
utility
ซ้าย
for
เลยว่ะ
defenders, and that is one that if you're playing it with that precision, well, you work on the timing and you can find some big success. Here, though, more
โอ้
people
ตาย
doing
ตาย
scratch
ตาย
and
เรียบร้อย
scratch. The corridor
โอ้โห
becomes a big confrontation. There's another trade and another body falls. It's just beat left. As the X7 goes down on the opposite side, a 4 versus 1 situation inside with the diffuser in the middle of the room. Swings onto one, gives the game away, but doesn't catch the others as all three decide that they want to try and have a bite, live to kill, lock down another hold upstairs.
Imagine if that grenade would have been a kill there, Fluke. That would have changed the game because suddenly you had an advantage there that would have given you some space to move in. And then you
มาว่ะ
might have been able
L2K
to,
ว่ะ
to catapult yourself
มีแมป
into
3 แน่เลย
an actual
แต่เดี๋ยว
round
ข้ามไปดู
three.
รอบชิงเลยดีกว่า
1-3 scoreline that we are currently seeing. L2K is the ones in the lead, or are the ones in the lead, and does have an opportunity to push us to a map
ดูทรง
number
แล้วแม่ง
3
สู
if
สีกัน
they
เลยคู่เนี้ย
continue this current streak. They need to win a couple of more rounds to put themselves up onto a map point here. 3 to be exact.
ใช้
Only
โคว
2
ต้า
being left to
คร
the
บ
defense.
แน่นอน
Let's see what they
3
can
แมป
make out of this half.
Wow, Church and Arsenal as we head back down too, and obviously this is one that really fell a bit to bits by lack of droning, which was picked up a lot in the immediate round after, where they seemed very successful in getting control. And I'm gonna say they had drones and an idea of the play against Live to Kill there, but things just didn't quite work on the execution. So let's go with the storyline that Union Gaming might have been able to step up their drone game, but this is when we're going to have proof of that. This site, which fell to bits because they didn't utilize that very important bit of roller utility, that was the cost that cost them the round. This is where they can prove that they've learned a lesson.
This is where they will have to prove that they have learned a lesson. Because the time is also running out for Union here on this map. You don't want to be going into another 3-3 split. Or, well, you do actually if you're Union, but not as Live to Kill. You don't want to go into a 4-2 split. You want to make sure that you are going to be the ones that have the opportunity to take the lead straight away if you head into that second half. If you're starting out on the defense. And if they want to be achieving that, they need to show up now. They need to get these next 2 rounds in a row on the likes of Union. Otherwise, Live to Kill is going to have a very good time going into the second half because we've seen that their attacks
เดี๋ยวขอดูห้องนี้ก่อน
they are able to
ห้องชั้นล่างเนี่ย
surprise the Union
ดูดิมันจะกันกันยังไง
and then especially on Cafe. So they got to make sure that they will be going into this confidently. Goes for both these teams, and well, preferably also for both these
มึง
teams.
จะสคริปต์ไปดูรอบชิงเลย
Well, Blank has pulled themselves all the way up. They're still waiting for an approach, but as we've seen, They're not playing that game as of yet. Union Gaming, they're looking at the bigger clear here across the top floor as they ping utility.
แสดงว่าแมปสุดท้ายเป็นแมปของไอ้นี่แน่
Oh yes, drone.
Union เลือก
All right. Now,
เรียบร้อย
as they
C4
find
พลาดอ่ะ
themselves able to apply the pressure onto the 90 degrees and pipes beneath, they're forcing Liv to kill in more uncomfortable situations, and they're doing it with a lot of time still left. Blank has eyes out there, sure. They have eyes on the possibility of dirt, sure. But they don't really have much more that they can do with it. And this just leaves Blank in a situation where if he's not pressured, there's only so much time, as we've seen, where if you wait for something and you're not rewarded, all it does is cost your team. And you've got to be the balance of when is the right time to pull back.
Cannot 100% agree with that. He's still in a very good position in that third tunnel because he has the opportunity to either pick up a kill right here as they're starting to open him now, and they're not.
นิ่งใช่ไหม
That's a free kill. He's literally just waiting. They know where he is. In the meantime, however, Sandy's going to be able to pick up a double kill onto both Nos and onto Skipper as he comes in. A bit too quick of that cam. Didn't actually realize that Gaming already getting back into that kitchen. It would have been an opportunity for him right there. He was a bit more patient on that cam. He would have known where to go.
เอาดูเคตายไป2แล้ว
That opportunity has passed right now, and the double entry is there for Union.
Now then, Sparko hops in, drops down, suffers some shots close, but has the
แผ่นเลยละกันไอ้เหี้ย
diffuser down. The pings come out.
กูไม่สน
And
โล
there
ก
goes the canister, which forces Sparko into an explosion, which
แผ่นไม่ได้เว้ย
forces
โดน
him
สโม
to
ก
well safety. The cover comes. Blank gets
โอ้แย่ละ
Sandy,
บอก
and
แค่นี้แหละ
Sandy gets fatals over the shoulder though, and they have more canisters. But Sparko's in an off-boost position, and he puts the plant down. Jay gets one, but the cover's coming from the main door, and Jay goes down.
ยิงไม่ตายบ้าไปแล้ว
All that's left. We said
Knock
if you
you.
hold and hover for too long, when
They
do
knock,
you
they
pull
knock.
back? Well, he's making the right decision now as he goes for the pickup. They couldn't get the confirmed kill, but the concern comes from the hatch above. Doesn't seem like they're paying it too much attention, but the concern that they might be has bought them enough time. There goes Blank. He's at least able to get one up beforehand. JV with a big C4 can't quite make it, but with only 16 seconds and impending doom above, well,
เรียบร้อยมันดักบนแล้ว
going into the favor of Union. 10 seconds, 9 seconds, no more seconds. EX7. Well, he's there.
He was there indeed.
เฮ้ย
It's missed. Arm day around the stack of weights, but unfortunately, fate did not. And his arms knocked you out. Live to kill.
นั่นไงกูว่าแล้ว 1-1
Pull back. Any hopes of pulling themselves through?
เสร็จแล้วแม่งก็ใช้สิทธิ์ในแมปที่
Damage to the shoulder, but the swing comes through and then goes back. Doesn't have the confidence yet. Still waiting. Kind of slipped through their fingers before, and I think that was the.
อุ้ยเดี๋ยวนะเซมิไฟนอล
Well, C4 is going to cause the end of jittery.
ว่ามันเจอกันหลายทีมยังอ่ะ
Yes, the internet was absolutely what led to that C4 getting the kill.
อ๋อนี่ไงแมปที่3ถูกแล้วถูกแล้ว
The painful part there was they had someone sat in this window where Dagger is right now, and Nos literally C4 the player on Wolf window, ran across and still.
แสดงว่ามีให้ดูแค่รอบเซมิครับรอบแกนเดี๋ยวต้องไปดูอีกคลิปหนึ่งมั้งเนี่ยอันนี้ในแมปสุดท้ายแล้ว
You should be guaranteeing a trade there at the very least, because the fact that Nos is still alive means that you haven't traded that back out. You've lost your Twitch player for nothing, and there's been nothing gained on the other side except for a few hit points taken off of Nos.
Now then, as the approach starts to come through, they're looking to try and pepper bullets, well, through the legs of anyone that gets close to the vault wall. Pillar pops around the corner, and they pop anything and everything they can at the shield that's stacked up as fatals. Pops a smoke canister and tries to buy themselves a little bit more time. Union can't quite walk onto the site this time, but they have gone for a different approach.
Wamai นี่มันเอาเรื่องนะเนี่ย
on the strategy table is going to be
เป็นใช้อะไรกันหลายทีมแล้วเนี่ย
there is blown, and no more cost left to pay.
They have the right idea as well, using grenades to try and clear the pull out from the very back of these sites. The problem is there are still these magnets around. Even with the Jaeger ban, it's not free to just go willy-nilly with these grenades and hope for the very best.
ล้วงเลยเพื่อน
They've got this two-side split, which
มันนอนอยู่ตัวนึงเว้ย
so far. They're
งู
trying
เยอะชิบหายเลยทีมนี้
towards two different sides. Leave
ไปมา L2K ชนะนะเนี่ยเข้ารอบชิงนะเนี่ย
And given Sparko's the one currently in possession, I think he's going to try and push elsewhere. Spray through the sofa to bring down one, but it's a 1 versus 4 fluke. Something tells me it's good.
โอ้โหพลาด
He's not quite this good.
เอ้ยได้อยู่
Fortunately not live to kill. They live another day and find themselves locked in onto the site that otherwise kind of slipped through their fingers before. And I think that was the main presence of the problems before, is they just got onto site. They ran through, found way more success than they otherwise probably could have and should have, and there was a bit of a more of a meet and maker. There was a wall in place and in play, and there was an obstruction that they couldn't quite just run through and throw the diffuser down, but now they're onto their third site. Dining room and kitchen is the pretty common opt for the positions here for them to play. Let's see if they can have a little bit more success and continue the role.
มีแต่ตังค์มีแต่ตังค์
One attack on the Villa defense is actually, for a lot of teams, standard with how hefty this map can be on your defense side and with how tough it can be to get any presence on your attack.
Make the right call here and heading downstairs. Well, the only call they can make, it had to be here or living in library, given we'd now won those top 2 sites back-to-back, trophy and statue in round 2 and aviator games in the site just a second ago. This is the site that I said earlier on, Fluke, you would expect the attacking team to win, the off-site, the one where the defenders maybe don't feel as comfortable, there's a lot of vertical play, and I think there's some acknowledgement of that on Union Gaming side. Yes, they've already brought it along previously, but you're looking towards the grenades coming out of the sledge here, out of the Iana for above. They are your main tools to be dealing with any kind of utility that's thrown up by the other side. There's nothing really to worry about, I think, in terms of bulletproof gadgets, but no doubt what you're going to be looking for early on is Skipper on this Pulse. I spoke about EX7 earlier on in the broadcast and how he played Pulse for the majority of the last major. Absolutely terrorized teams. Makes sense that we're seeing it being brought along here for Live to Kill. Where I have a couple of question marks is that there is only one C4 available to them. If you are expecting this vertical play to come through, this is just screaming at me that we're going to see a lot of roaming up on the
ตัว
top
สโมก
floor
ฮิตกว่า
coming
มิว
out
อี
of
กว่า
members
แต่
of
ผม
Live
ชอบ
to
เล่นมิว
Kill.
มากกว่าสโมก
Otherwise,
นะ
there just really isn't all that much denial against them taking control of top floor outside of that single C4.
Well, now as the presence starts to pop, the wall that becomes the
โอ้
big
มาถึง
angle
พวก
that
ล่อ
locks
เจาะ
it
นี่ก่อนเลย
down. Union Gaming have sometimes got a little bit stuck
นี่ไง
into where they want to hold and
เป็น
things
เจาะแล้วมันได้
across
เปรียบ
them, but they're making sure that they do everything quickly. The importance of pace in Villa is so apparent, especially when it's been a very low plant game anyway, on other maps that have historically been a little bit more aggressive, which is, every single map. Then Villa, JV. Going for an underneath clear and seeing if he can catch anybody as Dagger, the
ล่าง
new
ปลอม
player
ล่างปลอม
in the Iana, is looking to try and pop somebody and pop some presence into this
โห
game before they get themselves popped themselves.
ล่างปลอมแม่งล้วงซะ นี่ห้องเผาเลยอะ
An idea, there's a couple outside. If he's against that far right wall, he'll know 2
He did.
players are playing out towards it. Eason looking to come pushing in on
ต้องมี
that
คนโดน
side.
C4 แน่นอน
No doubt also, the awareness is there that this vertical play is going to be a
เอ้า
thing, and this is what
นี่ไง
I was talking
ไปเล็งด้านล่าง
about. They haven't got the C4s on side. You've got to play on the top floor and play for the roam.
จังหวะนี้ L2K น่าจะเข้าว่ะ
Nos gets a kill. Immediately
ตอนแรก
trying to
แม่ง
lock after, mind you.
แบบแรกยูเนียน
Bringing
แม่ง
down that sledge when you
แต่มันก็
need
ตึงตั้งแต่
those
รอบแรกอะนะ
vertical angles.
สูสีอะเอา
That is
ง่าย
so crucial because
ไม่ได้
now
แปล
all
ว่า
you can
เอ
rely on
อ
is
เอาเปล่า
IQ,
เอาเปล่า
those
ไม่ได้
breaching
แปลว่า
channels to
ทีม
open the floor for you.
ทีมไหนจะชนะ
That's
ทีม
gonna
ไหน
make
นะ
things a lot easier for the defenders
เพราะมัน
to
สู
still
สีกัน
move
อะ
around. They won't be as restricted. Really good roam coming out of Live to Kill and a lack of awareness from Union Gaming.
อันนี้รอจังหวะ
And then
ดีๆ
as
อยู่
the Pulse is trying to pop as much information as possible from anybody that might be around and above them. They otherwise can't quite find the
Ooh.
C4s, which haven't had the biggest success so far. The second
แตก
almost does beat.
อุ้ยโหบีด
Goes so
อาร์ตบีดก่อน
low, but low
อาร์ต
as
บีด
it
อะบีด
gone,
ชาร์จ
and Beat isn't gone either. He's a big player that's been a big presence throughout all of this playdate so far. Dagger, however, the fresh face is looking to try and lean in with the freshness of the laundry.
C4 ไม่ทำงานเลยเมื่อกี้ถ้ากี้กด C4 ทันนี่ชนะแล้ว
The comfort and the
ตายแน่
clean
นอน
white so far as he's already taken a bit of a bullet and a bludgeon of damage to the shoulder, but the swing comes through and then goes back. Doesn't have the confidence yet. Still waiting for the clear from above. Oh no, there's Fatal, fatally caught by a little bit of a drift to a little bit of a wide situation. There's the second dagger swing
โอ้โห
through
สวยจริง
rewarded
ช็อตนี้
with the pick of the head and blank finds
เฮ้
Jittery
ยสวยจริง
3-2 40 seconds.
เอาแล้วเอาแล้วโอ้ยมันเก็บไป3แล้วอ่ะ
Popping off on this doorway, trying to step forward, finally brought down by Blank, who got behind
เฮ้ย
him somehow. Has managed to sneak his way in, but Spark goes behind to make sure
มัน
that
มา
shot
แล้วว่ะ
goes back his way.
ยูเนียนมาแล้วว่ะ
Taking round number 4 off the back of Dagger, doing some incredible work from standing in this doorway.
Just locked it down there, and obviously the first reward and the first catch was good. It was, they knew where he was and they swung it. The second of the man that sprinted
สอง
across
เท่า
the
ตึง
room,
จริง
that's a mistake. That's a slip up. Sure, it was a great catch and a great kill. And I know sometimes in this game, the perspective of which way people are looking might not truly align. It looks like he wasn't paying attention to the laundry door. He may as well have been, but unfortunately, putting yourself out to that level, well, it led to the result that we saw.
Beautiful stuff. And like I say, round to round things are changing. Where in previous rounds it might be Live to Kill, being the one swinging, playing more aggressively there. It was Dagger being willing enough to step
ยิงจาก
inside the
คือมัน
side
แบบ
itself
พี
and
ไฟ
say,
เข้า
"Look,
หัวเลยอะแบบ
you really want to challenge towards this
ผมจัด
doorway. I'm not half peeking this
แต่
angle.
ไอ้ปืนกระบอก
I'm
เมื่อกี้
committed
มันปืนโกง
to
นะ
watching you if you try and peek onto me and a little bit
แต่
maybe
ก่อนอะ
lack
แจ็ค
of
ก็เล่น
awareness coming out for Liv
แต่
to
ว่า
kill.
มัน
I was
เอา
quite
เอา
worried
กล้อง
for a
อ
while
อกไง
because
เอากล้อง
Union
ที่
Gaming
ที่
spent
เล็ง
so
ไกล
much
ๆได้
time
ออก
droning the
มันเหลือแต่
actual
กล้อง
base,
สโคป
and I
สั้น
thought, no one's down there. You know the pulse is on site.
มันรัว
You've seen him
ปืนมัน
throw
รัว
C4s
เร็ว
at you, so
นิ่ง
why
ด้ว
are
ย
we still looking on the downstairs? I think
อัน
that's
นี้
part
ตัว
of
นี้
the
เพิ่งรู้เหมือน
strength
กัน
of
เนี่ย
Union
มาดูเนี่ย
Gaming
ถึง
being
จะ
so
รู้ว่ามันมีกล้อง
fearful of the
กล้อง
rogue
ไกลให้
implications from Liv to kill, but also maybe being overcautious. Like you should know with what you've got that you can deal with this. The Nomad coming out in this round probably a lean towards that and saying, look, we don't want to spend half the round droning out across the
ใครชนะ
entire thing.
กระต่ายว่าใครชนะ
Big map, so the most we
Union
can
หรือ
do
ว่า
is look to cut off the
L2Q
stairways and keep things a little bit simpler like that.
เดาไม่ได้นะเว้ยช็อตเนี้ยเดาไม่ได้เลย
Unfortunately, a disconnect is a big problem. The first we've seen Live to Kill suffer all day so far.
ที่บอกเดาไม่ได้นี่คือไม่รู้นะว่าใครช
For
นะ
it to happen when you're on the situation where I guess at least
ดู
you
สี
still
มาก
have the brick, the mortar, and the first site you held successfully today. It's still a blow.
อ้าวมีคนหลุดไม่ใช่
You've
น่ะ
lost your smoke player. You've lost a big.
มันหลุดไปหนึ่งคนไม่ใช่
You
เหรอ
look
L2K อะ
towards this bathroom now, and that is a very tough place
ไง
to
วะ
keep yourself under the true control of. Goyo's obviously there with some presence, but no C4 as that's already gone and opted and blown and unfortunately lost. They're trying to dig in now as much as possible. They're going to keep themselves, but as he said and saw, the fact they don't have that smoke canister counter to any approach from either of these
ครบเลย
sides, narrow corridors that are going to fall very quickly.
Smart choice by Jittery there once he blown out the shield. Didn't bother trying to challenge the player behind it. Instead got prone.
Union เหรอ
Look, I'm not even going to bother getting involved in that initial
ก็
burst
ไปยูเนียน
of
มอลล์
aggression
เรา
that we were expecting from Skipper and keeps
ไป Union
himself
Mall
alive
เปล่า
to boot. It is this 5 versus 4, so for Union Gaming, they can literally play this as slow and as composed as they want to. It's not like it's taken a minute and a half to get the opening kill.
Union ก็
They've
Union
literally been gifted one by this disconnect coming
เท่าไหร่
through.
Union เท่าไหร่
As it might be for
โอ้โห
Liv to
ฟ
kill.
รีๆเลย
Skipper
ยูเนียน
still
โอ้โหไม่ไหวแล้ว
steps
ยูเนียน
forward. He doesn't
โอ้โห
care. The shield's been taken away
เกือบ
from
เกือบ
him.
เกือบ
He
เกือบ
just steps back into the
เรียบ
doorway
ร้อย
and gets
ทัมมิ่ง
another kill, but
ไอ้นี่
doesn't
ล้วงเลย
respect
ถือโอกาส
the peak.
อุ้ย
Jittery going aggressive, a second
ไอ้เหี้ย
kill.
เจตเตอรี่นี่มันยิงคมจริงๆว่ะ
Really put their foot down and said no, this round is ours for the taking.
Well, Fatals is back.
อันนี้ไม่รู้โดนยิงจากไหน อ๋อ
round
เนี่ย
fatally go out of their favor. 4 versus 1 now as Nos is all that's left, but the droning is constant. Something we haven't really seen
Union
too
จริงว่ะ
much from
มาว่ะตอนเนี้ย
before from the hands of Union
โอ้โห
Gaming when it comes through there, led by the entrance and the aggression of knowing
ไอ้
that
เหี้ย
they are
Union
man
แน่นอน
up. The opponents, a man, unfortunately, a very big one.
พอเชียร์
down.
ยูเนียนปุ๊บแม่งยิงใหญ่เลยโอ้โห
And a quick round win to put them on a 3 split on their attack.
ตาโคตรดีอ่ะไอ้เจตเตอรี่อ่ะปาดหัวอย่างเดียวเลย
I'm in a situation, Des, where I want to say that's very good for an average villa.
คือมาเล่นแนวเนี่ยคือแบบมันเล่นไหลเข้าไปเลยไงคือไม่ได้ว่ายิงได้ตัวหนึ่งแล้วแบบชะงักรอดูอีกตัวหนึ่งอยู่ไหนอะไรเงี้ยคือมันยิงปุ๊บแล้วมันเข้าไปเลยอะทำให้ฝั่งที่กันอยู่แม่งไม่ทันตั้งตัวไง ไม่คาดคิดว่าจะดันเข้าไปอะไรเงี้ย ไอ้นั่นก็แจ้งเพื่อนไม่ทันอ่ะประมาณนั้นนะตายปุ๊บเข้าเลยไหลยังแล้วยิงคมด้วยหัวแตกเท่าไหร่บอกเลยอะไรทีนี้มันเฟืองตึงจริงใช่ไหมตึงใช่ไหม
I don't care if I don't have a shield. I still want to challenge, and he repeats the massive
ก็ไม่แน่ว่ะ
2 or 3 times.
เดี๋ยว L2K ก็มาว่ะ
And this is something I commented on earlier. I
เฮีย
think,
เมื่อ
is
กี้
that
ไอ้บนเตียงโดน
I'm always
ยืน
thinking ahead
นิ่งๆเลย
from
มึง
Union Gaming, if they do go on to win this and win the final and get to SI, how are you going to deal with teams that if you're
สลับ
trying to
สลับฝั่งแล้วนะ
for this repeat, EU and NA teams, I think are
เอ้ย
going
ยัง
to
นี่
be
ว่ะ
able to expect that. They will drone you out once the
ยัง
shield
ไม่
is
ยัง
gone.
ยัง
They'll
ไม่
make
สลับ
sure you've backed off, else you
อี
can
กเกมหนึ่ง
guarantee someone is going to be sat there holding that
เท่าไหร่ก็
angle
ว่า
and
มา
daring you to go for a second peek. They keep on getting away with it because I guess it's not aptly punished. And for Union Gaming, I'd love to see some crossfires set up here. Their response was
เปลี่ยนแผ
jittery,
น
go
เดี๋ยวมันจะสลับฝั่งแล้ว
hyper-aggressive,
เนี่ย
crouch walk
มันไม่ทัน
towards
ได้
that
เปลี่ยนแผนแล้ว
doorway
เนี่ย
and kill him as he goes to
เปลี่
the
ยนห้องแล้ว
kill
ด้วย
for a second time. Was well responsed, but it's very, very
ไม่ได้
aggressive
แบนมิล่า
towards
นี่หว่า
both
ทำไมไม่เล่น
sides
กระจกวะ
here.
หรือ
And I
ไม่
guess it's
คุ้ม
a case of you have to match firepower with firepower
แบน
rather
แอด
than
แบน
dial
เจ
things back
เกอ
a
ร์
little bit and
แบ
trying to
น
play a little bit slower.
Now, as landing
ไม่ได้แบน
starts
กระจ
to
ก
be locked down, they're going to opt for AVG. A poor opening led to a pretty good pickup their second time round. And
ดูเหลี่ยมมันแล้ว
I
จำไป
guess
ใช้
the
ก่อน
third is their only hope at keeping an even
ไอ้ JV
split.
มัน
4-2
เจาะตรงไหน
on
วะ
the split. Oh, that kind of leads to a bit of disaster there. Blank locked in with the Warden. Has eyes on the potential of any of these smoke plays, which to be fair,
ใครมดคิววะเดี๋ยวก่อนดูก่อน
pretty attemptedly
3
consistent,
เจตเตอรี่
but I
ยิงไป
don't think
3
I've seen a
แฮก
successful
เกอร์
one
ยิงไป
there.
3
I quite like it because in the last round there were a
Blank-
number of flashes coming out.
Blank
To be
นี่ยิง
fair
ไป
as
4
well. Like when players were sat behind shields,
พอๆกัน
and
นะ
being flashed
มัน
out.
สูสีจริง
Best way to deal with that:
แม่
bring a warden along and be ready to make sure you've got those glasses ready to go. Cool guys don't look at explosions. They also don't care about flash grenades apparently. So for him, it lets him play in a bit more of a rooted position and be more solid. When that utility dump does come through, pop them on and you can deal with
ทำไมเขาใช้
anyone charging into
ตะโขบ
Aviator.
โฮโลกัน
I
วะ
like the response
ทั้งๆที่
coming
ตัวมัน
out.
ใส่
Whether
ตะ
or
โขบ
not
ไกล
it's
ได้
gonna
นะ
work or not is a different question. At the very least, you've got
ถนัด
that
เนอะ
C4 good to throw out whenever you feel like it.
เนี่ย
Well, now they're able to try
เนี่ย
and
ปืน
find
โก
the
งเนี่ย
approach
ปืนเนี่ย
here. Yana is going to lead in and hopefully lead the charge. The pace from Union Gaming is strange to say that it seems to be the quickest across the 3 maps we've seen, and I guess it's a heck of a team talk that happened over the split for them realizing that we can't let this go
อุ้ย
through.
ระเบิด
Now,
แตก
obviously didn't
ใครยืนอยู่ตรงมุม
start the best way. The swap out of
อุ้ย
player
สะดุ้ง
leads to
สะดุ้ง
a different story, but yet again,
สะดุ้ง
grenade
สัตว์
doesn't lead to a kill. We're seeing them played so close to the punch, but unfortunately they just quite haven't
ไม่
been
มี
able
ตรงนี้ไม่มีคน
to manage and mark the hits.
มันนับวิเป๊ะมากเลยว่ะ
Bandit
Oh,
charges
that's
stay
unfortunate.
standing.
คือระเบิดกระทบเพดาน
Wrong
ปุ๊บ
side,
ระเบิด
yeah.
เลย
First to try and catch the player who was behind a little bit of debris. The second time, very different story. It turns more into catching the grenade just on the wrong side of the wall, so the explosion doesn't go through, doesn't destroy those bandit charges.
Skipper gets one there as Dagger suffers, as does any of the presence here as they try and push across the main stairs.
บันไดไม่มีใครกล้ามาเลย
Round as they look for the body on the other side of the smoke canister, but it's EX7 that's going to rotate underneath and try and apply the pressure from beneath as Jittery puts it on from the front. They've actually pulled all the way back to the Skipper, applying some pressure at the bottom of the stairs. C4 pops off, Sparko does too. As now it's a little bit more stress. Fatal's holding the door and waiting for any push that might come down the corridor itself, but it seems like they're setting up for a study take instead, burning the ADS over the top to make sure that there's nobody keeping an eye because they need to get rid of these charges and they do not have
เอาล่ะจังหวะนี้
really
ยูเนียน
anything
แย่แล้ว
left to do it with. There it
โอ้
is,
โห
2 points, 1 shield and no
เรียบ
one
ร้อย
left
บอกแล้วว่า
to kill.
L2K มันกลับมาแล้ว
Find themselves a third round.
ดูมันยืนคอร์สกันเลยเห็นไหม
A woeful spot to
ไอ้
be
นี่
in.
ตาย
But
นั่นก็
we
ยิ
did
งตายอ
come
ยู่ดีอะ
back at the end of round 2 as we went into the rehost that, hey, if we can see Union walk away with a couple of rounds here, you
ตอน
feel
เนี้ยสลับ
quite
ฝั่ง
comfortable going
3
into
เท่า
the
เห็นแล้ว
offensive half. They've got 3.
ตึงจัง
In
วะ
fact, I want to say, let me go back and check, that every single map in this series has been 3-3 at split. Yeah, it has. It's been 3-3 at the half in every single map.
I mean, it's a strange pace that these two teams are setting it. And I guess it boils down to the questions and development of, and this is in no way meant to reflect a lack of strategy, but the strategy is let's get in and get aggro. For both these teams, consistently. We're not seeing burns on ADSs, shield pushes and takes in the traditional
มาดู
manner
ฝั่งของ
that you're used to seeing it in the current meta.
ยู
You're
เนียน
not
กันบ้าง
seeing
กันหนึบ
pocket
หรือเปล่า
plays. You're not seeing them try and clear just a bit of space around vault door, bait out some utility, keep
มาถึ
landing
งเสียเลือดเลย
themselves
ใครวะ
on
น่ะ
the plant. You're not seeing that. You're seeing them go, well, here's where people are. Okay, that's more than enough. I'm gonna go fight them.
So it's just a back and forth nature of it that leaves me in constant question of what do you expect round to round. The fact that it's been 3-3 the whole way through just goes to show the coin flip nature of the game. What player pops off, what happens to really give one team such a huge lead. But having said that, Union Gaming on the last map, they were 5 versus 3 in one of the rounds. They found the opening 2 kills and still managed to give it away. So it is a real like bloodfest here between both sides. It's really hard to call which way either round goes. Skipper can just pop off and do things that only Skipper
แข่งกัน
seems to
กี่
be
ร
able
อบ
to do on the
11 รอบ
defensive side. We'll see what he can do now that he's on the attacking side with that buck.
11ต้องจบที่เลข
Now
ขี้
as the drones start to make their way in and they try and
ตัดสินกันที่รอบ
get
11 อะ
control, live to kill.
นี่
One of
ร
the
อบที่
things
7
that we've seen and cited about this team is if they see an opportunity, they take it. But also at the same time, if you look at what has been the blows for Union Gaming, is sometimes they get a little bit too aggressive on their roam. They leave space, and space is something that Live to Kill love to thrive inside of. Now as they try and pick and pull apart this roam game, Jittery
นักแข่งก็เป็น ยังต้องเติมตังค์ซื้อสกินอีกแม่
swinging and pulling back and pushing forward and just trying to find a bit of a confrontation here, as otherwise Fatals goes for a very different approach on the opposite side.
เลสแม่งฮิตตัวฮิตเหมือนกัน
It's more looking as to how the play comes in for EX7 here. I spoke a couple of times on the desks about how much he loves playing on the pulse. We haven't really seen him play all that much this series, but here he's getting a chance to be back on his most popular operator from the last major. And I commented on how we saw for Union Gaming, they were very happy to go and clear roamers and maybe didn't really drone them the best, but the intent was there. We need to see that to kill. Because number one on Cafe, that feels like a long time ago. It was something that I thought they fell short of quite a few times.
เอาแล้วยูเนียนแตกหนึ่ง
finds Jittery the first off the board, and the roam game starts to suffer now as the close angles look towards the potential of anyone swinging the opposite side of
ตรงเนี้ยจริงบันไดเนี่ยบุกมาได้ล้วงบ่อยมากบันไดแดงตรงเนี้ย บันไดกลางแมปนะ
quick problem he wants to get rid of because obviously they've used their rehost. They have no other possibilities.
ไอ้นี่รอ T4
Let's see where they can go from here. Jittery's back and EX7. Well, he's waiting deep. The Pulse is playing a game from far and far away.
อะไรก็เกิดขึ้นได้ก็นั่นน่ะดิ
He's looking for some presence, but
ไม่แน่ไม่นอนนะ
otherwise
ของอย่างนี้
find any just yet. No pings, no peaks, and a minute on for them, still trying to find the clear. Just ops and misfires. The stun, not great, but at least not punished.
Self-stun if nothing else. They're obviously aiming to try and get rid of electrification. This time round it succeeds. I think after they failed with the frag
ไม่พัง
grenades
วะ
last time round, they thought, well, what's a bit more reliable? Impacts that tend to fire in a roughly straight line seems to be the
เอ
plan.
อเอาเทรด
A 4 versus 4 turning into a 3 versus 4 very
เริ่มมี
quickly
การ
with the
เทรด
pulse
กัน
being
เกิดขึ้น
picked off here before he can really have an impact in the round.
30 seconds now in a 4 versus 3. Skipper's going for a big rotate, and he's got to make sure it matters as he finds his way up towards 90. The diffuser's cold, and so is the possibility of them being able to pop it
หัวโผล่เมื่อกี้
swing in and get a lockdown of control there, but it's Blank
โอ้
that
ย
actually
หัวแตก
finds beat and gets the kill before. There's only so much holding from range you can do when you have 15 seconds. The Warriors late pushes,
หนึ่ง
and the Warriors things like this. The swing comes through, and so
แผ่นเฉยแผ่นหน้าตาเฉย
the cover on the man on the door, and the C4 through, and there
โอ้โห
it is. Union Gaming
เชี่ย
lock it off by the hesitation.
ยูเนียนว่ะทำท่าจะแพ้นะเมื่อกี้คือมันทำท่าจะแพ้เลยแหละ
Another one of those cases, I think, of over-aggression. You're in a 3 versus 2. You
ใน
have
ห้อง
a
เซฟ
player looking to go for the default spot. You have 2
ไอคนเมื่อกี้เลยอะ
players
ที่มัน
left.
ฉายให้ดูอะคือ
You run
นี่เลย
into
อะ
the room and
เปลี่ยน
challenge,
เกมเลย
or you just hold angles and look to cover your planter, shooting any C4s out the air. You would always say the second is the play to go for there, but instead they look to
Dagger
try
ว่าไง
to
คนเมื่อกี้
default with 2 different players, and the default planter gets C4'd as there is no one left to go for the cover. It's a little bit
จะดีอยู่
overbearing,
แล้ว
I
เมื่
think,
อกี้
there from the side of Live to Kill. A little
T4 ดอกสุดท้าย
too
มาอีก
keen to get all the kills on the board and to
เมื่อกี้ถ้า
focus
ไม่
on
มี
the
T4 อาจจะตึง
objective
อยู่
and
อะ
making sure that the objective is covered as it's being placed down on the ground. I don't want to say it's a deserved loss,
ใน
but it's
ใน
definitely
ห้องเซฟอาจจะ
something
ตาย
that
เพราะมัน
you
รี
can
โหลดอยู่
steal
เมื่อ
that
กี้
away from the jaws
ไอ้
of
นี่ปาด
defeat.
ในห้องเซฟตายแล้วก็ต้องไปดวลกับไอตัวเมื่อกี้ข้างนอก
4-3 Union Gaming, and you keep yourself ahead, but only just on a site that almost went away from you. The advantage was in Live to Kills, but unfortunately, as before, they suffered with
จริง
time.
ด้วย
The closest
แดกเกอร์กดไป
most of
5
their
คิวแล้วตอน
rounds
นี้
have come to is the clock being the
MVP
be-all
ตาม
and
เมื่อกี้เลย
end-all. And one of the things I said earlier, which I guess is one of those statements, is when they played their best in the final 10-15 seconds was when the person with the diffuser had died.
ดูคู่นี้
and
มัน
their
ยังได้
only
ลุ้นหน่อย
option was to push
บ
for
อกว่า
kills.
ใครได้จะได้
They win
ไอ้
those.
คู่ก่อนหน้านี้
And
แม่ง
pretty
อีกทีมหนึ่ง
consistently,
แม่ง
that was the score. When they
อยู่
play
ไว้
the objective in those dying 15 seconds, they keep losing them. And
ยิงโปเตโต้
I said it before, and I'm still kind of in the camp of I would love to see them.
จริงแข่งนี้มันเล่นที่บ้านมันไม่น่าจะตื่นเต้นนะพูดว่าปะ
It's a
ถ้าเกิด
bold
แข่งเป็นในงานออฟไลน์เงี้ยว่าไปอย่าง
Yeah,
เว้ย
frags. I think what confused me in the last
อัน
round
นี้
was
แบบ
the
มัน
work that
ให้
Sophie
แข่ง
did
ที่
as
บ้าน
well,
นะครับ
making
เนี่ย
sure that Vault was able to be opened
บางคน
up,
ใช้
and
โปร
then
ด้วย
no one holds that angle into
ใช้
Vault,
โปรมากเลยไหม
just meaning that the members of Union could sit there quite comfortably and say, well, you aren't going to force us out of here, so why would we move? It's a little bit of a
ช็อตเมื่อกี้คือมันจะหมดเวลาหรือเปล่า
What I do like
มัน
about
โถมแล้วไง
this round, though, the one that we're now seeing on your screen, is the dining room is where we've now headed to for this site. You would normally expect a team in their second round to go towards Trophy and Statuary. I think a few teams in LATAM have started steering away from it and saying, actually, no, Trophy and Statuary is the offsite, or even for some of
เข้า
them,
เลย
not being played at all. But you're seeing quite a unique setup with the castle being brought along.
เข้าใน
with
จุดที่
Spark.
มันไม่คาดว่าจะเข้าอ่ะเพื่อน
Inside of astronomy, one of his castle
โอ้ยนี่สแกน
barricades
เจอ
down,
3
so
คน
a
เลย
little bit of vertical play, I think, to come through here. In fact, it even screams to me they're trying to go for a full vertical hold themselves, with shields being committed upstairs, maybe looking towards a mute jammer or two as well. Quite interesting.
It's like a vent hold on border. It's you set yourself
Yes.
up with the castles to stop that immediate approach. You have a little bit more give and a little bit more room and a couple of more angles with a lot of soft floor, so you can keep control. You don't have to put everything up there, but a fair few reinforcements and a couple of castle walls, and you've suddenly got yourself a pretty good external turtle hat that just kind of wears proudly and keeps your head a little bit safer.
Yeah, I think when they're not really looking to play for the vertical angles here, Live to Kill, and I guess given there is a sledge on side and a book, you would say they absolutely are. But in historical rounds, like we've seen over the last couple of maps, vertical play isn't really their forte. That seems to be more Union Gaming's bag. But here, if you know they're not going to look for it, why not try and take
นั่นนะ
advantage of
มี
that?
มี
Or if they do go to try and
รู้
do
ละ
so,
รู้แล้วว่าห้องนอน
just
มี
try and
อะ
waste the time a little bit. And I think, in fact, here,
ขึ้นไปเก็บ
Jittery's
ห้องนอนก่อน
got
ไหม
the best impression of what we saw of Skipper earlier on. In fact, no, I lie. I think it was Nos who was holding inside a master, ready to contest anyone who came pushing onto the second floor. So I'm keeping a very close eye on these roamers coming out from Union Gaming and just how much damage they can do to members of Live to Kill when they start trying to assume control of the top floor.
Big angles being pressured from above. They know that that is the big be-all and end-all potentially, as all the eyes are on that entrance in the staircase. And Sparko, well,
เหลี่ยมนี้แม่งเล็กเหลี่ยมนิดเดียวเองอะดูดิ ยิงไม่ได้แล้วมันติดเหล็กโอ้ยเทรดว่ะ C4 ดูดิเหลี่ยมมันเล็กมากอ้าวหลวงเข้ามาแล้วจังหวะนี้ยังไงลูกมดL2K เอาไปแดก
Red corridor and long, and it all fell to Blank, who was just uncontested.
กดแช่ไม่ได้เลยว่ะปืนอันเนี้ยเวกเตอร์อะแม่งรัวจัดลูกหมดเลยเอาละผัดกันจริงๆว่ะผัดกันแท้ใครชนะจริงๆว่ะ
I referred back to round number 2 on Clubhouse quite a few times where he was held inside of dirt and he got pushed by Union but still killed them all one after the other. Wasn't a problem. Admittedly, maybe some drone issues involved in the push, but it's still on Blank to go so aggressive and then force himself outside into construction to try and aggress onto me. The guy is so happy to get involved in the mid-round and just try and force kills over to his team's side, even if it involves a bit of risk, because the payoff versus the reward, for him at least, seems to be absolutely massive.
Wow, 4-4, and if you wanted a full stretch game, this is one that's definitely shaping up to be.
อีก3เกมอะ
every single split so far, and there's still no splitting these two teams. I think out of all of the games so far, only twice we've seen 3 rounds get strung together, and otherwise from that point onwards it's, I guess, still standard, still steady, and still just back and forth bitterly as both teams claw on to any hope of, well, the final, but also for Union Gaming, hope of SI. You don't just have to get through this team, you've also got your old rivals Mercenaries too.
Imagine if you're watching this game now as Mercenaries who 2-0'd, admittedly a stronger Moncaress.
ไอตัวสลิดนี่ขนาดแข่งก็ยังมีคนเดี๋ยวตามองไว้แสดงว่ามันก็ยังมีประโยชน์อยู่นี่ว่ะ
The over-aggression, the timing issues. There's so much they can look at here and abuse coming into Sunday. And I know in the last time we saw these two teams play in the final of the last major, it was Mercenaries who fell down 3-0 to Union Gaming, who of course are now in that spot to go to SI. But I think having seen both teams play so far today, I'm feeling a lot more confident about Mercenaries' capabilities than I am about Union.
มีคน0 คิวไหมวะ
Yeah, that's the split as well. If you're looking at it,
มี
it's
1 คิว
not
เว้ย
just
JV
when you see a team struggle against a team they might have
0 คิวไม่มี
It's those fundamentals that are across the entire game that you don't specifically prepare against an opposing team. They're things that otherwise just don't
เอาล่ะ
come through.
L2K เปิดไปก่อนเลยครับผม
Shut down the Kaids off the board, caught by Fatals from
ชัดดาวน์ไปแล้วหนึ่ง
I believe that was dropped
ไอ้บีท
from a reverse vertical. No, where's the body? Where's the man? Where's he
แย่แล้วมั้งยูเนียนเนี่ยก็ตาย
No idea.
พี่ว่าอาการแย่แล้วแหละ
He's normally the man
Oh,
who has
there
a
he
car.
is.
There you guys found it.
เริ่มเกมไม่ทันไรก็ไปก่อนหนึ่งอะ
Dug in on the corner.
He just can't miss anything. Like medics normally, I'm always like, you just say something and he knows exactly where it happened, what the angle was, what time of the day it was when it happened. Like the dude is just like
ไอ้นี่ตัวเขาตัวเล่นรูเล็กๆเลย
when
นะ
it comes to catching these things. And I genuinely thought we'd thrown him for 6 then for the first time.
มองไม่เห็นว่ะ
There's 1 or 2 moments where he'll miss something and he'll go, "What the heck?" Oh, there it is. And then he'll just find it in whatever his voice is. And you guys don't unfortunately get to hear his little witticisms as he's observing, but I promise you he does his best to distract us with all the funny weird stuff he says. 4-4 though, as we find ourselves in the split, pushing around Mudroom and trying to apply the flat pressure as they
ยิงกด
look
ยิง
towards
กด
any
อุ้ย
presence that are otherwise swinging
เกือบ
around.
เอามีใครน็อก
Drop on the body.
เอา
There's
แหละ
the
เอาแหละ
trade, and there's a man almost caught over the
เอา
shoulder.
ละ
Jittery
อู้
just keeping it to 2. The Buck making
แย่
sure
ละ
he finds
ยูเนียน
his
แตก
way
อีก
through anything and anyone that gets anything close to it, and with a minute long, 4 versus 2, Fatals is going to put the diffuser
เอ้ย
down
สูสี
on
สูสี
2. There's nobody to instantly respond to
ไม่
this.
แย่ไม่แย่
Sparko was a bit distracted by another body above.
อุ้ย
There
แผ่น
it
แล้ว
is.
ด้วยโอ้โห
The earliest the plant has ever gone down, and Jittery
เรียบร้อย
goes down as well. Sparko has everything to do, and unfortunately,
นี่ไง
no
ล่ะ
left to do it. Live to kill. Pull themselves ahead.
The irony as well of a castle at the very bitter end.
โดนหนักๆรอบเนี้ย
His own castle barricade to get through to the site.
ได้พลาดโดน
But that was
ไอ้นี่
another
ปาด
really
2
good
คน
round
เลย
for Liv to kill when it came to the fragging department, taking full
แล้วกล้อง
control
ไม่
of
ได้
the
จับ
site
ยังไง
very,
ไม่เห็น
very
มันตรงไหน
quickly.
วะ
Kind of that lull towards the end, but then still the commitment to go for the plant, knowing the members of Union Gaming were not able to respond in time. And that pace, that aggression, I think is the massive
นำ
advantage
มา
they
ก่อน
seem to
แล้วนะ
have
สำหรับ
over Union Gaming
L2K
so far. That puts them at 5 and 4.
น่ะยิง
They're
ไป
in a
6 แล้ว
spot
ไอ้
where
นั่น
if
น่ะ
they take this next round, they're at
ส
match
คิปเปอร์
point,
เมื่อกี้อะ
and they
ปาดไป
dash the
2
hopes
หัว
of Union Gaming making it to the major. To the major? To SI. They're at the major now.
This is the major. To a different major. Later on, if you didn't read the memo, go read it. There's a memo about it.
กันไม่อยู่เลยว่ะ
No, it's about real life. Weird, right?
กันเหมือนเหนื่อยอะกันเหนื่อยอะ
Imagine having notes to update what
เอ้ยนี่ห้องนี้ที่ชนะไงรอบนั้นไงที่
What a
ตึงอะ
crazy world that would be.
หน่อยดิ
APG, we find ourselves set up in
มันกลับมาแล้วห้องนี้
and I'm sure Hap's a little bit sad he can't be here because his favorite thing I think is a buck entry.
แต่กันอยู่หรือเปล่า
Wasn't he having a real salt fest yesterday about no buck or something?
He
I
loves
can't
it.
remember what he
He's
was really salty about. Some player didn't play buck and he was really upset. And
Yeah,
he even
yeah.
got asked in the interview, why no buck?
I think it was a Xavier player.
Yeah, I think it was.
I'm trying to remember the name off the top of my head.
mean-
I can't, and I'm sure he's fuming about that as well.
Absolutely seething. I know he's not here right now because the internet is going
ดู
a
แม่ง
little
เจ่อ
bit
รูยิงเลย
messy,
ไปข้างล่าง
but
กัน
a little
ล้วนๆ
bit
เลย
his ears are burning. He knows we're talking about
เหลี่ยม
him,
จัด
he's got
มาก
no
อะ
buck. The thing is, I'm kind of the same. Like, since Gorgona from Kavana played it a lot in the UCL, I even messaged him and was like, why do you guys love it so much? And he explains to me quite simply, he's like, the skeleton key, when you're trying to open a wall in front of you, it often catches people completely by surprise that you can just open a
เฮ้ย
wall
บุก
with
เร็วเลยเหรอ
recoil
ไอ้น็อต
animation afterwards like a sledge has. There's no wind up. You can do it from distance. It's much safer. And the guns are really good. I mean, we've already seen the DMR in action today and the amount of damage it was doing. 69 damage per shot in like 0 to 25 meters.
เฮ้ยน็อตบุก
Most
เร็วนะเนี่ย
gunfights you will take vertically are going to be
มันไปเล่น
0 to 25 meters. So a couple of shots.
ถือ
and
ว่ามา
someone's
เร็วอยู่
down, if not dead. It's wonderful.
Yeah, it's one of those things where it's become a specialist operator. Obviously, since the frag grenades got removed and he lost them and he can't quite find them again, well, he's got to have another role. And in the hands of a role of an entry, in the hands of a role of a player like Gorgona, it is a ferocious kind of entity. Now, though, EX7 dug in, stuck towards 90 and is trying to
ไม่มีใครเดินชั้นมีนี่ว่ะ
position as best as he can,
มี
waiting
ปะ
for
วะ
any
ชั้นหนึ่ง
approach. He has long that he can move and manipulate around and well, they're supposed
มาแล้วล้วงเลยเห็นไหม
to keep the control here, but here comes the pressure onto landing. Throw
มา
your
อย่างเร็ว
mind
ไอ้
to
น็
the
อตอะ
memories back. At this point, there was already bodies down on the floor. Live to Kill were able to put a little bit more pressure on and find some of the roamers. This time round, no real roam extension. They have a very steady standard hold here, and they're going to try and rely
มาแล้ว
on
ตัวแผ่น
Kill's struggle when it comes to these slow, hefty attempts at executions.
It's not quite last chance saloon yet for Union, but it's starting to feel like it.
เนี่ยเห็นเนี่ยมันเจาะไว้เพื่อนนี้อย่างนี้แหละ
You start to sweat a little bit. Good
มัน
start
เจาะ
for
ไว้ยิง
round
ลง
one,
มา
2 minutes
เงี้ย
and 15 seconds left, and no one has actually died. So there's
แต่ถ้าเกิดคนอยู่ข้างล่างเลงรอแล้วมันโผล่มาก็ตายเหมือนกัน
peaks as we've seen, especially on
แต่เราดู
Clubhouse,
ไม่รู้ไง
getting members caught out in positions where they really shouldn't be. And as previous, you're also going to be seeing EX7 playing likely with this pulse to try and get
ยังไง
some
ครับยังไง
information
ครั
on
บ
what's going on. You've got the IQ downstairs, and in the first half, Union made good use
เอ
of
อ
it. at the
สะดุ้ง
same
สะดุ้ง
time,
ไอ้เหี้ย
but
นี่
it
สะดุ้
left
ง
them with about 30 seconds to go for their
เหี้ยอะไรวะ
execute, and that was what really came back to hurt them. The fact the IQ is only just getting things cleared out, and we're only just starting to see Live to Kill getting into power positions.
อ้าว
that
แต
makes
ก
me
ไปเลย
worry
หนึ่ง
about the fluke.
Well, Jittery gets
สวยสวย Union เปิดเป็นหนึ่งแล้วตอนนี้
in a second, but let's get the
There's no
third now.
impacts left from the Sophia, by the way. He's done. Like, he can't blow shields up. He's
ผู้
just
ยิง
waiting
ตีน
for
ว่ะ
it to
โอ้โห
go
เอา
back
ทุก
there.
เม็ดเลยว่ะ
Wasted both. And
มัน
this
เก็บ
is the
ทุก
big
เม็ดเลยเหรอวะ
and the big burn we talked about before with these players is sure they ban Jaeger, but you still got to play
เฮ้ย
around the
เวลาบีบ
existing
ชิบหาย
one.
แล้ว
You still gotta play
L2K
around
ทำไงครับ
that
จังหวะนี้
meta
เวลามัน
that
บี
is
บแล้ว
so prevalent and pertinent in
แย่
every
แย่
single approach. Now you have 20 seconds and Skip has decided
ถ้าปล่อยให้เวลาบีบอย่างนี้
to
แย่
go for external rotation to study. It's not the best decision because by the time he even gets into study and through the door, he won't have
10 วิ
anywhere left to
เรียบ
go.
ร้อย
The diffuser is cold.
บอกเลย
Nobody is anywhere close
เรี
to
ยบร้อย
being
เห็นไหม
able to get it. It's a 5 versus
เอาเวลา
1
มันบีบแล้วจบเลย
situation. And if we talk about walls being the make or break for Live to Kill, well, they had no way of surmounting that one.
ไม่ยอมกันจริง
I'm just
ๆ
very
ตะกอนนี่จะปี้กันมาเรื่อยเลยครับ
when you know there's no Jaeger on side and there's probably going to be 3 or 4 magnets on the board. You have a Buck who's got 3 flashes. Why aren't you taking the Buck along to go and push key angles to go and burn those out first? Why is the first thing you're using your impacts?
5 ต่อ
You
5
even have 2 concussions you can make use of as Sophia just to make sure it's clear for the impacts to go through. But they couldn't clear a shield out. They didn't get the wall opened up on 90 after they tried for so long to clear the Kaid Electroclaw out. just nothing really seemed to go the way of the attackers there, I think. And again, this is that kind of raw, uncontrolled aggression I'm always speaking about there, where they are so keen to get things done that there's often crucial mistakes made along the way.
ตึงจริงๆเหมือนเกมแรกอะแต่เกมแรกไอยูเนียนมันจะดูแบบทรงมันดีกว่าแต่รอบนี้นี่ คาดเดาอะไรไม่ได้เลยว่ะเดี๋ยวรอบนึงทีมนั้นก็ดีอีกรอบนึงทีมนี้ก็ดีโอ้โหยากจะคาดเดามาก
hooked up in the top corner, and I guess that's one of those moments of they're putting a lot of dedication. Thank you, medics, for showing exactly where it was. So they were getting the read and they were trying to fire into a brick wall, and they were putting a lot of time into that. And it's just one of those moments where if you're dedicating so much towards it, you had the angle open and you couldn't see it, and you still had the idea that it was up there. At that point, you've got to start looking for a plan B. You're dedicating too much time to the possibility of trying to get your plan A to work, and it leads to that.
อันนี้รอบที่ทำไมไม่ขึ้นโอเวอร์ไทม์วะ
second rotations.
Imagine being that frazzled by an electro core as well. Like that is the reason why you just
ทำไม
simply
ไม่ขึ้น
could
โอเวอร์ไท
not
ม์
gain the access that you were looking for. I think in the end they did get it. To be fair, it took them a lot longer, but when it actually came around to execution time, that wall was open because that's when we saw the attempt from JV coming out to push Sparko, but the C4 had already been thrown through it by that point. So it's the small things again, the time wasting, the deliberation, the uncertainty in their attacks that's really costing them. And whether or not they got the electro core early or not was kind of irrelevant.
เล่นทุกวันแม่ง
It
จะ
was the fact that
เซีย
it
นๆเนี่ยแหละ
took about 2 minutes of time to even figure out
คล่อง
how to get
ทำอะไรก็
step
คล่อง
one
ไป
done
หมด
as part of that attack.
Now Sparko playing on the opposite side and just trying to swing round as he actually pulls back towards the site itself. They're opening up underneath. Obviously, we saw them go for the vertical play on the previous takes when the site was below. Now it's above, and they're still playing the verticality. With the clash back on the board as well, Dagger has the possibility to rotate into Astro and try and apply this flat pressure behind the Banshee. Oh, look, there she is, right on time. Which is strange for a British operator, but hey, there they are, and there they go. Still moving, still
โอ้เอาตัวนี้
trying to
เอาตัว
find
โล่
some
มาเล่น
space.
ว่ะปั่นว่ะ
Yeah, not really great with our timekeeping here.
เอามา
Bosses,
ปั่นนะ
trains, people, me included. We're all
นี่มี
terrible
การ
at
เปลี่ยน
it.
สูตรแล้วเนี่ยยูเนียน
Hey,
นะ
she's right where she needs to be, right in good time. What I think I like about this most was historically on this site at least, we've seen Skipper when he was the one on defense being really hyper aggressive, if you remember, with the shield. Just kind of sat on the master doorway looking to cause some trouble. And then once it was blown out, hey, he was still there to peek an extra 2-3 times. He really didn't care about the risk. Whereas here with the clash, at least you have a shield you can move
อันนี้
back
ห้อย
and
รอละ
forth. You can afford to be aggressive. When you feel that the heat's getting a bit too high, you back away. And even looking at these magnets scattered around, even if impacts are to come flying through, they'll just get swallowed by those magnets, and the Clash can just stand here, happily feeding information back to the rest of the team.
Well, Skipper's looking exactly for that clash. They want to try and find the presence, but now they've got the pick that she's on the opposite door, so they want to try and swing in and put that flat pressure against
พวกยืนแบบบล็อกเลยอะ
most of Beat's health, but he's still standing.
ยืน
Yet
สเกา
again,
บล็อกไว้
another
เลยต
frag
รงเนี้ย
grenade doesn't quite catch its marker, and now you're all out of them. So
มันยื้อเวลาได้ดี
try and
นะ
make
พู
your
ดถึง
push,
อะ
but you still have 3 flashes. I guess it's still one of those situations if they're not quite burning
เนี่ย
them,
เหลือ
not quite
50 วิละ
running
เดี๋ยวค่อยดู
against
เดี๋ยว
the
เวลา
wire,
แม่งบีบ
making
ลงไปอีก
sure those charges suffer. They're looking towards the shield on the far side, but again, you're concerned about those Sophia charges that might try and pop over if they just get caught. There go the stuns to make sure that there's no Wamais, but it's all under the clash right
ใกล้
now.
ละ
on the
มา
split
ใกล้ละ
door, dancing around the bedroom as they
เอ้ย
see
อย่าไปใกล้
one
เขาดิ
body
เอ้า
goes to the opposite side, wants to try and wait and bait and get the angle. If anyone swings onto them, even if
ไอตัวหลัง
Beat's
รอ
out,
ยิงอยู่
they might be able to do something with it, but
เอา
unfortunately,
ล่ะยูเนียนกดไปหนึ่ง
EX7 is the one to get the trade, and
เอาละ
that's
เทรดกันไป
the opposite side takes care of Jittery. There's the clash.
โอ้โหล้วงล้วง
Knocked out of the
อุ้ย
board.
แม่งเทรดกันเรื่อยโอ้โหเทรดอะ
Sparko gets one back. It's a 2 versus 2.
2 ต่อ 2 2 ต่อ 2
All the way around the corner. There's the
โอ้ย
pick.
ยู
There's
เนียน
the
มา
Sparko
ยูเนียนมา
just
ช็อต
one
นี้
more. Pre-fires and pops and pellets a shield towards it, but otherwise knows that the split is on either side. Might not know
เรีย
the
บร้อย
man
อย่างเงี้ย
goes on the left. Looks the wrong way. Somehow gets Sparko.
เฮ้ย
Somehow gets the kill.
กูว่าจบแล้วนะโอ้โหงูเยอะเกิน
Lying on the floor.
ไอ้นั่นมันพลาดจัดอะมันต้องตายตั้งแต่ตอนหน้าประตูแล้วโอ้โห
Everyone's playing stop, drop,
หันมา
and
สวน
roll,
ล่วงเลย
because everyone was laid down there, and every single engagement he came into did well to deal with the first, but simply didn't expect EX7 to
ผมว่ายังไงก็ตาย
literally be hiding in
เดินออกประตูไป
plain
อย่างเงี้ยต้องตายอะ
sight.
แม่งรอด
And
ได้ไง
that
วะ
round, I think, was a great example of the battle
ถ้า
between
ถ้ามัน
these two
ถ้ามันเกม
teams.
โหมดนี่โดน
Union
ด่า
Gaming
เลยอะ
with the opening 2
จริง
kills
ในทีม
playing
โดน
it
ด่าแน่นอนอะมึง
perfectly.
ปล่อยลูกได้
Sat
ไงวะ
behind shields, the clash feeding
พลาดอะ
information back and forth, making sure
แผนนี้ได้ผลว่ะ แผนเอาโล่มาแบบว่า
basically
ถ่วง
were doing. Then what happens next?
เหมือนเดิมเลย ตัวละครเดิมเลย
kills 2 from seemingly nowhere in a 2 or 3
Match
second
point
window,
ฮะ
and the whole thing just falls to absolute calamity
มาว่ะ
right up until that
Union
final kill. That seems to be
Union
how
match point แล้วตอนนี้
Union Gaming coming with a plan. you'd have to see the other side step in and go, there is no plan here, welcome to chaos, and then it descends into what we've seen so far. A back and forth bloodshed that is now at
นี่ไงหยิบตัวกระจกมาแล้วเห็นปะเอามายื้อ
need to win here to keep themselves in with a chance of going to overtime and stopping Union Gaming from proceeding to the final. But Union Gaming
ถ้ามีกระจกมิล่าคือแบบคนไม่ค่อยกล้าเข้าไม่รู้ว่าอยู่หลังกระจกหรือเปล่าไง
Dining is the final dance that will be made here, and it's the one that has otherwise struggled in the hands of Union Gaming. 2 attempts, 2 losses, and then, well, only 1 round is all that is needed. Have they learned enough of a lesson to make things land this time round? The change, Clash is kept on the board.
Don't blame him. It worked so well last time, and there was very little appetite from Live to Kill to actually deal with it, I felt. Even with the Zofia on side, I mentioned about the magnets. I don't know if they just droned it out and thought it's just not worth the effort, like just ignore it and try and shoot past her. But they never once really committed any utility to trying to bring the Clash down. So if you know it works, then hey, why not go for it and do it again? It could arguably exactly be the same approach here with the mirror. You're seeing that being brought out by Union Gaming, a team that I believe historically has banned it away quite a lot. I know that Mercenaries do too. But here, if they're making use of it, you need to get that vertical control. You need to be that death from above onto those mirror windows. Otherwise, they can absolutely pace you coming into the dying seconds of the round.
The approach from the drone is quite quickly, and they're looking towards anyone that might be close. And this is the pace that we've wanted, and I guess seen applied by Live to Kill before. No, I didn't mean to hit that castle. I meant to hit the wall first. What are you talking about? As he knocks
เอาละปันปะทะกันละเข้าจุดปะทะละ
The back has the ability to drop out the hatch. That's why you keep it open. So you have an escape route if you need to. The pressure's coming from this side, but Sparko is actually
L2K มายืนออกแล้วตอนนี้
pre-firing as he leaves.
สกอร์นี่สำคัญมาก
But still standing, still healthy, and still a problem that they'll have to deal with down below.
We'll give a nod to Live to Kill here, where their focus on the vertical has been really good. They haven't looked to rush into things or contest angles as soon as there might be a rotate coming through. Instead, they've just kind of sat back, got the drones in, made sure they're taking things step by step and not looking to rush. First mirror window, I just heard them being blown out as well, so nothing to worry about there. I think it was the one on the upstairs, right? Rather than the... Wait, where's that one gone? Did he not bother? No, he didn't. Okay, fair enough. I thought he would have stuck one downstairs, but chose to move away and instead put it facing down towards the south instead. Okay, interesting.
You know, it's one of those plays of mirror here.
ทำอะไรรีบทำครับเวลาพอเหลือฮะเจาะบนใหญ่เลยว่ะอเลสกับบัคเจาะบนใหญ่เลยตอนนี้บีบให้ข้างล่างมันโลก
L2K played their worst is when they're like, okay, how do we take this wall? Mirror is the worst wall to try and take for teams that are not only a bit slow with that,
ยังยิงใครไม่ได้แย่แล้วบอกเลยแย่เลย
Hey, who's that?
แย่ที่สุด
Live to Kill.
ยูเนียนแล้วจังหวะเนี้ย
Always lurking, always ready. They've still got 2 C4s on side as
แม่
well.
เสียท่าเลยว่ะ
Seconds left to play. You have to start worrying about the impact they can have as you get
มันทุบ
towards
แล้วมัน
these
ไม่เจอใครเลยอะ
It's still the 5 versus 5 as well. It all comes down to a 10-man bloodbath here with very little time remaining. Finally seeing that wall opened up thanks to the
มาได้เวลาปะทะแล้ว30 วิสุดท้าย
Start seeing the execute happen because at 30 seconds left, you leave very little room for error to come out here, and they still haven't dealt with everything from above.
ข้างบนยังคงทุบอยู่
I feel like Live to Kill is starting to lead this far.
ทันไหมไม่ทันหรอกเนี่ยเวลาบีบมันยิ่งทำให้เราแบบสวมเข้าไปแบบที่แบบว่าไม่ทันระวังตัวเอาว่ะเก็บได้แล้ววันหนึ่งว่ะเหตุไป14 วิแพนทันเหรอวะเรียบร้อยเฮ้ยแพนยูโอ้โหเฮ้ย4 วิ
Get the animation, there it is, and there's the buck, and there's Nos. It's all down to Jittery. He gets one, swings round, and he can't quite find the next.
เย็ดเคแพนทันว่ะ
Too late. The diffuser is
โอ้ย
planted.
เดือด
It's a 1 versus 2 with Fatal still on the floor.
เหี้ยคือเพื่อนโดนยิงน็อกอะ
1 all down to Nos as he has
นิ่ง
to hold
นิ่ง
on and
ต้องนิ่ง
keep the lock off. He dropped down to offer some last second support, and he's dropped all the way into the middle of the room. He's popping up and pre-firing every angle, and he finally catches it to kill. Somehow clutch a messy plant.
ไอ้นั่นกำลังแพนอยู่ไอ้ฝั่งกันเดินทะลุหมอกมาเลยอะเดินทะลุควันมาเลยอะโอ้ยช็อตนี้เอาจริงว่ะไม่ยอมว่ะโอเวอร์ไทม์ไปดิบอกแล้วสกอร์นี่สำคัญ L2K แม่งเกือบแล้ว
We're going to overtime. There's 3 rounds to determine who goes through to the final. You could not drive a wedge between these 2 teams. That's just how close it has been.
that's another 3-3 half, Des.
Once more.
Another one for the books. AVG, UG, you're starting.
เวลาเหลือน้อยเราไม่มีเวลามาระวังตัวไงจะต้องโถมไปวางบอมให้ได้อะแบบเมื่อกี้เช็คก็ไม่ได้ว่ามีศัตรูอยู่ตรงไหนคือเวลามันบีบแล้วอะนั่นแหละคือทำให้ตายไงแต่เมื่อกี้คือแม่งแบบเฉียดจริงๆว่ะถ้าคนสุดท้ายเก็บหมดก็หล่ออะหล่อจริงๆ
This could be a good moment for them to really set themselves up yet again to be on map series point.
Unbelievable. And naturally, you choose Aviator and Games as the starting sites where most teams will head, given the
อีก2 รอบ
choice of all 4 sites on.
ไม่ยอมจบอ่ะ
I don't actually know what the rates look like in terms of defense or success on this one as well, but it just seems to be where most teams gravitate because they feel the most comfortable. And I guess, understandably, I think it has arguably the least variables for the defensive side and what it is you need to deal with. Whereas you look towards something like Trophy, that Astro hold can get really, really messy, especially when you start considering the vertical plays that come into it at the same time. So hey, here we go. No mute Mozzie on side. There is the Mozzie for EX7, so opting to step away from playing on that pulse. Probably doesn't want to look to be roaming with the pulse, but instead wants to do so with the Mozzie. It's a little more fluid. You can move around a little bit more comfortably. And I guess less reliance on, drones potentially spotting you out. When you're on the pulse, you're constantly looking skyward. You're not always aware of what's going on in different doorways and corners of the room. So I acknowledge it as being a pretty good choice, but you are looking towards those 2 shields and 3 C4s on the side of Union to play this denial game.
Well, learn to kill, live to kill. Have you learned to kill with pace as you try and look towards the approach that you need to make happen here? You're steadily droning, steadily trying to pick apart the holds, and Nos is already in a position where he might be able to apply the pressure towards anyone that gets close. The hold on 90, there's a default cam. Thank you.
โอ้โหมึงยิงกล้องตัวนึงมึงกดค้างเลยเหรอวะ
A monumental swing. If the information had come through, Union have been bold on their approach.
ไปก่อนเลยละกันยูเนียนเข้าหัวไปเลยครับจังหวะนี้เฮ้ยยังไงเฮ้ยไอ้นี่น่าจะรู้แหละว่าอยู่ทางขวาไม่รู้ว่ะไม่รู้ อ้าวยูเนียนแย่แล้วแตกไป2แล้วจังหวะนี้บีบมันบีบเอ้าตายอีก1ยูเนียนเหลือ2เท่านั้นเรียบร้อยทีโฟสวยหูเฮ้ยแก้เลยโอ้ซีโฟเมื่อกี้คือแบบเอาเรื่องอยู่ในตู้เซฟอยู่ในห้องเซฟเอาละประมาทไม่ได้1-1เฉยเฮ้ยอะไรอ่ะเฮ้ย1-1เฉยเลยโอ้โหอย่างพลาด2 vs 5 คนเมื่อกี้ไอ้นี่แม่งหล่อจัดอะโอ้โคตรประมาทจัดอะ L2K คือเลอเกินน่าจะได้แต้มนี้ไปนะโอ้พลาดเลยคือรอบก่อนนี้พยายามทำไมวะถ้าเล่นแบบนี้นี่ไงเหมือนกูเก่งโอ้คือรอบนี้คือแบบเละเทะเลยอ่ะคือแววชนะมันมาแล้วเว้ยเหลือ5 คนอ่ะน็อกไปแค่1เหลือ4อ่ะเพราะว่ามีคนน็อกคนหนึ่งเมื่อกี้มาโดน C4 ตาย1 คนแล้วก็น็อก1 คนตรงที่แพนพลาดจริงๆเละเทะเลยอ่ะ
I believe the first player of the day to get
เข้าคันว่าเละเทะเลยดีกว่า
ICE. I don't know. Did anyone get an ace in ICE? Were you awake?
We did have an ace earlier on, but it was clouded over by a flawless round.
That's the way things. That's the way the cookies crumble. Well,
เสียดายผมเชื่อเลยทีมแม่งเสียดายแน่นอนทำมาดีแล้วอะเปิดมาโอ้โหยิงตายยิงหัวยิงสุดท้ายมันเหลือแค่2 คนอะ
You had a 5 versus 2, albeit maybe a 4 versus 2 situation.
ผมว่าช็อตเมื่อกี้แค่มันล็อกห้องเซฟไว้ก็รู้ก็จบแล้วประตูทางออกมันมีแค่2 ทางห้องเซฟอะเดินมาจะมาเอามันในห้องเฉยเลยยังไงทีมมันรู้อยู่แล้วว่าอยู่ในนั้นอะมันยิงสู้กันอยู่แต่ทำไมถึงวิ่งเข้ามาหาเลยวะงงว่ะ
You
ถ้าจะเล่น
saw
เซฟ
an
จริงๆ
opening
อ่ะอ้อม
behind
ไป
strategy
ห้องหน้า
table
ไป
and you
ดักตรง
wanted
ที่
to
แฮนด์บอม
take
ดี
it,
กว่า
but
รอมันกู้
and
แล้ว
I
ค่อยยิง
know
อะไร
it's
เงี้ย
an easy thing for me to say sat
เดิ
here
นโถมมา
watching
ตาย
at
เฉย
home and none of the stress of being one of the players in this make or break game. Sometimes you have to take a breath, a beat, and
ไม่มีโอ
realize
กาส
just
แบบ
what
นี้แล้ว
you have
พลาดไป
working
โอกาส
for
ไป
you.
แล้ว
What I will commend them
L2K
on is
เนี่ย
they've made
พลาด
that
โอ
mistake
กาสจ
previously
ริง
where they did go charging for the frags and just got completely shut down in the 1v1s that ensued. Whereas here they went for a plant and tried to cover the angle and deny the C4s. But that C4 couldn't quite shoot it out in time. It went off and killed the one. The planter was then injured. So really, it was, all intents and purposes, a double kill coming out of that C4 from EX7. Massive moment in that round and literally where you can pin the loss of that round on, I think.
Exactly, and it happened with a minute 15 left in the game. They had so much time to try and recoup and try and just restructure. So in that situation, if that happened, maybe they had got someone onto study door to watch and swing on to the person that was involved. Maybe they had somebody that was on, you know, if study door was too hot property long, applying pressure from the opposite side. Either way, having the time waiting and getting a third person close enough, it could have been their round, and it should have been in a lot of people's books. Blank is holding a very aggressive hold there and potentially wanting to do a bit of a cheeky run out the opposite side of a Goyo shield and making sure he can still see through the slits. It is a dangerous game. There is no two ways about that. And he's opted for a bit of a rotation, and I think they've realized the entire Union Gaming push is coming from the bedroom side as they steadily clear and get control of the pillars and look down long. It's looking like a slow and steady Union approach.
ห้องเดียวกันเลย
We know that the air quotes more composed to get a team here. The coach they've had, the length of time they've played together. Live to Kill have always had that X factor about them, the one that can cause an upset in a dying moment. In exactly the same way, ironically, that EX7 did just not too long ago.
อันนี้วางเคมอล
Taking it
น่า
nice
จะ
and
วาง
slow here,
วาง
no need to panic. Once again, these pesky gadgets can quite simply not be dealt with. So instead of the pistol goes, you know what, forget about it. Get out the big boy gun and get spraying.
สายฟ้า
Yeah, finally gets it. That did the trick, and the Selma starts to do the trick too. Bandit's there to catch it before it's able to do too
โอ้ย
much
ทิกไม่
damage,
ทัน
but
เรียบ
still
ร้อย
gets in, gets open and gets
มีปัญหาอยู่
in, which is going to make this a
แย่
dangerous
ละ
game to
L2K
play.
ห้องนี้โดนเจาะได้เรียบร้อย
Impact
ผมบอกเลย
to try and counter that.
เฮ้ย แต่มันเจาะไม่สวยว่ะ
No. Well, it's
เข้าไม่ได้เจาะแบบนี้
inside vault right now, sure, but it's also
เจาะ
tough
รู
to enter.
ทุเรศไปหน่อย
That's a bit of a
That
limp
bar in the
throw.
middle going to make it, so you have to basically you have to like crouch your way through at this point. So they can't just charge in and go ham as they might want to.
หรือ
but
ว่า
it
โชคจะเข้า
does
ข้างทาง
give
ฝั่ง
some really good
L2K อยู่
angles.
จังหวะ
This,
นี้
let's not forget, was the power position for EX7
20 วิ
in the
เอาดิ
last round. They've identified
เอาดิ
what they
20 วิ
can
เอาดิ
afford to have players sat in there. Let's make it happen.
โอ้โห
15
เรียบร้อย
seconds on the kills have only
เรียบ
just
ร้
started
อย
coming through.
Now and then, as we hear the canisters popping on the opposite side, beat pops and a shield goes too. Fatals find Sparko. It's a 3 versus 2. Eugene
เรียบร้อย
has the
แพ้ครับ
advantage,
ผ
but
ม
only Skipper standing, and they're going to try and plant inside the smoke itself. There is the pick
นี่
up.
ล่ะ
There is Union Gaming.
Union
And
ชนะ
there is your second finalist.
ก็กะแล้วแหละ แม่งพลาดแต่รอบก่อนเนี่ย
It took a little bit of time. If I sounded distant, I was turning lights back
ต้อง
on.
ยอมรับ
It took a little bit of time, and it was definitely a hard-fought victory. But it is Union Gaming that come out on top. Admittedly,
ก็ถามว่ามันตึงกันไหมมันตึง
big plays by EX7 in the previous
ตึง
round.
ของ
Now,
ทีม
this could have gone the
มัน
full
เล่นพลาด
distance,
ไง
but I think that summarizes this series well. The back and forth nature of it has been absolutely exquisite. Would I say
X7
it's
เนี่ย
well
เรา
earned?
อาจจะ
I'd say
จัด
it's well earned between
ช็อต
both
ในห้อง
teams.
เซฟของเขา
One hell of a show today.
ช็อตในห้องเซฟของเขานี่คือสุดละ
I guess it's one of those situations of Union. You got there, but my word, was the journey a little bit worrying. Especially if you're a Union Gaming fan and you're looking at obviously the potential of SI points. And now you're looking
นี่ไง
at mercenaries, but that's a little bit late.
ต้องเดย์4อ่ะ มันยังไม่มามั้งเนี่ยรู้สึก นี่ไงแกรนด์ไฟนอล ดูแม่งรอบชิงด้วยเลย นะ ไหนๆแล้ว เฮ้ย มีโชว์หน้าด้วย ขอดูหน้าหน่อยดิ หน้าทีมงานแต่ละคนเป็นไงนะ โอ้โห
I mean, that's it. It's a roster who
โอ้โห แต่ละคน ยูเนียน กระต่าย นี่คือทีมยูเนียนนะ โอ้โห ไม่เห็นหน้าพอเห็นแล้วแบบโอ้โหเลยอะ
And here they are, Union Gaming.
เฮียแต่ละคนนี่ไงคนนี้ไงที่ช็อตในตู้เซฟ X7 น่ะ นี่อย่างเท่
Wonderful hairdo and push
ของ
them over
จริง
the edge.
I mean, that's it. It's a roster who obviously on the interview yesterday, Sparko said, listen, they're going to have to do more than that if they want to take mercenaries today.
นี่เปรียบเทียบไหนดูอีกหน้าอีกทีมดิเอาเฮียไม่ให้ดูวะขอดูหน่อย
ovations coming
before it was in
แข่งไอขับเฮา
Thank you so much, Mirage. This is so exciting. I'm so ready for this. This is a deja vu almost of what happened in August. A deja vu. This is a deja vu of what
up between these two teams. Union
นี่ไงนี่เจอกับทีมนี้ MRCZ นี่แหละ
have the legacy. They've been
ทำไมหน้า
around
มัน
for
ดูอินเดีย
longer.
อินเดีย
They were
แขกๆวะ
the kings of South Asia back before it was introduced
ว่า
into
ไง
the ecosystem, but recently mercenaries have been
and Maker are really the two-star players for Mercenaries, so you never want to write them off in terms of what they could do in a situation like this. But with 30 seconds remaining, you can tell
โอ้โห
that
คือเปิด
Union
มาถึง
have
แม่ง
taken that time to drone into the site and
Union เหลือ
ensure that they
3
have as much intel
MRCZ เหลือ
of this situation as possible. Now, both these players remaining from Mercenaries
เอาแล้ว
those hatches
เหลือคน
that
เดียว
we see won't be any more deleted by Spark.
พวกดรอปมาแพนละ
opportunity for them to drop down. There's the attempt at
เชี่
the
ย
plant and the
เฉียบ
final kill from Jittery. means
คือ
that Union
ถ้าพูดใน
Gaming
แง่
take the first round.
ไอเนี่ยคือยูเนียนไปเจอของแข็งมาแล้วไง
no execute needed at the end of the day for Union. A very strong roam clear.
แต่ไอ
off the bat.
MRCZ มันเจอนิ่มมาไงมันผ่านนิ่มเข้ามาเว้ยเอางี้ดีกว่าแต่ไอยูเนียนเนี่ยมันเจอตึงเข้ามาระดับมันถึงจะแบบว่าเหลื่อมๆกันหน่อย
players to push on forward with drones and entry frag onto those roamers and flush those roamers. If they're not to die from those entry fraggers, they will be falling into the players watching those rotations, such as beat on the Kali. And while Union found 2 kills, like I was saying during the round, Maker fought back very valiantly and found 2 more picks for his side, which brought it back to a 3 versus 3 when he came back to site. Unfortunately, though, for Mercenaries, and I hate to rag on people, but MI7, I really feel like as a Vigil, yeah, he could have, as a roamer, had more impact, but I would have liked to see with 1 minute left on the clock, he just came back to site. Instead of getting aggressive on those blue stairs, I would have liked to see him just play the numbers equality and force Union Gaming into an execute. Fortunately, that didn't happen, so Union Gaming was able to leverage not only the man advantage, but also that map control for their advantage and the eventual execute.
I think that's one of the really interesting things when you do look at these regions that are developing and coming into their own and making their mark on the map of Rainbow Six globally is I think one of the really distinguishing features is how well disciplined they can be in situations like that. You look at a region like North America or like Europe, and oftentimes it is the discipline and it is their ability to rein themselves in when they need to that is the defining feature. It is what leads to a win or a loss. And despite the fact that these two teams clearly have a lot of skill, they have decent strategy, it's going to be things like that that will eventually be the make or break. So definitely something to watch out for. I know they really like to be aggressive, but sometimes that can just end up leading to your demise.
Yeah, I don't know, Gio. I watched a lot of EUL this season, and I don't know what some of those teams are doing.
We're going to talk about it.
So, Mercenaries, they failed that kitchen, rather the
ใช่
church
มาเจอ
defense. So
MR เลย
they
ดู
moved
เบา
on
ไป
straight away. They're going to cash. I like this setup. It's pretty typical from what we've seen as a more aggressive style
เดี๋ยว
setup.
มัน
I
เพิ่ง
really
มัน
like
เพิ่ง
that
เก
they're
มแรก
getting into the
มันเพิ่ง
shields
ตา
here
แรก
with
เมื่อกี้
one actually in CCTV, facing towards where the Kennel's breach is
มา
now. And also the second
ห้อง
one
เบ
facing
สิก
into
ห้องนี้
construction. Now with the full reinforcements on the office walls and a hole
เจาะ
in
มา
the
ถึงเจาะข้างหน้าได้แล้ว
cash wall, it's really
ต้องไปเคลียร์กาลาด
difficult for an attacking squad to take control of construction and execute through there. So I really like this setup.
It could be in the Union Gaming.
จ่อไปอีกทีแล้วกันกาลาดสวยแล้วตอนเนี้ย
On garage, it looks like that's what it is they're going to do.
That's a
As the
nice
Selmas
ace.
go out onto the garage wall, you do have a player from Mercenaries prone there on the rafters, and clearing him out is going to be pretty key for them to take this necessary space. That's Doctor who's up there. He's now focusing down on the garage doors as pressure is applied there too, and he'll be throwing out a disc to prevent any of those potential incoming projectiles. But
Oh, wow.
already his position has been forced. He's going to take his place here in server, just watching onto the breach.
มีศพ
Can Sparko punish him? This breach being... Oh, he sees him on
เรียบ
the
ร้อย
rotation. And Doctor trying to
บอกแล้ว
rotate
มีศพ
garage is punished. I really like that from Sparko. A really good strategy using the ace Selma to breach that wall.
ไอ้นี่รอล้วงอยู่เหรอ
Garage into rafters,
MI
and it basically
MI7
denies that position at the top of rafters, and that was why Doctor retreated back. But he thought that he could get back in there. He couldn't, unfortunately for him.
โอ้นิ่มไปเลยว่ะ
Union Gaming are just running away with this.
โดนยูเนียนยิงเสยอ่ะที่ดู
Jittery nets him a kill. That's another 5 versus 3 man advantage, but this time, Gio, there is no reply from Mercenaries.
Yeah, it's like trapping fish in a barrel. You had 3 players up there and Cash all trapped in there, and Jittery's just taking advantage of the situation. Now all he has to do right now is wait underneath these holes he's made and try and gather some information to continue to try and do so. We've seen that Union Gaming have cut off a lot of those potential rotations. They're holding lines of sight.
เอาหน่อยเว้ย
takes his opportunity.
โชว์ให้เขาเห็นหน่อยเว้ยวันนี้มันรอบชิง
Mercenaries don't look like they've yet gained any kind of advantage in this situation.
ยับ
There's
มึง
only one player
แพ้แล้วด้วยมึง
Beat's gonna go in for the plant. He tries with the C4, but it's not enough. Getting shot down right at the end.
ยูเนียน
And
อีกแล้ว
Union Gaming put a second round on the board.
We're going to see Beat planning the diffuser then, because that final kill was a trade. Both those players, Fatar and I believe it was Sandy.
แมปนี้ยูเนียนช่ำแน่นอนมันเป็นคนเลือกแมป
What's
มาครับ
funny is those two are the new players on each squad actually.
Well, I think Fatar's
แมปของยูเนียนเลือกด้วยแล้วเล่นช่ำจริงๆไหลเลยอะเวลาไม่บีบไม่อะไรด้วยนะเห็นไหม
Right, yeah.
ชิวๆเลย
For these teams,
ฆ่าหมดทีมแล้ว
in
แพ้
this
แล้ว
region, unfortunately, there are sometimes
เทียบกับไปเมื่อวาน
a
เด
couple
ย์
of
สามอ่ะ
external
โอ้โห
factors outside the player's control.
แม่ง
It means the
กว่า
players
จะแพ้ได้
can-
บางที
For
ไม่ได้แพ้
example,
ด้วย
so
เวลาหมด
yesterday,
ตึงจริง
with the team subbing out players, Sandy didn't play all 3 and Fatar didn't play
ดู
all
ดู
3.
เบา
just
ดู
yes,
ชิวเลย
all
อะ
two- all of the 2 maps yesterday, and it's there was actually a cyclone. Fortunately, everyone's okay. I spoke to the players, but yeah, that's why actually these teams have I believe 7-man rosters. At least I'm pretty sure Union has 2
ใคร
backups.
ถึง7คะแนนก่อนอ่ะ7ชนะ7รอบก่อนนะชนะ
Yeah,
เอางี้ดีกว่า
hopefully
นับ
that
ง่ายๆ
will
เลย
be necessary today. I know that both of these teams
อย่าง
have been
ตอนนี้ยูเนียน
practicing
ชนะไป
really
2 แล้ว
hard with
ขาด
their
อีก
core
5
lineups, which are
ชนะอีก
the
5 รอบ
two
คือจบ
rosters you're seeing on screen now.
ถึง
And
7 ก่อนนะ
hopefully we can see them played. It was kind of ironic yesterday. So Sandy's net cut out, and then their first sub, Poseidon, his net actually also cut out.
Oh, no.
And they went to their 3rd sub, or their 2nd sub rather. That had to go to a 3rd player.
ไอตัวจี๊ดฝั่ง MR จะมีไอ MI7 กับไอมาร์เกอร์อะอะไร
Like you're getting good use out of
ที่รอบ
your
นั้น
full
ทำ
roster
ผลงานอะนะ
at least.
Yeah.
รอบรองอ่ะ
I'm sure the subs would have loved it. They're just getting to some actual playtime.
Oh man. Well, Mercenaries have decided to head back down to the basement, and this time it looks like they're going for something a bit different. Maybe not leaning quite so heavily into the deep roam they went to before. There isn't a Legion, there's not a Vigil anymore. Instead, or a Mozzie actually for that matter. Instead, they're still keeping on to the mute. And they've got a Malusi as well, but I'm wondering if they will actually find reason to be more disciplined this time. Not necessarily
มาเร็ววะ
stray too far from the field. You can see a lot of the players are downstairs. In fact, I think they're all down there. All right, yeah,
1, 2,
they are.
3, 4.
That's
Where
that's five.
is that
there's,
sneaky
there's,
5th
you can,
player?
there's literally 5 of them right there.
I didn't see. Yeah. My bad. That's alright. Jaeger's got
มัน
this
พากันชิวเนอะ
camouflage. It's just dev-proof camouflage. It makes it impossible for anyone with the pseudonym dev to actually see them.
Right. That sounds like a very legitimate concern. Well, the thing is here, Union Gaming are likely still
มาแล้ว
to,
เจตเทอรี่
you know, invest time in
เขาหยิบ
trying
แอด
to
มาเล่น
hunt out anyone who may
กิน
be
ไก่เหรอ
upstairs. It could
ฮะ
be by this point they know just through
เฮ้ย
their
โถ
drones
เกือบ
that
ทามมิ่งแล้วมึง
everyone
เมื่อกี้
is downstairs, and we're seeing Jittery focus here
ตายกิน
onto
ไก่เหรอ
Blue. No Zafia being brought, so once again there's going to be the Ash who makes that their job, and Maker's going to push up towards Oil Pit to try and catch out anyone who may be in Garage instead. There is actually a player just there. He's
เอาล่ะ ขึ้นไม่ได้นะน้อง
of the gun. Can't see just quite where the Maker's going to be able to catch him out now, but at least the position should allow him to take the opportunity.
So it looks like
พยายามจะ
Union
พลิกสู้อะ
are preparing for a kitchen plant.
นี่ไงล่ะ
Aggressive
เฮ้ยมึงยิงคม
peek, and Jittery punishes Doctor.
พีกสู้เหรอ
That's a nice first frag, but there are more players in blue. Jittery may get refragged here, but he doesn't need to aggress.
ไอ้ตัวนี้ไปไหนไม่ได้แล้วเนี่ยโดนขังอยู่วะ
The attack from
รอ
Union
คนลงบันได
is
มา
focusing around kitchen, and that's where Sparko
เรียบร้อย
finds one
Union
kill
เก็บไปอีก
to
ห
the
นึ่ง
floor as well. I'm not sure whether the hatch has been successfully breached as of yet. Not yet, but Sparko uses his final Selma, and it looks like there are no impacts on the board to counter that.
เฮ้ยเอาว่ะ
And goes the nade,
ได้หนึ่ง
trying
แล้วว่ะ
to
ได้
get
หนึ่ง
the
แล้วว่ะ
shield. Actually, I think it got eaten up by an ADS because it hadn't been got completely swallowed up there. So that
ยู
means
เนียน
the
กิน
shield
ไก่
is
เหรอ
still
เกมนี้เขาไม่
standing.
กิน
They'll
ไก่
still
กัน
have to
ไม่ใช่
get
ผับ
rid of
จี
that. But as you say, it does
อย่า
look
เดือ
like
ดิ
they're preparing for this kitchen drop, and that's why that smoke came out from Fatar, just trying to deny
กิน
the
กงกิน
drop
ไก่อะไร
down.
ล่ะ
Maker still hasn't been cleared out of blue
ไอ้
either,
นี่เฝ้า
so
อุโมงค์เดียว
mercenaries
เลย
could
ปะ
be in a
Ooh, so
position
much
here
searching for.
where they can just swarm in.
ห้อง
As
บลู
you
ห้อง
say,
บลู
Union Gaming looking like they're actually coming
ไม่ใช่อุโมงค์ห้องบลู
towards church as they sneak
yes.
straight
โอ้ย
into
ล้วงเข้าไปแล้ว
Aubrey.
จะแพนแล้วนะเพื่อน
Does Lee7 know they're in? He must do by this point, but Sparko's going to go in for the plant nonetheless.
เฮ้ยอื้อหือแม่ง
MI7
เอ้ย
deleted, peeking from
แพนเรียบร้อย
What a late push here from UG, but it works for them.
ล้วงละ
And
ล้วง
Union
ละ
get aggressive now.
เฮ้ยโอ้โห
And
แอบเหินนะ
EX7 polishes
X7
off
แอบเหินนะ
Maker.
เราอะ
He can find one.
เฮ้ยรอบนี้ฟ้าเอ้ยไอ้ตัวนี้ก็เล่นดีรอบก่อนนะ
Task ahead for the smoke
ฟา
player,
ต้าเนี่ย
crossing
เรียบ
into
ร้อย
blue.
แตกฟาต้า
Surely he'll be peaked. SMG11 versus SMG11, and EXG7 gets the better of Fatar. Union Gaming make a full rotation,
3-0
3
นะคุณ
successful attack rounds on Clubhouse.
ระดับพลัง
And
มัน
this
ต่าง
is
กันว่ะ
why I said you can't necessarily base things when it comes to these two
มา
teams
สเตอร์
in
หนึ่ง
this
ไปตี
region
บลอน
on
นะ
what has happened in the
ไม่ใช่
past.
เกินไป
So far, it's looking pretty good for Union, and they're on attack on Clubhouse. And this is supposed to be Mercenaries' best map.
เนี่ยมันเล่นสมกับที่
arguably.
แบบแมปมันเลือกมา
Union
ไง
are looking incredibly
chill-chill.
comfortable right now, ready to adapt when it is required, knowing where they have to cut off rotations, knowing which utility to get rid of, knowing what approach to take. And so far, Mercenaries have not been able to get on top of that.
Yeah, I really love that late push from Union Gaming. Not because it was late. Typically, we would praise teams for doing things earlier in the round, right? But the idea is that there was not very much time ticking away. There was still gas from the smoke, which was hindering their drop through
มัน
kitchen
แบน
hatch into the arsenal, which is
มัน
kind
แบ
of
น
the
แทชเชอ
default
ร์ด้วยนี่ห
what
ว่า
they were intending to
แล้วก็
do
แบ
at
น
the
สาย
start of
ฟ้า
the round. But they knew that dropping that, they
มันต้อง
didn't
เล่น
really
พวก
have
ไอ้เนี่ย
enough
มิว
of
แบน
an
ดิตดิ
advantage
ไม่งั้น
around
มันจะแบน
utility,
เพื่ออะไรอ่ะ
especially
ถูกไหม
because the ace Sparko had already used his smokes to force down that kind of an execute. So they actually rotate all three of those kitchen players to bottom main
เจาะ
stairs.
ลำบาก
They
เนี่ย
use the sledge to breach what I call Ash Wall. It's the wall in Arsenal right near main stairs.
โอ้โหหลอมๆเลยติดกระจกเนี่ยเดี๋ยว
Exactly.
ระเบิดลอย
That's
ลงมานะ
exactly why we call it Ash Wall, because there was a meta at one point, particularly in ANZ, I think it was like the first season of the Pro League, where teams would ash that wall, and the execute actually was exactly what we saw from UG.
แมป
They
ไม่
would
รีเวิร์กมา
push
แล้ว
multiple players through that wall, and it was just perfect. The thing I love about that from Union isn't just like necessarily the macro strategy, but just the beauty in
Mill.
which all of those players committed to it at the same
แล้วก็
time.
แบนมาวิลิกไป
And
อ๋อ
that kind of synergy wins
ได้
you
ละ
games.
เจาะลำบากเอาไว้
I'm
ง่าย
really interested in this round because we spoke at the beginning about how
มันแบนแบบเนี้ยเจาะลำบาก
Mira gets banned out a lot by Union Gaming, and they forewent that decision here. And now Mercenaries have decided.
อุ้ย
to
เอาเรื่อง
really
เอาไปหนึ่ง
pick there from Doctor. Props to him. That means your
เอาหน่อยดิมาสักหนึ่งคะแนนดิเรียกขวัญและกำลังใจให้ทีมหน่อย
breaching basically both ends of the map and potentially want to get rid of those mirror windows. Hibana is not the operator you want being lost so early. And that could make it harder for them to deal with the mirror. As I was saying, this operator who they infamously dislike going up against, losing your Havana does not make your task any easier.
Absolutely. It is a massive pick, and it's the first time this map, and of course the series, that Mercenaries has found the opening kill in a round, and it looks like it might be two if Maker gets this one right. The IQ pushing on through, drones it up.
อุ้ยยิงโอ้โหไม่ยิงทัน
Great job there from Jittery with the G8, but the aim
ยิง
is a bit
C4 ทิ้ง
jittery,
ทัน
if
น่ะ
I'm honest, and doesn't find that kill. I think Maker's
เถื่อน
able
ว่ะ
to escape. The drone's still intact. Don't
เมื่อกี้มันเล่นกล้อง
underestimate
อยู่เว้ย
how valuable that may be for the
เหี้
IQ
ย
later in
ผม
the
กล้องทัน
rounds.
คือนิ่งมากเลยนะ
He's continuing to push here.
มันหุบกล้องทันด้วย
He's smelled the prey and he wants to hunt it out, but Maker is well far away at this point, all the way
เอา
downstairs.
ละเอาละ
Sparko
ระวัง
takes
ล่อ
a
หัวกันเอง
decent
เอาสไน
hit
มาเล่น
of
เหรอเนี่ย
damage
อ๋อ
as
มันต้องใช้สไน
beat
Ooh, nice.
continue to
สไน
work
เป็นตัวเดียว
here
ที่
with the
สามารถที่ทำลายพวก
wall as well.
อุปกรณ์ที่
Continue
ทำให้มัน
to
เจาะไม่
apply
ได้
pressure. Remember, all 5 members of
ถึงว่า
Mercenaries
เอา
are
สไน
still
มาเล่นวะ
standing. There's a whole minute
ไปบังคับ
remaining, so there is time. But Union Gaming are going to struggle to execute a kind of pinch which you would necessarily expect to see on this site.
So is the mirror actually breached there? The idea for UG was to use Kali to destroy the mute jammer on the mirror in washrooms, and then an ace to destroy it. But no, he actually throws it a bit low, and it makes a hole. But that
เอา
will
เรียบ
actually
ร้อย
be used by Hasib, and indeed it is the takedown Sparko. He gets what's coming to him after all that, but the mirror has now been popped. The diffuser though out on this balcony while
อุ้ย
another kill goes
เอา
to
หน่อย
one of
ดี
the
วะ
mercenaries. They have scrambled
เอา
and
ดิ
clutched this back into the realm of
ยูเนี่ยเหลือ
possibility.
2 ต่อ
4 versus 2 now.
4 เอา
Just 20 seconds left. I
เอา
don't
ว่ะ
see
เฮ้ย
XG7 and Jittery making this
ไอ้
happen.
เชี่ยนี่มันล้วงละ
Doesn't look like it. I mean, virtually complete safety there for Hasib.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยเฮ้ย
He was in. Jittery does get one kill, but Hasib once again, he exploits the situation.
แตก
X7, he does pick up the diffuser, but he's gonna get taken down
วิ่งเข้า
straight
ดุมๆ
away
เลย
as soon as he steps in through the wall.
ได้แล้ววัน
And
1 คะแนน
Hasib,
ว่ะ
dance of
MR
victory is pretty much the MVP for that round.
MVP เลยตัวเนี้ย
Absolutely, a big round from Hasib there. And conversely, I hate to be hypercritical and focus on the micro things,
กระ
but
จกมันไม่
sometimes
แต
you've
ก
got
อ่ะ
to do that.
มันต้องปาใส่กระจก
Sparker, had he
มันปา
thrown that
ต่ำกระจกไปหน่อยเมื่อกี้
slightly higher, it would
ก
have
ระจกมันยังอยู่
destroyed
ไง
the
เมื่อกี้
window. Unfortunately for him, just slightly too low. All it did was make a hole next to the mirror window. Of course, that led to Sparko's demise. Funnily enough, I'm pretty sure it was actually Hasib himself who popped the canister and hence opened the mirror window when he was trying to spray Sparko. So if he hadn't done that, then, well, that would have been yet another thing for Yuji to deal with. But yeah, big 3K there from Hasib. And I also want to credit Doctor for finding the opening pick onto Sandy. Had Sandy stayed alive, maybe Union could have used the Hibana instead of that ace and then allowed Sparko a bit more freedom to use his Selmas elsewhere, perhaps for a larger breach on the Jacuzzi wall.
ห้องใต้ดินมา
But no, Doctor got
กลับ
that
มาวนกลับ
small
มาห้องใต้ดิน
beacon.
ละ
Well, it had ripple effects throughout the rest of the round.
I mean, you know, one of the things that really helped facilitate Hasib's positioning was the fact that the castle barricade on the gym door hadn't been opened. That's another thing where you can look at and say, if they had a Havana, maybe that would have been a bit easier. And it just meant there was one more angle he didn't have to worry about, and he could have been a bit more forward and aggressively positioned, which he was. We have just had a disconnect, so just waiting to see if there is going to be a rehost granted. But
If so, we might have to say hello to Darth Devmano. I've turned off my lights. It's about 30 degrees here again.
because it's the summer for you now.
It's well, technically it's not summer for another 3 days, but it looks like that no one's calling rehearsed. So I expect we should treat this as if we are to play on it.
All right, well, back down to the basement site. We're seeing a lot of this. I mean, it's not even just mercenaries who seem to like, you know, the more kind of SSG style roam. There are a few differences here. It's not necessarily fully SSG. It's just
ไปก่อนเลยหนึ่ง
I suppose. But Union Gaming are also a team who
อะไรวะเนี่ยเฮ้ยพร้อมตกจัดเลย
that. But a nice early kill from
เดินมาให้เขาฆ่าเฉยเลยเฮ้ย
Gets
X7 เฮ้ย
down.
เมื่อวานไม่ใช่อย่างนี้นี่หว่าเมื่อวานนี่หล่อนะ
Yeah, that's actually evens up the numbers.
โอ้อะไรวะ นิ่ม
I like the idea here from
ดีมาก
Mercenaries.
เว้ย
Yeah, as you said, going for a bit of a loose roam. Quite a different operator lineup to what they had last time. Vigil's been traded around from Me7 over to Maker, and they've opted out the Legion. Opted out of the Mozzie for a Legion this time. Of course, the Legion was wanting DC. And Me7 decided to play the
อ้าว
Ally
แตกอีก
instead.
หนึ่ง
But Maker, I guess
เฮ้ย
giving him the Vigil was a good idea because he's not only made this the numbers
อ้าว
equality,
ยัง
but
ไง
well, he got the numbers advantage before Beat narrowly takes it away. And when I
โอ้
say
สไนก็จะ
narrowly,
ตาย
I'm
แล้วเนี่ย
referring to the HP here. Have a look at Beat. One stray bullet, and well, he will be done for.
So 3 versus 3 at this point, and we are just under
โดนแล้วเดี๋ยวล้มนะสไนก็บอกนี้
down. And, you know, given that you had the losses of the Sledge and the Ash, you don't have that operator particularly who's going to be able to, for example, open up the kitchen floor or the floor above the bottom of main stairs. You don't have the operator who you rely upon to put pressure down blue, and you have to start sharing those responsibilities out. When people like Sparko and Sandy are going to want to be busy opening up hatches and dealing with other things. They did throw down the flashes into blue, and Sandy's going to be heading down oil pit and potentially approaching this from a different angle.
เอาล่ะเลื้อยเข้ามาแล้ว
continues to wait upstairs. Maybe if they can clear this out, it'll give them a better
เลื้อยเข้ามาแล้ว
scenario and a better position to take the
โอ้โห
site. He's just given
หุย
position.
เน่งๆเลยว่ะ
He does find a headshot though. That was great. And that
สวย
means
สวย
Sparko can also jump down as well. Sandy's going to keep looking for those picks, but Mercenaries know what's happening at this point.
Really nice use of that smoke from Sparko to prevent the
20 วิ 20 วิเพื่อน
Sparko's rotated all the way back to kitchen.
อุ้ย
I
โอ้โห
thought they were going for a blue push.
เชี่ย
Sandy, he can do that all
Sandy
by himself. Just Hasib left. But the
ต้องแพนแล้วเพื่อน
question is, can Union get that diffuser?
อุ้ย
This is very clutchable.
โอ้โห
Sandy says, you spawn peek me, and that only enrages the
แอนดี้
fire
เก็บไป
within.
3
He
หัว
finds the final 3 kills for UG.
And after some quite difficult
เถื่อน
operator losses that you would have
ทำ
thought
ท่าจะ
were
แพ้นะเมื่อกี้
necessary for this kind of
โอ้โห
slight
ฮาคิ
take,
ว่ะ
Sandy took it all into his own hands and said, well, I got this, boys. We got this sorted, lads. Well, that does put Mercenaries in a difficult position, knowing that they just have one more round of this half.
แซนดี้
This is their defending
ชื่อไม่เหมือน
half.
ผู้หญิงเลยว่ะผู้หญิงเล่น
She
ป่า
would
วะ
have
ไม่ใช่ละเมื่อกี้เห็น
hoped
รูปแล้ว
went
ผู้
a
ชาย
lot
มันล้วน
better. And of course, if they lose this one, then that's going to be a 5-1, and that's very hard to come back from on this map particularly.
Yeah, massive credit here to UG and the lead that
มี
they've
คนหลุดนะ
managed to get thus far.
To even have that opportunity, and even then they will have 2 attacking rounds of overtime rather than defending. So this completely lies in Union Gaming's favor right now, and unless something goes incredibly wrong for them, I suspect the clubhouse will probably fall into their hands.
It all starts here for Mercenaries. We've seen Union Gaming attack this SSG
อ๋อนี่
roam
สลับ
style
ฝั่งกันแล้ว
setup when Mercenaries did it themselves.
ยูเนียน
We
ไป
haven't
กัน
seen
นะ
the inverse as
มา
of
ดูหน่อย
yet.
ดิว่ายูเนียนมันกันหนึบ
Mercenaries
หรือเปล่า
swarming it down. Both of these teams have nigh identical defensive setups for their quote-unquote SSG roam. There's no castle, of course, what we typically see from SSG roam, but instead that's been replaced with these barricades. And it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 players on the objective. So it's an SSG, quote, roam from Union, where they are doing the setup. They're putting all that information denial, the mutes and the mozzies to deny drones or delay drones, but they're not actually roaming. And so it's just a time burn strategy. And I really like that. The question is, will Mercenaries, now that they have actually cleared the map, the 1 minute and 30 that's remaining, will that be enough time for them to execute?
ทางสะดวกล้วงเลยไหมเพื่อน
Make his way down.
เราวิ่งเร็วอะแอดเราล้วงเลยไหมเพื่อนเฮ้ยมันเห็นมันมีกล้อง
Nice camera that they have there. Nice drone that's been placed. It's going to give Jittery some more information as Mercenaries still continue to place their drones even at this point in time. First kill
เอา
comes
ว่ะ
out
ไอ้
from
แทนดี้เอาอีกแล้ว
Sandy.
เฮ้ยมาว่ะ
Taken some damage himself. Both he and Jittery are a little bit on the low end, but still the man advantage lies in Union Gaming's
เฮ้ยระวังแฮ
hands.
ตยิงแซนดี้
Still got players coming in from all kind of different angles on the side of
อุ้ยเฮีย
Mercenaries.
ทีโบ
Doctor took a lot of damage there, but it wasn't quite enough to kill
อ๋อ
him.
แฮตยังไม่เจาะ
Yeah, Hasib was actually one of the most important operators on this attack. As you can see now, Doctor has used the Ash breaching round to try and open some holes in the floor. The reason why such is important is for opening those holes in the floor so you can prevent the defenders from impact tricking and get the breach off on the kitchen hatch. Now we have seen that. Fortunately for Mercenaries, Union are not impact tricking. In fact, they haven't brought a set of impacts. So losing that sledge wasn't super detrimental, but now they've lost the one breaching round. In fact, both breaching rounds from the Ash. And still, I believe the shield from Sparko should be in play. It's going to be a hectic execute now for Mercenaries, and there's the first kill.
Well, they're definitely going to know the Doctor's coming in. They know that the church wall hasn't been
หรือว่าคุ้มละเลือดแม่งเหลือแค่นี้แม่งปาดได้1ตัวเนี่ย
But in the meantime, Fatah
เรีย
does
บร้อย
go in for
เห็นไหม
the fun. 2 kills from Union Gaming. They may find
know?
themselves in a post
ไอ้
fight
เชี่ยแพนแล้วเพื่อน
The kills still come in, but they haven't been able to fix
เหลือคนเดียวเอา
the problem. Only Maker still remains.
1v3
and he's upstairs.
v4
Can't deny all on his own from there.
กูแล้วแหละ
He's thinking that he may have to
กู
start
ยัง
moving
ยัง
down. Because at some point there is going to have to be the
เฮ้ย
disable.
เฮ้ยเฮ้ยมัน
There's
เอาอยู่
a
นะ
kill for him. That's nice.
เอาแล้วครับคนนี้
Coming up. He does. Sandy's going to go in for the table. There's a second kill
โอ้โห
as well. He can't quite finish it though. And that'll give
ไม่
Union
เอาไม่อยู่
Gaming
ว่ะ
the room
มันเยอะกว่า
and time to disable this diffuser and take a 5th round.
แต่ยูเนียนไปมันเหลือ
Wow,
4ไง
a very,
ถ้ามันเก็บหมด
very
นี่
close affair between these two teams.
ลุกฮือนะประชาชน
My
ลุกฮือ
goodness,
นะ
I did not think that plant would be allowed to
เก็บ
go
สี่
down. Mercenaries, a very late execute.
มันเป็นไงมันส่งคนมาล้วงข้างบนไงคือถ้าอยู่ข้างล่างหมดยังไงก็แพ้ มันเลยส่งคนมาข้างบนเนี่ยเมื่อกี้เห็นปะมาอีก2 เกมก็จบแล้วเพื่อนเอาหน่อยเว้ยแมปแรก
But of course, Union Gaming had a 4 versus 1. All they had to do was
หยิบ
revive
กระจกมาเล่น
Sandy, and then that's a 4 versus 1 against poor Maker. Maker actually gave it a really solid crack though, and I was yelling out during that clutch. He still has the concussions, similar to how the Zafir could
เกือบรอแล้วแล้วพี่จะรอไหม
cancel the animation of a bandit putting his batteries down. It'll also cancel the animation of someone actually disabling the diffuser. So he could have used those, just shot them
รอ
down the
ๆ
hatch,
แบบนี้ใคร
and it
จะ
would
ท
have
นไหว
prevented
เล่า
that diffuser from happening. He decided to go for the kill, which I think was the right choice. He was still at a 1v3 at that point, so he needed to thin out the numbers. But UG played it really well. Sparko rushed up the main stairs, and Sparko, if he had not gotten that kill, if that had gone the way of Maker, I think that without a doubt, Mercenaries would have won that round. So really credit to Sparko. He actually found a 3k across that whole round, and Union held on. Really good stuff from them.
Yeah, I mean, you could definitely tell that Maker felt the pressure because of that feeling where he kind of felt he had to deal with a potential flank coming up the main stairs. He couldn't just focus on the disable from the kitchen. And in that time, you also know, they could have the opportunity to get going on the disable while you're distracted as well. A difficult position to be in. It could have swung the way of Mercenaries. It didn't. And that once again puts them in this very strenuous situation where now they are just one round away from potentially seeing this game fall out of their hands. Union Gaming have come to gym and bedroom for their second site. They haven't decided to bring a mirror just like Mercenaries did, but Mercenaries themselves are going for something a bit different as well. They've once again gone for the IQ, knowing that Valkyrie is on the board and want to try and deny as much information to Union Gaming as possible.
Great thing about the IQ as well is you can just stand on the roof and walk directly on top of the entire objective, call out every single ADS, magnet, mute jammer, whatever it is. You call out all that information. You know where all of the defender's utility is. But for Mercenaries thus far,
ตายฟรีแล้วมึง
starting to push from the kennel's wall across. It's pretty standard. Defenders extending onto the cache side. Ooh, XG7 spots out a player in lounge. In fact, there are two down there. He's strenuously holding this position, but he does have two players to support him. It's really on Mercenaries here to clear this.
I mean, at the very least, Mercenaries are having the opportunity to do so. That was something that was denied to Union Gaming when they lost their hit
เฮ้ย
very
แตก
early.
โอ้โหทามมิ่งมันปาแฟดพอดี
But it really does look like the pressure's
เรีย
going
บร้อย
to be
ล้วง
on
ขึ้นมาแล้ว
X7 as it is taken straight down by MI7.
โอเค
And that is a
โอ้โห
trade
ยับ
actually
ตอน
quite
นี้
a
เทรด
few
กันยับ
backwards and forwards, which
สาม
puts
เท่า
us in a 3 versus 3. Mercenaries can start to move in a bit more as Union Gaming have to retreat closer to the site in the hopes of being able to defend
Oh
it.
no. That's the two hard breaches. There's no more hard breach left on Mercenaries, and they didn't breach the jacuzzi wall yet. They didn't even breach the con exterior wall.
Oh no.
Wow, this is going to be a really, really difficult task now for Mercenaries. Typically, you would breach open the jacuzzi wall, you cut off the entire rotation at the top of main stairs, logistics, you name it. But now suddenly things have turned around. So a great call from Union. They equalized that numbers count, 3 versus 3, and then they just backed on off. Now Mercenaries, they still have some util to deal with the Evil Eyes and the deployable shield from Sandy. But man, not having that breach open is going to be detrimental.
Yeah, it definitely gives Union Gaming a lot more space to move with, knowing that those angles aren't being held, knowing that they don't have to worry about what's behind them if they push up towards that
โอ้อยู่ห้องน้ำ
wall.
สอง
You can see Beat is
ห้องน้ำ
very
สองเลย
close. He's watching out onto the gym window.
อ้าวแพนเรียบ
There's
ร้อย
a rather poor attempt at going
แพน
in
เฉย
for a defuse, but at this point you kind of just
ยัง
got
เคลียร์ไม่หมดเลยแพนแล้ว
Maker's gonna have another try.
โอ้
But Union Gaming know his exact location.
เรียบร้อยดิ
At that
หมู
point, it
อะไร
was
อ
a
ย่าง
bit
งี้
of a Hail Mary. You just had to give it a go. It wasn't likely to work out. And Union Gaming find themselves on match point.
เรียบร้อย นิ่ม
Well, things have certainly slid in favor of Union. The majority Bangladeshi
Match point
team has stepped up. Actually, no, they are majority Indian. I'm pretty sure now. I think that with some of the way
So
things have
many
changed
players, it's hard to tell.
ๆ
it is
It's like they
pretty hard.
constantly
Yeah.
switch
Depends
out.
on which sub is playing. Depends which sub is playing. For those who don't know, it's actually fantastic in the South Asia region. We do have quite a bit of diversity in terms of what countries these teams are from. We had some Pakistani players yesterday, and today we actually have some more Pakistani Doctor and Maker. We've got the Bangladeshis, and of course also some Indian players. I think there's even some Nepalese in the scene as well. It's very, very cool. A lot of countries which, and I personally haven't followed a lot of esports from these countries, so it's really exciting to see all this talent, especially because these countries are huge. Not only like geographically, like if you ever look at India on a map, population-wise, these countries are absolutely massive, completely dwarfing, little old Australia down here.
Oh, especially here
So
in the
it's-
UK.
Well, I mean, definitely geographically, you guys get dwarfed, but in terms of population, we get dwarfed.
We have a population like 70 million, but we're something like 220,000 square kilometers. We're tiny.
Yeah, I think my state has a population of about 5 million, and it's bigger than
My city is bigger,
country.
is more populated than your state. So.
Oh, it's London. I mean, come on.
Yeah. But no, I mean, your point is completely right. It's cool because I think a lot of people don't
โดนตอด
necessarily
ไปครึ่งหลอด
know
ไป
it's not even unique to Siege, but how popular esports is in South Asia. It's crazy. It's actually crazy.
Back onto the rounder. This is match point for Union Gaming.
ไม่มีใครเล่นตัวด็อกเตอร์เลยเหรอวะ
The reigning champions here.
ไม่ค่อยเห็นคนเล่นนะเวลาแบบแข่งกันนะตัวหมอ
Not so much in the nationals. Mercenaries have a monopoly on that, but it certainly doesn't look like it right now. Gio, a 6-2 lead. Things are getting strenuous now for the Mercenaries, even on their attack, and it seems to just be a matter of time before Union. Well, as Hap said earlier, get out that hammer and put that final nail into the coffin. Great use of the. I think that was
Okay,
an punching round from Maker. I didn't see where he was.
โอ้แม่งมีโยน2 อันเลยว่ะ
There was no one bandit tricking. Of course, there is only Sparko for wall
แตกไป
denial.
1
First pick those.
จบไปเกมนี้ไปจบไปเพื่อน
Rafters.
Still going to be able to hold on to that control. He knows there's someone directly outside the breach, but he
อุ้ย
doesn't
หู
want to peek.
เฮ้ยล้วง
Though, Fatar still
อุ้ย
manages to
ล้วง
get him, and he's just going to move
ปาต้ามันล้วง
straight in. A very aggressive and ballsy move from
เอ้า
him.
ปาพลาด
You have to bear in mind, Sandy
ปาติด
is bleeding
คือ
out as well, so this is essentially a man
เอา
advantage.
แย่เลยตอนนี้แย่เลย
MI7 Fatar on top. Mercenaries just taking complete
แผนแล้วด้วย
advantage of this situation. Jittery tries to peek.
สายใกล้
He
เพื่อน
gets one, but is he going to be able to deny the plot and
โอ้โห
deny what they're attempting? He's not.
ไม่ยอม
Very
ว่ะ
aggressive move in from Mercenaries works
MR
out in
ไม่ย
their
อมจ้ะ
favor and allows this game to continue at least one round further.
This is exactly what we needed
ทำ
to
เก
see
มเลย
here.
แม่งมุดเข้ามา
Exactly what Mercenaries have had in store for us. It's just that confidence. Mercenaries have everything
แต้ม
they need to take down Union and steal
ต้อง
away
ชนะอีก
that
3 รอบนะ
SI spot. Not for
เหนื่อย
themselves, but for a team from another region.
มันเหนื่อยนะ
The
จ๊ะ
only thing standing in Mercenaries' way is themselves. They said it themselves. This time we are fully prepared. Well, it certainly hasn't looked like it so far, but there have been some nuggets of gold in this otherwise bleak mine. Mercenaries, if they can put a couple more rounds on the board like that, this is going to be a real competition.
I really want to see them continue to claw their way back. I want this to be a close scoreline. Union Gaming will grow
มันนอนเคาะเอาชิวเลย
their confidence that the
โดนเขาสวน
SI spot
เรียบร้อย
will be theirs
เฮ้ย
if Mercenary
ห้องใต้ดิน
continue
ว่ะ
to relinquish rounds that they should not
ใต้
necessarily
ดินกับ
be
ยูเนียน
losing.
ดูซิว่าจะเอาอยู่
And
ไหม
with competition like that, and
จบไปเถอะเพื่อน
a display
ห้องนี้
like
ดีอยู่
that, as
ดี
we
อยู่นะ
saw in that last round, it's things like that that will make
เฮ้ยแต่รอบก่อนก็วิกฤตอยู่อะ
think maybe this
นี่ไง
isn't quite as easy
1 v
as we
4อะ
thought. But it doesn't stop the fact that they're still on map point and they could take it in this round.
อุ้ย
They did
เหลี่ยมปลากล้อง
win Church Arsenal back in round 7. And that was even in a post-plant situation.
ปาแม่ง2 อันเลยแล้วกัน
Mercenaries did get the defuse down. Now, you could also take that to be optimistic for Mercenaries. They managed to come in and plant before, so what's to suggest they can't this time, especially if they kind of neaten up their strategy a bit and clean it up, and maybe there won't be the opportunity for a post-plant and a disable. You don't know what's going to happen just yet, but after that last round, it does make you feel more confident the Mercenaries could pull it out.
อุตส่าห์เล็งรอไอ้เหี้ย
The last time
รู้ได้ไงว่าโดนจะมาทางนี้วะ
bomb site, they set up
เห็นปะมันเล็งรอเลยอะ
the mutant
เกินไปเนอะ
all that util off site, and then they just
เออ
full 5-man turtle. In fact, they're doing the latter part of that. 5 players on site, but they forfeited the Mozzie for the Valkyrie. Well, they did have the Valkyrie last time, but it was actually on Sandy, who's now playing the smoke. And I really like this. It's leaning very much into that anchor-centric utility and the play style, the kind of game that Union wants to play, which is Mercenaries, it's on them when they're going to execute, how they're going to execute, and Union are going to play for denial. And you mentioned that Mercenaries planted last time around. That's
เป็นอย่างนี้นี่เองเฮ้ยดีว่ะ
with
เหลี่ยม
Sandy
แม่ง
on
ดี
that
ว่ะ
smoke.
2 กล้องเลย
And before
โอ้
they
มี
did
IQ
lose their sledge pretty quickly.
เรียบร้อย
but it looks
กล้อง
like
ก็
the
กล้องเห
Thieves
อะ
actually being able to do some work to open up the floor.
เฮ้ย
First
เฮ้ย
blow comes from
ฟาต้ามันเอาอีกแล้ว
getting rid of the Valkyrie, and they're going to take the opportunity to open up, or at least attempt to open up, the kitchen hatch. It does work. The Malusi could not deny
เกมสุดท้ายเอาหน่อยดิวะ
anything. Maybe. They're all in the
Look how
same
many
position.
players.
They could get ready to just jump straight down. Sandy's in dirt tunnel. He could throw out the smokes, but if there's all four of them, then it's not going to do much. Maker over towards blue as well.
อีกเกมเดียวแผ่วจังวะเฮ้ย
They haven't
จะชนะแล้ว
chosen
แผ่ว
to
อะ
commit to any decision just yet.
I actually really like this. And my question is, Sandy, with 3 gases left, does he have what it takes to chuck them in? He's playing in dirt tunnels. Someone from Mercenaries can just cut that off.
เฮ้ย
And here the execute comes about.
ดรอปลงมา
1
แพน
minute
ว่ะ
still remaining, but Mercenaries bring that gusto that we know them
แพ
for.
นแล้วด้วย
MI7 barely survives a C4 bot main stairs, but Sparko manages to sneak on in.
โอ้
Plan
โห
goes
เรียบร้อย
down,
อย่างนี้
but Mercenaries are running away with
เรียบ
this.
ร้อย
It's only 1 player left for UG, and
เอา
it's
ไม่
been
อยู่อะ
flanking up the main stairs, but he's been read every day of the week by Hasib. Mercenaries 2 back-to-back early plants. And
เห
they
ตุ
are
อะไร
running
เพราะ
through
อะไร
back on track.
Now, once again, facilitating their own aggression and playing their own game has
มัน
worked
สโมกลง
out
มา
in their
ปุ๊บแล้วก็ดรอป
favor.
ลงมาเลยอะ
Knowing full
ใช้ดวง
well
เหรอ
what it was that Union Gaming were going to do. I mean, last time this site was here,
แล้วตรงนั้นไม่มีใครอยู่ด้วยไง
Beat who tried to
ตำแหน่ง
flank
ตรงนั้น
back
ต้อง
up
มี
the
คนยืน
main
นะพูดถึง
stairs.
นะ
What did they do this time? They read into it. They knew it was going to happen. There was nothing he could do at the end. Mercenaries suddenly don't look like they're on such a back foot, just 2 rounds behind Union Gaming now. And maybe in spite of everything I said about their defensive half not being too great, this is just a case of 2 teams who excel on the attack.
Speaking of the attack, I do love the variants that we're seeing between these 2 teams and how they interpret the attack. Union Gaming saw that Maverick Thatcher ban and they're like, all right, let's bring Carly every single round. They also tried to adapt a
มัน
little
มีได้แบบ
bit
นี้แหละ
depending on
จะ
what
ช
their
นะแล้ว
opponent
อะ
was doing. They actually had the Jackal at one
ฝั่ง
point.
ตรงข้ามแม่ง
Rome.
กลับมาชนะเฉย
Mercenaries are for the most part sticking, but
คง
we're
คิดใน
actually
ใจ
seeing
อะแม่ง
Doctor
อีกเกม
and
เดียว
Baker
ทำไมแม่งไม่ชนะ
juggle
วะ
the Ash and the Zafir between them, depending on whether Doctor wants
อีก
to
แค่เกม
play
เดียวก็ชนะ
that
แล้วอะ
cue.
ทำไมอะแพ้เรื่อย
So
เรื่อย
I'm really
เรื่อยมาเลย
liking that, and just as a whole, Mercenaries, the thing that absolutely stands out for me, without a doubt,
สกอร์มัน
is
ห่างกัน
just the
เป็นเท่า
time
ตัวเลยนะเนี่ยเมื่อกี้
and how they use that clock in the round. That's 2 rounds in a row where they have executed way
ต้อง
earlier
ช
than
นะอีก
this
3
par. Like
เนี่ยชนะ
for
ไป 1 แล้วเหลือ
reference,
อีก 2 เสมอ
the
ปุ๊บ
average execute
Overtime.
for Union was about 16 seconds. And in the last 2 rounds, the average execute for Mercenaries, well, 2 rounds ago, they executed with 1 minute 30 left. And that round just then was 1 minute left. It is just miles different to what we saw from UG and what we see in this typical meta.
Another instance now of a site that Union Gaming won the first time they came to defend it, and now after what we've seen in the last 2 rounds, I can't say I'm too confident to assume that the same thing's going to happen again. The really big issue that happened in that round was the fact the Mercenaries lost both of their hard breaches, and they had no way of applying pressure onto the jacuzzi wall, and Union Gaming could just kind of bunker down and or just take what comes as it made its way into the site. Mercenaries attempted plant twice, but it was in the last 20 seconds and it was a desperation attempt. But this time, you know, what we've seen from them is their ability to adapt. And I expect the same thing would happen again now.
ไม่เล่นกล้องเลยว่ะ
Gym and bedroom defense.
ใช้ร่างกายเช็คว่างั้น
We
เถ
saw
อะ
this last time, all fall apart, trying to clear cache. Mercenaries. Well, they lost 2
ดูดิ
players
แม่งไม่เล่นกล้องเลยนะ
and had
มัน
2 hard breaches.
เอาตัวมันอะวิ่งมาเลย
Surely
แล้วก็
that'll
ยิง
teach
ปาดไปเรื่อยอะ
MI7 and Fatah to be a bit more
ไม่
cautious.
เซฟ
We
อะ
see
เล่นนี้
both
คือ
of
เล่น
those
แบบใช้ด
players
วงอะ
happy to be in the opening engagements. In
ใช้ดวงเยอะ
fact,
นะเล่นอย่าง
the
นี้
last 3 rounds they have been,
หรือเพื่อนมาเช็คให้แล้ววะไม่รู้เหมือนกัน
but it looks like it's a full forfeit from Union. Instead of waiting to get picks first, they decide to just forfeit control of that entire east side of the map and play 4 players on the objective with Jittery downstairs. No C4 as he is the Jaeger, but he can deny a push up the bot main stairs and potentially shoot players through the floor to deny plant. This is a pretty good setup though for Merc.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like it. Union Gaming, as you said, they kind of gave up control of the east side. So it's them who have been shifting to kind of adapt against what they think Mercenaries are going to do. It's them who's giving up position. Maker also downstairs, so he could find himself in an engagement with Jittery, but we've got another player on the main stairs too, and that could make it harder for him to push on up, maybe get flanked by Jittery, maybe get caught out in a crossfire. You can tell that he's ready just for someone to come in through kitchen, how he's watching over towards that angle. And so Union Gaming are somewhat prepared, and there you go. He catches him out, and that means that he can rotate back up towards the site.
โอเคดีครับ
MI7 adds on
ไอ้
to the
X7 นี่มารอบนี้
canopy
ไม่ได้เรื่องเลย
bring
เอ้า
them down
เอ้า
to
เอ้า
E7.
โผล่ไม่เขายิง
There's another one to Jittery, and
Ui,
Union Gaming
ไอ้
have
แซนดี้
two of their own. All in the meantime, Fatah has
เอาดิ
making a
เอาดิ
plan
เอาดิ
and
มันจะแพน
Bruno
เว้ย
taken down by Beat. And now we just have
เอา
further
เรียบ
20
ร้อย
seconds remaining. And
ได้ดีสุด
Mercenaries couldn't pull it out this time. Union Gaming take it into their hands, and the first map win on Clubhouse goes to them.
ขอเลื่อนไปดูเลยกันใครชนะเนี่ย
Be there, but Fatah takes advantage.
ยูเนียน ดูสกอร์ดิ
Looks
อ่ะ
so much better
แต่
for
แมป2เนี่ยมันจะแพ้นะ
Just Jittery on
เดี๋ยวดูนี่ใช่ปะ
Information denial
เออ
featuring those pests, and I like this.
7 to the number.
แมป2แพ้เลยต้องมีแมป3นี่ไง
Drones as you wanted this. Very common strategy for a roam
โอ้ยแต่ส
game
กอ
on
ร์นำอยู่นะ
so dismantling those black eyes on
เฮ้ย
previous
เดือดอีกแล้ว
attack.
ดูจากนี้แล้วกัน
But if you had the Goyo, that would bring it
แม
to
ป
four
2ไอ
shields,
MR ชนะนะ
possibly Banshees,
แต่ขี้เกียจ
and
ดู
the
ว่ะ
Jaeger and Wamai discs to support
เริ่มง่วงแล้ว
protect
เริ่มมี
that
อารมณ์
utility.
ละ
That'd be an absolutely terrifying
ตัด
setup to
มา
go
ที่
up against.
เกมแมปสุดท้ายเลยแล้วกัน วัดกันว่าใครจะเป็นแชม
More
ป์
especially if Mercenaries continue to get early kills on players
Champ
like
Epic
X7
South
and Jittery, who crucially hold the utility required to remove that, well, that kind of utility. Yeah, definitely could be a scary prospect. Luckily for Union, not one they'll have to worry about, but they'll still have to worry about the power that Mercenaries can bring, as they've definitely felt the full force of that in their faces so far.
มันยึกยือว่ะ
But for Union, it is a take across from the east side. Drones ahead. MI7 forced back. He's in an aggressive position. He has an ADS to support him. Takes down another drone, but his life certainly has a timer on it. Should he continue to contest
ต่อ
Sandy, surely he won't lose this. Oh, that actually gets chewed up by the ADS there. MI7 wants to keep fighting.
ดูจากสกอร์แล้วก็น่าจะตึงมืออยู่อะ
Sandy doesn't have much info. The last air jab goes out to suppress any aggression here out of initiation.
Ui.
MI7 doesn't have to move in to make an
ไอ้นี่
impact.
ยิงหัว
but
แม่น
a
จ
nice
ริงๆนะ
shot
ไอ้
with
แซน
the
ดี้เนี่ย
AK. Sandy shuts him
เห็นหลาย
down
ช็อตแล้ว
with
คือ
the
แบบ
first pick of the round.
ตัวทำเลยอะ
Sadly been involved in these opening engagements quite a number of times so far. It looks like Union Gaming are staying relatively united to push on forward. The smoke stopping them from moving through showers, but now that's subsided. And
Yup,
their
กูบอกเลย
drone is providing them the information. They should be
โอ้
able
โห
to head
อะไรวะ
forward.
เนี่ย
The shield being dispatched with, and no one is.
เฮ้ยใครเข้าประตูไปตายแน่นอน
You have Mako
เฮ้ยไม่
right
ตาย
at
ว่ะ
the top of yellow here. But it'll be X7 to put another kill on the board.
เรียบร้อย
In fact,
จ้า
Jittery adding on to that as well leaves
เรียบร้อย
Mercenaries
จ้า
suddenly in a just one
ฟอร์ม
versus
ดีจัด
5 situation.
เจตเตอรี่
Fatah has been a good
รอบนี้
player
เจตเตอรี่
so
โคตร
far
มาครับ
today, James, but I don't know
มาหลายคนเลยรอบเนี้ย
if he's necessarily going to be able to
โอ้โห
face up 5 players of Union. He cannot. A flawless round for Union Gaming makes up for the issues from the previous.
That's one way to make
ยิงโด
your
นได้ไงวะ
mark. Jittery's been stepping into it. Ash Jagermain, so prolific that indeed yesterday against L2K, they banned it against him, both of those operators, every single map.
แมปยูเนียนเลือกด้วยแมปนี้
And well, didn't seem to have an
รู้สึกเวลามันเลือก
impact,
แมป
at least not
แมป
too
ไหนมันเลือก
much.
มันเล่นดูแบบนะ
But Jittery
ช่ำชองนะ
certainly stepped up now. You could just see the hunger in his eyes.
ทีมตรงข้ามอาจจะเกลียดแบบนี้ก็ได้
Finds that first
ไม่ได้
kill
ซ้อม
in
มา
office,
อะไร
he
เงี้ย
immediately pushes
ก็แย่
forward,
หน่อย
finds another one in the cafe hallway, and just incessant looking to rack up those kills on the scoreboard. Union Gaming get their first attack and start to break away here, Gio. That's a 5-3 lead now that Union hold. It is their map pick, but here on the attacking side,
กระต่ายสรุปอันมอนเก่งไหมเนี่ยสรุปแดดดี้อะไรนั้นเก่งไหมเนี่ย
Yeah, not doing too bad. I mean, one round has gone to each team.
น่าเปิดไหม
on this half
หรือว่า
so far,
ลาเต้
so
มันน่า
you
เล่น
don't
กว่าวะ
necessarily want to call it as Union running away with it, but you do of course
ลา
have
เต้
to remember that
เดิม
last
ดาเมจ
time
แรง
these
กว่าอีก
two
นะ
teams played here,
แรง
at
กว่า
least in
เอ
the
สเปรสโซ
August major,
กับ
which
ชาเอ
was
มอีก
not the
Tam
last
wait.
time ever these two teams have played here. It was a 7-5. So I'm kind of expecting it there to still be a couple more rounds to each team, not necessarily be done here.
Let's
I mean,
go
looking at the South
Oh,
Asia
no, how
Nationals
non.
Grand Final, which Mercenaries won 3-1. Theme Park actually
King
went
heรอ
to Mercenaries.
สรุปมันเก่งไง
They won it
Very
that
close
time.
game.
เห็น
Yeah,
เห็น
it was
เห็นแบบว่า
very close time, was it not?
อยู่ที่ว่าไอ้เข้าไลใครปล่อยตะกิวก่อนนะคือจบแค่นั้นเอง
And that's a kind of narrow margin split here that you can probably see split the other way this game. Like, it's close enough, that margin, that I wouldn't be surprised if Union
แต่มันอยู่หลังสุดนี่ว่า
if Union took it.
ไม่รู้
But
นะ
it
หลัก
does
การ
say
ตะกิวมัน
something
ยังไง
about
คือตอนนี้ก็
Mercenaries.
ยัง
It
ไม่ค่อย
says
เข้าใจ
that,
เท่าไหร่
well, you can't count him out as of yet.
ถ้าเห็นเขาเอาไปลง
One thing I
PVP กัน
do
ก็คือ
like, the adaptation from
ไอ้เข้าไลยิงไปแล้ว
Mercenaries,
ไอ้ตัว
exact
แดดดี้
same
ไอ้
bomb
ลุง
site
เพิ่ง
taken,
จะแบบ
exact same operator
นัก
line
สืบมันเพิ่งจะปล่อย
taken,
ตะกิว
but
ไป
one
อะ
thing's changed, and
แต่
that's
ฝั่ง
the
นู้นก็
secondary
ตายห่าหมดเลยนะ
gadget that Valkyrie is taken. Instead of that C4, that nitro cell, it's got this deployable shield, and
เข้าไลใครปล่อยก่อน
can use that to
นั่นนะฝั่งตรงข้ามหาย
advantageously contest this same
กระจาย
angle
ดาเมจ
he died
จริง
to last round.
Enjoy it
เห็น
while
เลือด
you
แม่งลด
can.
แบบโหทุกตัว
Yeah, it's getting replaced with impacts in a couple weeks whenever the new update comes out.
Yeah.
On Dawn.
So yeah, might as well use it while you have the opportunity.
ช่วงนี้
And
ไม่อยาก
maybe
ไม่
it
ได้สุ่มตัว
will
เปิด
be
แต่
the
ตั๋วฟรี
difference
เท่านั้นนะ
between a win and a loss here for Mercenaries and the added
แค่
protection
ตัวเก่า
that
ยังไม่
that
เวลไม่
will
50 เลย
have.
ยังไม่ครบเลย ไอ้ลุงมาอีก
Love to
ไอ้
see it. Look at
ลา
those
เต้
two
มาอีกก็ไม่
shields.
เอาละ
Yeah.
You
They're
just love to
chilling.
see it, don't you?
เอาของเดิมให้แม่ง
I
50 ให้หมด
love
ก่อ
a
นเนี่ย
good shield.
Yeah.
Just as
I mean, that's the name of the meta
everyone.
at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, I love a good shield. In fact, I hear everyone wants shield, every operator to have a shield because they're so good. So that's just what
Oh,
I
yeah.
hear.
I'm down for that.
I've been privy to those rumors. Well, either way, Union Gaming will figure out if they love dealing with it.
เนี่ยหัวแกเห็นปะ
Kills him anyway.
ไอ้แซนดี้เอาอีกแล้ว
Yeah, got that opening kill regardless. So maybe they don't mind the shields. Maybe that's just not.
อ้าวทุกคน เดี๋ยวเยี่ยมงตัดจบงี้ไม่ได้เพื่อนสาดเฮ้ยมันตัดจบงี้เลยว่ะ มันยังแข่งกันไม่เสร็จเลยนะ อันนี้เอเ c กนอตอันนี้เอเ c กเซาไง ชุดเก่าทำให้มัน50กันดีกว่า มันหมดแล้วเหมือนเน็ตมันหลุดเหรอ ทีมงานเน็ตหลุดเหรอ เดี๋ยวขอดูอีกทีดิเฮ้ยมันไม่เกี่ยวกับเราเนี่ยมันหลุด มันหลุดไปเลยเว้ย
Exact same bomb site taken, exact same
แล้วมันไปฉายต่อที่ไหนอะ
taken, but one thing's changed, and that's the secondary gadget that Valkyrie has taken. Instead of that C4, that nitro cell, it's got this deployable shield, and MI7 can use that to advantageously contest this same angle that he died to last round.
Enjoy it while you can.
ไปงั้นไปดีกว่าวะ
Yeah, it's getting replaced with impacts in a couple weeks whenever the
ก็
new
ขอ
update
ตัว
comes
ก่อนแล้ว
out.
กันนะครับผม ไว้เดี๋ยวเจอกันพรุ่งนี้ครับผ
So yeah,
ม
might as well use it while you have the opportunity.
ฝันดีนะครับ